You are listening to Once Upon a Secret, a novel in the Mirror and Realms series, written by Deanne Leo, narrated by Laura Keene and Liam Chandler. The Multiverse Novels production is made possible by audience like you. Please take a moment to like this video and subscribe to the channel. It only takes a second, but it helps us create more immersive stories for your listening pleasure.
Chapter 1. The bomb of scents exploded right onto his face. Rich chocolate, honey, and a hint of cinnamon. The collision jolted Ciaran from his punishing run in the frozen pre-dawn air of Hyde Park, London. His feet skidded to a halt on the frost-covered path as his brain struggled to process the familiar yet unexpected aroma. Madeline. She barreled into him, her body colliding with his with enough force to knock the air from his lungs. Time seemed to slow as her wild, panicked eyes locked onto his. Ciaran's mind whirled, anger and concern warring for dominance. 3 weeks of silence, and now this? But as he steadied Madeline, her trembling form against his chest, the fury dissipated. "Madeline, what?" "No time," she gasped, her eyes wild. "They're coming." His gaze swept the park. Nothing seemed unusual. "Who's after you?" he asked, keeping his voice low. Her body swayed. He steadied her by holding her shoulders. "Joe's in trouble. I followed the blue bubbles." "Okay, calm down, Madeline. Joe is in trouble, and you followed blue bubbles to find me. I assume you took a very unusual route to London because I had my eyes and ears everywhere in New York, and there has been no report of you leaving for the airport. I'm not stalking you. My people kept a distance. I just want to make sure you're safe." Her teeth chattered. "I came here with the mirror." She was too cold and exhausted to complete a cohesive sentence, let alone make any sense to him. "I think we'd better get you somewhere warm and cozy. So I'm going to hold you, all right?" He didn't wait for permission. He wrapped an arm around her waist, supporting her weight as they walked. She didn't object, and he liked the feel of her body against his, so he said nothing else and kept moving. A flicker of movement caught his eye. Ciaran spun, placing himself between Madeline and the threat. His hand flew to the small gun strapped to his ankle. "Down!" Madeline dropped without question as Ciaran fired 2 precise shots. The shadowy figure recoiled, letting out an inhuman shriek. "What the hell was that?" Madeline's eyes were wide, her breath coming in short gasps. "I'd rather not find out." Ciaran hauled her to her feet. "Can you run?" She nodded. She ran for 2 steps before her knees buckled. He caught her on her way down, but then a tendril of shadow lashed out, wrapping around Madeline's ankle. Ciaran let go of Madeline. He ran to the small shrub near where he saw the creature hiding. It obviously didn't expect him to leave Madeline to go after it, so it was still hunching down and not running away yet. He didn't know what it was. The main body was human-like, but the limbs were not, and it had tentacles. He pointed the gun at where he wagered the head was and pulled the trigger. Substance from the supposed head spurted out, spilling on the ground. The creature crumbled to the ground. Its body started to evaporate and was gone without a trace in seconds. Ciaran returned to Madeline, slipping an arm around her waist to support her. Her body trembled against his as they stumbled forward. "Joe, she's in danger," Madeline mumbled, her words slurring. "I used the scrying." "The mirror." He frowned, trying to make sense of her fragmented explanation. "Slow down. What mirror?" "You're my mirror man," she whispered, her eyes unfocused. "Mirror man? What do you mean?" A sharp pain exploded in his shoulder. The force knocked him off his feet, sending him sprawling onto the frost-covered ground. A dark shape loomed over him. Ciaran's hand flew to his gun. He fired, the muzzle flash illuminating a grotesque, inhuman face. The creature's head shattered, its body crumpling mere inches from him. Ciaran scrambled to his feet, his shoulder throbbing. His eyes widened as he took in the scene before him. A small army of shadowy figures lurked in the park, approaching fast. "Damn," he muttered, knowing his gun wouldn't be enough. He turned to Madeline. "Can you run?" She nodded weakly. "Go, I'll hold them off." Madeline's eyes flashed with anger. "Don't be an idiot, Ciaran. You're not playing the hero." "This isn't a game, Madeline. You need to—" "No, you need to listen," she snapped. "We stick together." Ciaran's jaw clenched. "Fine, but stay close." He scanned their surroundings, noticing other runners in the park. They jogged by, oblivious to the encroaching shadows. "They can't see the shadows," Madeline whispered, echoing his thoughts. How is that possible? They must have followed me out from the scrying mirror path. I saw some dark corners and turns on the way in, or they came from another realm, just like the goddess. Ciaran shook his head. You've lost me right there, but this is not the time for a full analysis of the situation. The small army of shadows began to charge. You'll have to run on your own, Madeline. I brought the problems to you. I won't run and leave you to deal with them. She was so exhausted that even saying a few sentences seemed to tax her. This isn't about problem-solving, Madeline. They've come to kill, and no one kills those under my protection. He turned and looked at the charging small army. He was sure as hell the little gun he was holding in his hand wouldn't save the day. He would have to use his forbidden power. There would be a price, and he would pay it. He fixed his stance and waited. Madeline was saying something from behind him, but he couldn't quite hear her, or rather, he ignored her. The front line of the shadow army surged forward, a writhing mass of darkness against the pale morning light. They were about 100 yards away and closing fast, their inhuman forms leaping over small shrubs and park benches with unnatural grace. Trees that should have impeded their progress were merely obstacles to be sidestepped, their movements fluid and purposeful. Ciaran's mind raced, analyzing the situation with cold precision. These shadows, these things, were clearly supernatural, yet they seemed bound by the physical laws of this world. The way they navigated the park's obstacles, the solid thud of their feet against the frost-covered ground, it all pointed to corporeal forms, not mere specters. Just like the two I killed with my gun, he thought, a grim satisfaction settling in his chest. If they're the same, then my hidden power should work. He planted his feet firmly, feeling the earth beneath him as he prepared to unleash the force he'd kept buried for so long. The power thrummed beneath his skin, eager to be released after years of suppression. But even as he began to concentrate, doubt gnawed at him. Using this power would be like setting off a beacon in the supernatural world. Enemies he wasn't prepared to face, enemies that made these shadow creatures look like mere playthings, would instantly know his location. Worse, it would reveal the true extent of his abilities, exposing just how outmatched he truly was in their realm. Damn it all, he thought, jaw clenching. I have no choice. Get down, Ciaran. Madeline's voice cut through his concentration, sharp with urgency. What? He growled, frustration and confusion warring in his mind. Was she telling him to duck? Now, of all times? He started to turn, ready to tell her off for the interruption, when her voice rang out again. Don't turn! The command was followed by the sudden pressure of her hands on either side of his head, forcibly keeping him facing forward. What the hell is going on? The question barely had time to form before Madeline's full weight slammed into him from behind, driving him into a squat. A beam of light, blindingly bright and searing hot, shot over their heads. The heat of it prickled against Ciaran's scalp, and he could smell the acrid scent of singed hair. The advancing army of shadows halted their charge, their attention drawn upward to the source of the light. In that moment of stillness, Ciaran could finally see them clearly. They were a nightmarish menagerie of creatures, most bipedal but with clear inhuman traits. Some sported tails that lashed behind them, others had wicked horns protruding from misshapen skulls. He even recognized a few with the distinctive features of wolf shifters, their muzzles pulled back in silent snarls. As one, the creatures stared into the light. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then, as if struck by an invisible force, they began to change. Their forms solidified, flesh turning to rough-hewn stone in a matter of seconds. The statues stood motionless for a moment before crumbling, collapsing into piles of dirt that seemed to evaporate before his eyes. The oppressive weight of Madeline's body suddenly went slack against him. As the blinding light faded, Ciaran turned, his arms instinctively moving to catch her. She lay limp in his embrace, her face pale and drawn. All traces of consciousness fled. Ciaran's mind whirled with questions, but the most pressing concern was the unconscious woman in his arms. He gathered her close, one hand brushing a stray lock of hair from her face. "Madeline," he murmured, his voice rough with an emotion he couldn't quite name. "What have you done?" The park around them was eerily silent, no trace remaining of the supernatural battle that had just taken place. Ciaran knew they couldn't linger. Whatever Madeline had done, whatever power she had unleashed, it was clear that she, and by extension, he, were now part of something far bigger and more dangerous than he had ever imagined. With a grunt of effort, he stood, cradling Madeline against his chest, her head lolled against his shoulder, her breath warm against his neck. As he began to move, his mind was already formulating plans, contingencies, ways to protect them both from whatever would come next. One thing was certain: nothing would ever be the same again.
Chapter 2. As she sat up, Madeline realized that she had been defrosted. After being wrapped in a luxurious blanket and snuggled on a plush couch in an opulent apartment for 15 minutes, she began to feel her own body again. "Are you feeling better?" he asked. Madeline slowly looked up at Ciaran's soothing yet concerned face. Her heart skipped a beat when she looked at him. His piercing gray eyes held a hint of mystery, as if they held secrets that only he knew. His face was chiseled and angular, with high cheekbones and a strong jawline. It was a face that could launch 1,000 ships, one that seemed to have been crafted by the gods themselves on their best day. His raven dark hair was slightly long, almost touched his shoulders, framing his face like a work of art. And when he smiled at her with those full, inviting lips, it was as if the world around them had faded away, and there was only the two of them in that moment. He handed her a glass of water and 2 pills. "These are mild soothers, no side effects. Take them, then we can talk." "I don't." "Take them, or I'll shove them down your throat," he growled. She accepted the glass and swallowed the pills quickly. "Do I need to check under your tongue?" "I'm not 12, she replied. He smiled, though the expression didn't reach his piercing gray eyes. "Ah, there's your smart mouth again. That's what we need." He sat down on the couch facing her, elbows on his knees and hands clasped together. "I'm not sure where to start, but let me prioritize the questions in an order I can understand and do something about. You said Joe's in trouble. Should I call a private jet for an urgent response? Do you need me to call my people?" "You don't have to call for a jet, as what we need is already here." She glanced around. "I mean in London, not in this apartment." He leaned back in his chair. "Is there anything we need to do immediately? By that, I mean rushing out of the apartment and doing it right now. And for your bearings, it's 7 a.m. London time. You passed out for half an hour. What time would it be in New York now?" 2 a.m., Ciaran smiled. "That's what you get for operating a global business, an unfortunate internal clock." He explained his immediate answer without checking the clock. Maybe he was reacting to whatever expression she had on her face right now. She scolded herself internally and sat up a bit straighter, still cocooned in the warm blanket. "We have a bit of time to talk. Nobody's working at 2 a.m. in New York, including the guy holding Joe captive." Ciaran's eyebrows shot up. "Someone is holding Joe against her will, and that's not urgent?" She shook her head. "Joe and Marie, my adoptive mom, are my family, my top." He reached out and placed a hand on hers. "I'm upsetting you. I apologize. I know who Marie is and how important Joe's family is to you. I've done my research. So let's say I let you tell me what you think is appropriate and important." She nodded. "I woke up in the hospital, didn't remember much. Then Joe and Willow is my guinea pig, reminded me what had happened before that hospital incident. It didn't take long. 3 weeks is a tremendously long time," he cut in. She stared at him. He raised his hands apologetically and gestured for her to continue. She sighed. "I understand and can make sense of some facts about what happened that led to that incident, but there are many holes in the timeline, many things I still don't understand. That's one of the reasons I didn't contact you for 3 weeks." "What are the other reasons for you to hold back from seeking assistance until someone kidnapped Joe, breaking the family you treasure and forcing you to be here?" He locked eyes with her, giving her a look that made it clear he would not be apologizing this time, even if he was upsetting her. "It's because you're my mirror man. You mentioned coming here with the mirror following the blue bubbles. Are these facts related?" She nodded, feeling her cheek burning. But she needed to tell him the truth. "For several years, if someone I know is in trouble, and the person thinks about me in their time of need, I tend to see the blue bubbles, leading me to the person. Joe calls it my psychic blue dots. Then a couple of months ago, those didn't come to me anymore, because I saw a mirror with you in it. He arched an eyebrow. I know it's hard to believe. Nothing weirds me out, Madeline. I'm just surprised that I didn't feel anything because what you described is like a psychic connection, and if you somehow called for me via a scrying mirror, I should feel it. It was her turn to raise an eyebrow. So, you know a lot about unexplained phenomena? He chuckled. I know a thing or two about the supernatural. I'm sure Joe told you I play hologames. She nodded. So I called the mirror up, and you were inside it. We had good conversations. I never saw your face clearly, but I recognized your voice when we met in the New York office. It threw me off a bit. And because of that, I overreacted to whatever we were talking about. And you know what happened next. His eyes twinkled for a split second. Yes, Joe told me you recall finding Juliet's sixpence coin on the street with the assistance of the supernatural before the incident, but you don't recall anything else. She nodded. Not until 40 minutes ago. His eyes darkened. You mean what you did to turn those shadows into ashes? She nodded again. Am I turning into a monster? Oh no. They were sitting on the same sofa. He turned toward her and gently held her hands. If there is a monster in this room, it would be me, given what I've done, Madeline. But whatever you did in the park, I'm more than certain it didn't suggest you're evil or being turned into something you don't want to be. I went to your building to give you the coin, only to receive your termination note. He clutched her hands a little tighter. I know I'm sorry about that. I wasn't in the right mind. You had every right to do so, Ciaran. But what I meant is, I just now remembered what I've been trying to for the last few weeks and couldn't. It wasn't just a supernatural who helped me find the coin. It was a goddess. And she didn't help me out of the goodness of her heart. She conned me into it for a price I can't afford to pay. So we argued and had a fight, and I killed her. He let go of her hands. You slayed a goddess? Well, she tried to bully me. I mean, that's incredible, Madeline. How? She was killing me. So I was desperate to defend myself. I knew I could call for the magical mirror, so I just pushed it a little further. I called for Medusa and asked the mirror to reflect Medusa's gaze onto the goddess, and that's what killed the goddess. His eyes twinkled again. So, in the park, did you call Medusa again? She hesitated, then nodded. I asked again for the mirror and reflected her gaze onto the shadows. Why the mirror? Why didn't you just summon Medusa and ask her to burn them directly, given she responded to your summon? I assume the supernatural knows the damage she can do to them, so they wouldn't look at her, and it wouldn't be effective to use her as a weapon. But they would look into a mirror because it's just a mirror. Given that I had only one shot, I figured the reflection was a better strategy, not that I had any strategy at all. I was just reacting to the situation. He smiled, a beautiful smile that she thought he should trademark. I'm in love, Madeline, with your mind and your ability to act under pressure. It shows your stamina, your strength, and your incredible talent. And because you asked, the other reason I didn't call you is that I can't figure out what happened between killing the goddess and waking up in the hospital with you on top of me. He cleared his throat. I was just trying to help. He pulled the coin from his pocket and placed it on the coffee table. I read about the storm in Manhattan and your hospitalization. A lot of things happened with my business here during that period. The last thing I remember was waking up on the floor with the coin in my pocket, so we have the same gap in our memory timeline that we need to solve. And the most effective way to get that piece of information is by asking your soul dealer friend, Zeths. That's the problem. He's nowhere to be found. You didn't have a chance to talk to him at all after you woke up in the hospital? Not a glimpse of him. That's why Joe and I scrambled to put the info together and make sense of things. Ciaran nodded. How did her kidnapping come into the picture? A few weeks ago, Joe was offered a job in Egypt to work in the game industry. That's her dream job, and it was rejected in the last minute. I had a feeling it was taken away from her because of the chaos I created by messing the fairy tales. She was disappointed, but when her long-term client offered her a permanent job, she accepted without a second thought. Joe had only ever accepted freelance gigs before this, and I thought she had finally settled down for good. However, it only took a week for Zen, her new boss, to start making strange requests. Last week, he asked her to hack into your network, and I didn't know what he was looking for. Of course, Joe refused and complained to me about it. Yesterday, she went to tell Zen she quits and to grab her stuff. In the afternoon, I received a package of Joe's earrings delivered to my office. And you know the rest of the story. Ciaran shook his head. Not quite. You could have picked up the phone and called me. True, my phone was acting up in the morning. Joe is resetting it for me, so it was with her. Then, when I received the package, Zen called me on my computer. Ciaran nodded. So the ransom is the information about my company that Zen asked Joe to hack? Maybe. Zen told me he wanted me to go to London. He said he would call me back with instructions. He'll need me to look for something for him, and I have to be on site. So this might have nothing to do with the LeBlanc business at all? That's right. Although, to be clear, I did want to call you. Given that I didn't have the number because Joe had my phone, I tried to call using the mirror. I've called you through the mirror before, so I tried again, but this time it was different. He chuckled. It didn't bring me to you, but it brought you to me. Literally. She snorted. Yeah, dumped me right on top of you in the middle of Hyde Park. Mind you, that must have been helped from your end. Like the way my blue bubbles work. The people who need my help think about me in their hour of need, and I don't think about anything when I exercise, Madeline. That's my one moment of true tranquility in the day, and I try to maintain it as much as I can. So, no, I don't think I was thinking about you so much that it generated blue bubbles that led you to me. She nodded. Must be the naughty mirror, then. He chuckled. It must be, she nodded. Let's wait and see what Zen has to say before we decide on our next steps. Thanks for bringing me here. However, I think it's best if I stay in a hotel once Zen makes contact. I've arranged it, Ciaran said, standing. While you were out, my assistant Lily made the booking. You trust her, I assume. Suffice to say, she's part of my inner circle. He walked toward a cabinet, opened it with his thumbprint, and pulled out a small device. Madeline surveyed the opulent Hyde Park apartment, London's most expensive address. Lavish furnishings and extravagant finishes filled the space. Contemporary artwork adorned the walls, illuminated by warm recessed lighting. Her feet sank into plush, silent carpeting as she moved across the room. The sleek, modern aesthetic extended from the cutting-edge kitchen appliances to the minimalist yet homely decor. This is not my apartment. She didn't realize he had returned and stood next to her. So, where's home? He smiled and held out a cell phone to her. I've set this up so you can use it while you're here. Zen will call your laptop. I found it in your crossbody bag and fully charged it. Zen will track your laptop after you engage in a call with him, so only leave your laptop where you're comfortable being tracked. But this cell phone is 100% secure. Are you sure? He smiled. No one can hack LeBlanc's technology. Thanks. She took the phone. He didn't answer her question about his home. He had no reason to trust her. They haven't had enough time together to form any viable relationship. But the look in his eyes when she asked about home jolted a pang of pain in her heart. I'll take you to where you stay for now. I have to be out of town for a few hours. Then, when I'm back, I'll see to that you have a safer place to stay. She stood as he walked into the bedroom wing for a change of clothes. She looked out the glass window to the magnificent view of vibrant London. A dark winged figure shot past the window, perching on the ledge. Its gargoyle-like face morphed into that of an elegant woman. What do you want? Madeline asked, startled. Ciaran is mine, the woman spoke ominously. The prince is mine. This is not your place. Then she vanished without a trace. Ciaran's voice came from behind her. Are you ready to go? She spun around to find him dressed sharply in his business attire, like he'd just stepped out of a fashion magazine editorial, ready for their departure. But he seemed oblivious to what had just happened in front of him. Yes, she said hesitantly as they headed for the door. Is it safe where you're going? I mean safe from supernatural threats? He flashed a reassuring smile. No place except for a few that I have set up are wholly safe from them. I'm having a meeting in France in an ordinary human environment, so no. It won't be safe entirely, but I'll be careful. Chapter 3. Madeline's computer chimed with an incoming call. Her stomach tightened as she saw the caller ID, Zen. She steeled herself and answered. Well, if it isn't my favorite journalist, Zen's voice oozed through the speakers. Cut the crap, Zen. What do you want? A low chuckle. Straight to business, I see. I admire that about you, Madeline. Flattery won't get you anywhere. Where's Jo? Ah, your little friend. She's comfortable, for now. Madeline's jaw clenched. Let me talk to her. All in good time. First, I need something from you. I'm not your errand girl. No? Perhaps this will change your mind. The screen flickered, showing a dimly lit room. Jo sat bound to a chair, her dark hair matted, eyes wide with fear. Madeline's breath caught. Jo! Mad! Jo's cry was cut short as the video feed disappeared. You bastard, Madeline hissed. Now, no need for name-calling. I have a simple task for you. I don't work for criminals. Oh, and here I thought journalists were all about uncovering the truth, or does your integrity only extend to those who can't hurt you? Madeline's fingers curled into fists. What do you want? There's someone inside LeBlanc's London HQ. They play an online RPG under the avatar White Knight. I want their real name. You're insane. I can't just waltz into LeBlanc's and can't, or won't. I thought you were resourceful, Madeline. Surely a woman of your talents can find a way. Even if I could, why would I help you? The screen flickered again. Jo appeared, a bruise blooming on her cheek. Stop! Madeline's voice cracked. Every hour you delay, your friend here loses something. A finger, perhaps? An eye? You're bluffing. Care to test that theory? Madeline's mind raced. She couldn't let Jo suffer, but giving in to Zen's demands went against everything she stood for. I need time, she said, buying herself a moment to think. Time is a luxury your friend doesn't have. Look, I can't just snap my fingers and get you this information. It'll take... A scream pierced through the speakers. Jo's scream. Stop! I'll do it! Madeline shouted, her resolve crumbling. I knew you'd see reason. Madeline's voice shook. If you hurt her again... That depends entirely on you, doesn't it? You have 24 hours. Don't disappoint me. The call ended abruptly, leaving Madeline in stunned silence. She stared at the blank screen, her reflection a pale ghost. Tears threatened, but she blinked them back. There was no time for that now. Madeline paced the hotel room, her heart hammering against her ribs. Jo's scream echoed in her ears. Get it together, Madeline, she muttered, raking her fingers through her hair. You've faced down a goddess. You can handle this sleazeball. Mirror, mirror in the air. She called the mirror. An ornate mirror appeared, hovering in the air. Its surface rippled like liquid silver, a portal to possibilities she was only beginning to understand. Her fingers trembled as she reached out, remembering the unexpected journey from New York to London. She couldn't risk such a drastic transportation again, not with Jo's life hanging in the balance. Okay, she muttered, steeling herself. Let's do this right. She closed her eyes, concentrating on the mirror's energy. The air around her crackled with latent magic, raising goosebumps on her skin. Madeline took a deep breath, recalled what the soul dealer Zeths had taught her, and spoke. Mirror of sight, bridge of worlds, show me the path, but keep me whole. To Jo, my friend, in danger's grasp, grant me vision, not passage to pass. Madeline approached, her reflection wavering as if under water. She placed her palm against the cool surface, feeling the familiar tingle of magic beneath her skin. Show me, Jo, she commanded, her voice steady despite the tremor in her hands. The mirror's surface swirled, but remained stubbornly opaque. Madeline gritted her teeth. Come on, you glorified looking-glass. I need to see her. Nothing. Fine, Madeline huffed. Let's start small. Show me Jo's apartment. The mirror shimmered, its surface clearing to reveal a familiar living room. Madeline's breath caught. It worked. She focused on Jo's coffee table, imagining her hand reaching through the mirror to grasp a magazine. The surface rippled like water, and Madeline felt a strange resistance, as if pushing against an invisible barrier. Move, damn it! A sudden pop echoed through the room. Madeline stumbled back, blinking in surprise as a furry projectile shot out of the mirror, landing with a soft thud on the hotel carpet. Willow? The long-haired guinea pig blinked up at her, whiskers twitching in confusion. Madeline scooped up the bewildered animal, her mind racing. Well, that's not exactly what I was going for, but it's a start. Madeline set Willow on a nearby chair, the guinea pig's nose twitching curiously. She turned back to the mirror. Okay, round 2. Let's make this count. She pressed her palm against the cool surface, focusing on Jo's face, the fear in her eyes, the room where she was held captive. The mirror's surface rippled, then cleared, revealing a dimly lit space. Jo sat bound to a chair, her head lolling forward. Madeline's heart clenched at the sight of her friend's disheveled state. "Hang on, Jo, I'm coming," she whispered. Madeline pushed against the mirror's surface. This time, instead of resistance, her hand slipped through as if dipping into water. She leaned forward, her entire arm disappearing into the silvery portal. The air on the other side felt thick, oppressive. Madeline's fingers brushed against rough rope. She grasped it, tugging experimentally. Jo's head snapped up, eyes widening in disbelief. "Madeline?" Jo's voice was barely a whisper. "Shh," Madeline hissed, working at the knots. "I'm getting you out of here." A flicker of movement caught her eye. Something dark coalesced behind Jo, a writhing mass of shadows. "No!" Madeline leaned forward, trying to pull Jo free. The shadow surged, enveloping her arm. Ice-cold tendrils wrapped around her wrist, yanking her further into the mirror. Madeline planted her feet, straining against the pull. "Let go." The shadow pulsed, its grip tightening. Madeline's shoulder slammed against the mirror's frame as she fought to stay in her world. With a violent wrench, the shadow hurled her backward. Madeline flew across the room, crashing into a dresser. Picture frames and trinkets rained down around her as she crumpled to the floor. Pain exploded through her body. She gasped, struggling to breathe as black spots danced across her vision. The last thing Madeline saw before darkness claimed her was Willow, peering down at her from the edge of the chair, whiskers twitching in concern. Madeline winced as she smoothed her blouse, every movement a reminder of her earlier tumble. She glanced at the clock, 6:55 p.m. Ciaran would be here any minute. A soft squeak drew her attention. Willow peered up at her from the dresser, whiskers twitching. "Don't give me that look," Madeline muttered. "I'm fine." A sharp knock cut through the silence. Madeline took a steadying breath and opened the door. Ciaran stood there, impeccably dressed as always. His eyes swept over her, narrowing instantly. "What happened?" he demanded, stepping inside. Madeline forced a smile. "Good evening to you, too." Ciaran's hand shot out, gently grasping her forearm. She hissed involuntarily as his fingers brushed a tender spot. "This," he snarled, his fingers trembling as he pushed up her sleeve, revealing an angry purple bruise. The tendons in his neck strained, a vein pulsing at his temple. "Is not nothing." Before she could protest, his hand moved to her neck, fingertips grazing another mark she hadn't even noticed. His touch was feather-light, a stark contrast to the storm brewing in his eyes. "Madeline?" Ciaran's voice dropped to a dangerous whisper, each word laced with barely contained fury. The air around him seemed to crackle with tension. "Who did this?" She stepped back, crossing her arms, suddenly aware of how he towered over her, his broad shoulders blocking out the light. "It's not what you think." "Really?" His eyes flashed, turning from steel to obsidian in an instant. The muscles in his jaw worked furiously as he clenched and unclenched his teeth. "Because what I think is that someone dared to lay their hands on you and you're trying to protect them." "I'm not some damsel in distress, Ciaran. I can handle myself." Her words seemed to bounce off him, doing nothing to quell the rage simmering beneath his surface. "Clearly," he scoffed, his voice dripping with sarcasm. He gestured to her injuries, his movements sharp and precise, like a predator ready to strike. The air grew thick with tension, making it hard for Madeline to breathe. "Your definition of handling leaves much to be desired." "Oh, I'm sorry. Did I mess up your perfect dinner plans? Should I have put on more makeup to hide the fact I'm actually trying to save my friend?" Ciaran's jaw clenched. "That's not—" "Don't lecture me, Ciaran. You have no idea what I'm dealing with." "Then tell me. Damn it, Madeline, let me help you." The raw emotion in his voice made her breath catch. "I tried using the mirror," she blurted out, the words tumbling from her lips before she could stop them. Ciaran went utterly still, his face draining of color. The silence stretched between them, thick and suffocating. "You did what?" "I tried to reach Jo," Madeline continued, unable to stop now that she'd started. "Something attacked me, pulled me in." "Are you insane?" Ciaran's voice rose. He surged forward, closing the distance between them in 2 long strides. His eyes, usually a cold gray, now burned with an intensity that made Madeline's heart race. "You could have been killed." The air crackled with tension, electric and dangerous. "What choice do I have, Ciaran?" She matched his gaze. Joe's out there, suffering, while I'm here playing dress-up for dinner. Ciaran's jaw clenched so tight she could almost hear his teeth grinding. And how exactly, he growled, each word precise and cutting, does getting yourself killed help, Joe? At least I'm doing something, Madeline shot back, her chest heaving with emotion. They glared at each other for a long moment. Ciaran's eyes raked over her, as if reassuring himself she was still there, still whole. His hands twitched at his sides, as if fighting the urge to reach for her. In the depths of his steel-gray eyes, she saw something that made her breath catch. A flicker of raw, unguarded pain. It was gone in an instant, but it was enough to douse her anger like a bucket of cold water. Ciaran's shoulders sagged almost imperceptibly, the fire in his eyes dimming to embers. He took a deep breath, visibly reining in his emotions. "Madeline," he said, his tone softer now, "promise me you won't try that again. Not until you've spoken to Zeths, learned to control it. I can put men to guard you, but when it comes to the supernatural..." He trailed off, frustration evident in the set of his jaw. Madeline nodded, understanding dawning. "Your control is limited there," she finished for him. "Exactly," Ciaran agreed, a hint of relief in his eyes at her comprehension. "I understand, Ciaran. You're a man of action. I wouldn't want you to have to deal with the supernatural for my safety." She offered a small smile. "Besides, I actually have a little more magic than you do. Using weapons the way you did in the park earlier won't always work with the supernaturals." Something flickered in Ciaran's eyes at her words, a fleeting expression that suggested he wanted to say more. But he held back, his lips pressing into a thin line before he nodded curtly. A soft chirping sound came from a corner of the room. She turned, spotting Willow peering at them from the edge of the dresser. "Oh," she said, her voice lighter now. "I almost forgot. Ciaran, meet Willow." Ciaran's eyebrow quirked upward, a hint of amusement replacing the earlier storm in his eyes. "Willow?" Madeline scooped up the guinea pig, cradling him gently. "Indeed. I got him here when I practiced using the mirror. I wasn't half bad." She trailed off as Ciaran's eyes darkened several shades at the mention of the mirror. Quickly changing the subject, she added, "He's been quite the unexpected companion." Ciaran's gaze softened as he looked at the small creature. "Well, hello there, Willow," he said. He reached out, letting Willow sniff his finger. As Willow's whiskers twitched curiously, Madeline felt the last of the tension melt away. She smiled at the sight of the imposing Ciaran LeBlanc being so gentle with a tiny guinea pig. It was a side of him she hadn't expected to see, and it stirred something warm in her chest. "Do you want to discuss Zen's demands now or over dinner?" She shook her head. "There's nothing to discuss. He wants the real name of someone in your company who uses the avatar White Knight in an online game." Ciaran's eyebrows rose. "That's it. Consider it done." "Just like that? It's a simple matter for me, Madeline. How's Joe's condition?" Madeline's stomach clenched. "Not great, I think." "You think? Or did you see something on that call?" "How did you—" Madeline's blood ran cold. "You were listening in." Ciaran's face hardened into an impenetrable mask, his eyes turning to shards of ice. "The phone I gave you has a tracker. It's standard procedure. And yes, the call was recorded. But standard?" Madeline's voice rose, sharp with disbelief. "In what twisted universe is that standard?" "In my world, it is for security reasons," Ciaran bit back, his tone brooking no argument. "And it's a company phone." "That's not security, that's stalking." Madeline's fists clenched at her sides, nails digging into her palms. "You had no right." "I haven't listened to the recording, Madeline. I don't intend to. My comment about Joe was merely an educated guess." "Oh, so you're just naturally invasive?" The words escaped like venom from a wound. "I'm not Juliet, you know. You can't control me like some puppet on a string." The air seemed to vanish from the room. Ciaran's face drained of color, before flushing with a rage so potent, Madeline could almost feel its heat. "What did you just say?" Each word fell like a hammer blow. Madeline's heart thundered against her ribs. She'd crossed a line, but there was no retreat now. I did some research for another project. I stumbled across Juliet's artwork. You dug into my private life?" Ciaran's voice dropped to a dangerous whisper, each syllable dripping with barely contained fury. "Like some common tabloid journalist? How is that any different from you tracking my every move, Ciaran?" "It's a business phone. Tracking is standard," Ciaran snarled. I've told you that. Juliet was a scientist, not an artist. Art was a hobby. You prying into her art under the guise of research? That's an invasion of our privacy. What if it wasn't that simple? The words tumbled out, unstoppable. What if her passion was art, and she learned science for other reasons? Ciaran's eyes flashed with a pain so raw it stole Madeline's breath. That's a completely different story, Madeline Rue. If you are implying she learned medicine just to worm her way into my family, then like everyone else, you're wrong about her. She knew she'd struck a bleeding wound, one far deeper than she'd imagined. Regret flooded her. I didn't mean... Ciaran cut her off, his voice as cold and final as a tomb slamming shut. My private life is off limits, Madeline. You are not welcome there. It was public information, Madeline protested, her words sounding hollow even to her own ears. An award she won was in the newspaper. The door slammed shut, the sound reverberating through Madeline's bones like a death knell. Ciaran was gone. Silence crashed over her, a suffocating wave that stole her breath. She stood, frozen, as the argument replayed in her mind, each word a knife, each accusation a fresh wound. God, what had she done? It had started so innocently, a stray mention of Juliet in an old newspaper. But Madeline couldn't stop there, could she? No, she had to dig deeper, had to pry into wounds that weren't hers to examine. Madeline's mind drifted to Juliet's photo. Young, beautiful, innocent. How could this ghost still hold such sway over Ciaran's heart? The question had burned in her, driving her to dig where she shouldn't. Now she was paying the price. She was a moth drawn to Ciaran's flame, knowing it could destroy her, yet unable to stay away. But in her reckless flight, she'd singed more than just her own wings. Chapter 4. The phone's screen flared to life, casting an eerie glow across Madeline's face as she sat alone at the small coffee table. Outside, the tiny garden lay still, a stark contrast to the storm brewing within her. Her fingers drummed an anxious rhythm on the tabletop, each second stretching into eternity as she waited for Zen's call. The cell phone Ciaran had given her rested on the desk like a ticking time bomb. Its presence was a constant reminder of the invisible eyes watching her every move. After last night's events, she harbored no illusions about Ciaran reaching out. Not soon. Maybe not ever. With a deep breath, Madeline pressed the call button. The phone flashed, ready and waiting. A fleeting thought crossed her mind. Ciaran hadn't completely severed their connection. She opened the address book, her heart skipping a beat at the sight of the lone entry. Ciaran. His direct number. So simple. So intimate. Just him. Her thumb hovered over his name, a moment of hesitation before she snapped the address book shut. This wasn't the time for sentimentality. Suddenly, Zen's voice sliced through the silence. You've got good news for me, Madeline? She steeled herself, her voice steady despite the adrenaline coursing through her veins. Put the video on. I want to see Joe. The screen flickered, revealing Joe's pale, drugged form. Madeline's jaw clenched, anger simmering just beneath her composed exterior. She knew that once free, Joe would be a force to reckon with. I expect some good news, Madeline. Zen's threat hung in the air, heavy and ominous. Madeline's eyes drifted to the painting on her wall, drawing strength from its chaotic swirls. She took a deliberate sip of coffee, her mind racing through the high-stakes game she was about to play. Samuel Kandinsky. That's the name. Zen's eyes widened, and Madeline knew she had just lit the fuse on a powder keg. There was no turning back now. Give me his contact details so I can talk to him, Zen demanded. That wasn't the deal, Zen. The name is all I've got. It was hard enough getting that out of the LeBlanc headquarters. I've seen the guy so I can draw him out as we agreed, but he didn't exactly hand me his CV and contact details. You were inside the LeBlanc headquarters? Impressive, huh? I spoke to Ciaran LeBlanc myself. Samuel is definitely who you want. He's probably off work by now. Do you want me to talk to him, or will you handle it? No, I'll do it myself. Zen's eyes lit up with anticipation. When will you let Joe go? My task is finished if you're going to talk to him yourself. No, there's a step 2. Madeline clenched her teeth. The last one? Yes, and this one's easy. There's an alchemist named John Dee. He died in the 1500s and is buried in Mortlake. Go there and retrieve an artifact that was buried with him. It's only about an hour outside London. Piece of cake. The guy's been dead for centuries. No one will care what you're doing. Madeline stared at Zen for a long moment, raising an eyebrow. Say that again? Zen exhaled, trying to stay calm. John D. was... I heard that part. You really want me to dig up the grave of a dead alchemist? Well, it's not exactly Tomb Raider work. Just bring a shovel. Why don't you do it yourself? I could, but it wouldn't be efficient. I need to bring Joe to London to negotiate with White Knight. Once he agrees, the artifact must be ready for him. I can't be in two places at once. Alchemists, huh? The ones who tried to turn steel into gold? If you're after gold, wouldn't it be easier just to rob a bank or jewelry store? Like most ordinary people, you're short-sighted, Madeline. Get me the artifact and we'll talk. I might even throw in some gold dust if you cooperate. What exactly is the artifact, and when do you need it? It's in a box buried with him. Just take the whole thing. The item will be inside. If there was anything valuable, wouldn't someone have taken it by now? That's not your concern. Just get the box. I need it within 24 hours. No, I'm serious. I'm booking the plane tickets now. We'll be there in 24 hours. The artifact needs to be ready, and you'll need to locate White Knight for me. Zen paused, staring at Madeline. This is time-sensitive. If you screw this up, I won't show any mercy to you or your little friend. Madeline met his gaze sternly. Jo can't travel long distances without her medication. If you stop drugging her long enough to notice, she'd tell you she's diabetic and probably overdue for her dose. Zen scratched his head in frustration, muttering curses under his breath. Fine, I'll get her the meds. Do you know where she gets them? Ask her yourself. I think it's somewhere in Midtown, between Park and Madison. Zen nodded, noting it down. Madeline smiled coldly. I can dig up an old grave. The dead won't mind, and I'll happily dig one for you, too. Zen grinned crookedly. See you soon, he said, then abruptly hung up. As soon as the screen went black, Madeline noticed her hand trembling. Now wasn't the time for shaking. She needed to focus. As soon as the screen went black, Madeline noticed her hand trembling. Now wasn't the time for shaking. She needed focus. She had flirted with fire. Taking a deep breath, she picked up her internet phone and made a call. On the other end, Stephen's sleepy voice answered. Hello? You're sleeping at this hour, Stephen? Madeline's tone was a mix of amusement and exasperation. Madeline? There was a rustling sound followed by a thud. Ow! Damn it. Did you just fall out of bed? No comment. Where have you been? I stopped by your office and Paul said you're on vacation. You? Vacation? Almost as unbelievable as an alien invasion. Madeline chuckled despite herself. I see your wit hasn't improved with sleep. Hey, I'm plenty witty. Why are you calling me on your internet phone? Did you finally decide to embrace the digital age? My cell is with Joe. I'm in London. There was a pause. Wow, you really are on vacation. Who are you? And what have you done with the real Madeline Rue? Listen, I need your help. Of course. Really, Stephen? You don't even know what I need yet. No, really. But okay, tell me, is it fashion advice? Because I've been told my pajama game is strong. Madeline rolled her eyes, grateful for the moment of levity. You know Zen, Joe's new boss, right? Yeah, I saw him once at Joe's office. Looked like he had a stick up his... Stephen. Madeline cut him off, her voice serious. This is going to sound strange, but it's serious. Zen kidnapped Joe because of some role-playing game she developed. He made me come to London to identify a player using the avatar White Knight. If I don't give Zen what he wants, he's threatened to kill Joe. There was a long pause. When Stephen spoke again, all traces of humor were gone from his voice. And you didn't think calling the cops was your first move? How fast do you think they'd pull things together in a case like this? You're right. Good call. I'll be faster. His voice softened. Why didn't you call me sooner, Madeline? Madeline sighed. I don't know. It all happened so fast. Hey, it's okay. We'll figure this out. So, are you calling me now because you don't have what Zen wants? I thought I had it last night. Turns out I don't. Long story. I gave Zen false info to buy time, and now he's flying to London. I'll try to find what he needs before he gets here. But you want me to stop him before he leaves New York? What do you mean by stop him? I can't do anything official yet. I need to find Joe or get something concrete on Zen first, but I'll hold him off until I can. How, Stephen? I'll figure it out. I'll keep you posted. Maybe I'll challenge him to a pajama off. Despite the gravity of the situation, Madeline found herself smiling. Be careful. I don't want you getting hurt, Stephen snorted. Please, I'm indestructible. Remember that time in college when I ate that entire ghost pepper on a dare? You cried for an hour and begged me to put you out of your misery. Details. The point is, I survived. Madeline's voice turned serious again. Zen's probably given Joe's family some excuse for her disappearance. She goes off to work on her games all the time. He wouldn't be stupid enough to keep her at his place. I tricked him into thinking Joe needed diabetic meds. She was half conscious, but I think she understood. He'll be at a drugstore in Manhattan. I'm a cop. Madeline, I can track him down, okay? And Zen's record isn't exactly clean. I've looked into him before. I'll get Joe out, don't worry. Madeline felt a wave of relief. I should have called you sooner. You're telling me now. That's enough. We're a team, remember? Holmes and Watson, except I'm way better looking than Watson. In your dreams, maybe, Madeline retorted. I've got to go, Stephen. Call me back and let me know what happens. I'll call you when I've got Zen. And Madeline? Yeah? Be careful out there. I know you're tough, but just be safe, okay? I will. You too, Stephen, and thanks. Anytime, partner. Now go save the world or whatever it is you do on your vacations. Madeline tapped her fingers against the keyboard, her mind racing. Stephen's promise echoed in her ears, but she couldn't afford to rely on it entirely. If Zen slipped through the cracks, she pulled up a search engine, typing in John D. Alchemist. The screen filled with results, and she dove in, her journalist instincts kicking into high gear. Mortlake, advisor to Queen Elizabeth I? Occultist, she muttered, scanning the information. Her eyes widened as she stumbled upon a curious detail. Wait, what's this about angelic language? Madeline's fingers flew over the keys. The more she read about John D., the more intrigued she became. This wasn't just some medieval quack. He was a respected mathematician, astronomer, and apparently had dabbled in the occult. What the hell did you get mixed up in, Joe? She whispered. Glancing at the clock, Madeline realized time was slipping away. She needed to move. Grabbing her jacket, she hesitated before picking up the cell phone Ciaran had given her. The weight of it in her hand felt like a silent promise, or a threat. She missed their conversations, the spark of intellect and danger that danced between them. But now wasn't the time for sentimentality. Ciaran would be tracking her movements, and she needed to stay focused. As she stepped out onto the street, a chill wind whipped her hair. The rental car agency was just a few blocks away. Madeline walked briskly, her mind churning with questions. Why did Zen want an artifact from John Dee's grave? What connection could a 16th century alchemist have to Joe's computer game? And why did she feel like she was walking into something far bigger than she could handle? At the agency, Madeline flashed her most charming smile. I need a car for a day trip, something reliable. The clerk eyed her suspiciously. Planning on doing any digging? Madeline's smile never faltered. Just some sightseeing. Why do you ask? No reason, he shrugged, handing over the keys. Enjoy your trip to Mortlake. As Madeline slid into the driver's seat, her hands gripped the wheel tightly. How did he know? Was she being watched, or was she just being paranoid? Then she noticed a stack of flyers she had collected at the car rental entrance, promoting tourist destinations like caves, mines, and underground secret tunnels. That explained the clerk's strange question. She was definitely being paranoid. She pulled out of the lot, her destination set. The phone from Ciaran sat on the passenger's seat, a silent reminder of the complex web she was entangled in. As the cityscape gave way to more rural surroundings, Madeline's mind drifted back to John Dee. What secrets had he taken to his grave? And more importantly, what would she unleash by disturbing his rest? The road stretched out before her, leading to Mortlake and whatever mysteries awaited. Madeline took a deep breath, steeling herself for what lay ahead. She was a journalist, after all. Uncovering the truth was what she did best, even if that truth was buried 6 feet under. Chapter 5. Heading out of London, hearing the shovel rattling in the trunk of the car, Madeline shook her head in disbelief about what she was about to do. The portable GPS, called Tom, that she had requested with the car, was blurting out the instructions in a monotone female voice. She had to remember to drive on the left-hand side of the road. After a couple of wrong turns, she started to scold the machine. You're female. Why in world do they call you Tom? Is that why you don't understand that I have to not only get from A to B in one piece, but also have to drive on the opposite side of the road? The machine didn't answer her. While trying to dodge a black cab that was honking at her, Madeline heard the machine instruct, "In 200 yards, turn left." So much for English manners, Madeline muttered to herself, thinking of the black cab. She glanced ahead and gestured to the machine. Turn left into what? Then she realized that she was talking to the machine again, and of course there would not be a response. Madeline made a guess and turned left onto a smaller, paved road, only to discover that it was a dead end. The machine calmly instructed, "Make a U-turn when possible." Of course, Madeline spoke to herself. She turned into a private driveway and made a U-turn. She heard a dog barking at her from inside a peaceful cottage at the end of the driveway. "Bark away, and bark real loud, 'cause you can't bite me." Madeline turned left on the next block and was relieved because there was no objection from Tom the guide. "You have arrived at your destination," the machine cheerfully announced. Madeline stared at the destination. It was a roundabout. She didn't want to waste any more time arguing with the machine, so she parked on a small street and walked towards St. Mary's Church. It was a beautiful church. Based on Madeline's research this morning, this was where she might find some useful information. She stood at the entrance of the church, staring at the door as if admiring its magnificence. Instead, a stream of strategies flew through her head, none of them viable. Going inside and asking for the grave of John Dee so that she could dig it up wouldn't go down well. The church did publicize that they had no information about the exact location of the tomb. Of course, they had to say that they did not know where the tomb was, Madeline deduced. It would only take a few more scumbags like Zen, and the church would have a gold rush on its hands. The door of the church slid open, and a lady in a beige sweater and a light green coat walked out. Noticing Madeline, she approached. "May I help you?" "Ah, my name is Madeline Rue. I'm working on a research project on theology. I'd like to see Dr. John Dee's plaque and some exhibits of his life and his work, if possible, but I noticed that you don't have a service today and aren't open to public visits." "Oh, I'm Maggie. I don't work here. I'm visiting my friends. But you've come to the right place for this. They've just obtained some funds from the government, along with generous public donations, to make the plaque. They've organized an association in the name of Dr. John Dee of Mortlake. Let me tell you, they're very proud of it. Or I should say, we are so proud of the doctor for his achievements. We appreciate the recognition he brought to Mortlake. Even Queen Elizabeth visited his house. Come on in." Maggie's words flowed effortlessly like a river, spilling out a stream of information about John Dee that Madeline had already uncovered in her research. Despite this, she politely followed Maggie inside the old church, marveling at the intricate stained glass windows and the musty scent of age that permeated the air. The gentle creaking of wooden pews echoed through the quiet space as they made their way to the altar, where Maggie continued her animated retelling of Dee's life and accomplishments. Madeline couldn't help but feel a sense of reverence and awe in the presence of such historical significance and beauty. "Waste of time," said an old man sitting on the steps in front of the church. "Excuse me?" Madeline stepped back outside. Maggie interrupted. "Oh, Sean, aren't you supposed to be at the library? Don't tell me you're drunk again at this hour." There were some movements from beneath a thick carpet of beard on Sean's face. Madeline suspected it was a grin to Lady Maggie. "It's winter, Maggie. There isn't much to do in the gardens. People go to a public library to read, not to look at flowers in the gardens. I'm waiting for you here, my lady. You're my flower." Sean stood up and approached Maggie. "Excuse me, I'm sorry to interrupt. You were saying something about me wasting time?" Aware of her time constraints, Madeline butted in. "Ah, at least 3 times in the last month I saw people asking the same questions as you did, looking at the doctor's stuff as if they admired him. Then they ended up searching the graveyard for his tomb. Let me tell you now, it's a waste of time." Maggie looked astonished. "Sean, have you been stalking the church?" "Oh no, I would never do such a thing." Feeling uneasy, Madeline shifted her shoulders. "What's wrong if people just want to show their respect at his tomb?" Sean laughed. "I don't think they wanted to show respect. They looked like they wanted to dig out the gold he buried with him." Don't say such a thing, Sean. It's not nice and it's disrespectful to the doctor, Maggie protested. Sean looked at Madeline. You see, now I've upset my lady. Look, I don't care if you want the gold in his coffin or not. He wasn't buried here. How do you know that? Maggie's voice was high-pitched. Sean smiled secretly. A man knows many secrets. Maggie put her hands on her hips, insistent. All right. I helped Mrs. Hanson with her gardens many times. That's what I got as payment. Stories. You know her. Full of mysterious stories. Mrs. Hanson in the Rose Cottage? Green Rose's cottage. There is no such thing as a green rose. Madeline raised her hands apologetically as if she was intruding on their conversation once again. I'm sorry. I've got to go. As I said, I just wanted to show some respect at the tomb. But if it's not here, then there's no point in me wasting your time. I'll make a donation to the church. Oh no, you should come in for a cup of tea, Maggie chirped. If you want the gold, talk to Mrs. Hanson. She knows the secrets. Her cottage is just at the next block. Sean winked at Madeline. Then he turned to Maggie. You see, I'm a good man. I don't have greed in me. I'm not digging graves for gold. Madeline's phone rang. She grabbed at it like a drowning person grabbing at a life preserver and went to a quiet corner to talk. At the other end of the line, Stephen's voice sounded scratchy. Madeline noted that it was the middle of the night in New York. I'm sorry, Madeline. Madeline felt a chill run down her spine. Instead of asking nonsense questions, she waited. I messed everything up, Stephen continued. I ran some information on Zen after I talked to you. I found out he owns a cabin in the hunting ground in the national park. I couldn't help it. I went there. I figured if he'd hidden Joe there, then I could wrap it up sweet. Bottom line, Stephen, is Joe okay? Yeah, she is. She's valuable to Zen. He'd pull the trigger on me, not on her. What? A gunfight? He shot at you? Are you okay? Just a scratch. I'm fine. But it was unfair to have 5 of them on one of me, and I couldn't fire the weapon without reciting the procedures. I wasn't there in an official capacity. Madeline's heart raced as she collapsed onto a nearby bench. Stephen's words echoed in her mind, sending shivers down her spine. He recognized me as Joe's friend, he said, his voice strained with emotion. He knew I was a cop. Madeline's grip tightened on the bench, her knuckles turning white with fear. But he still shot at you? She asked, her voice trembling. If I had been in my official position, he wouldn't have dared, Stephen replied, his jaw clenched tight in anger. But danger is always a package deal with my job. Madeline's eyes filled with tears as she realized the danger she had put Stephen in by involving him in her own personal vendetta against Zen. She muttered an apology, but Stephen didn't seem to hear it. I can't believe a computer geek like Zen could run an entire organized crime ring in the middle of a jungle, Stephen continued, his voice growing more intense with each word. And they were all armed. He wants more than just winning a computer game, Madeline mumbled, her mind racing with thoughts of what Zen's true intentions could be. Stephen's next words sent chills down Madeline's spine. He knows I was sent by you, and now he's coming after me too. Madeline shook her head in disbelief. There wasn't any time to talk or ask questions, Stephen explained. It was chaos, gunshots and shouting. He took Joe and fled, heading straight for the airport. Even if I had called backup, we wouldn't have made it in time. Madeline felt helpless and vulnerable as she thought about Zen making his way towards her. But before she could even process the situation, Stephen spoke again. I'm coming over there, Madeline, he said firmly. No, Madeline pleaded. Please don't put yourself in any more danger because of me. I've already asked too much of you. Stephen's voice lowered to a whisper. I'm not asking anything of you, Madeline. I just want you to trust me and let me help you. Stephen, I'll get Zen and then I'll find you, Stephen declared before abruptly ending the call. Madeline sat on the bench, stunned by Stephen's actions. It was the first time he had ever hung up on her. Usually she was the one cutting off their conversations. This was a total screw-up, Madeline thought. Stephen not only couldn't get Zen, but had alerted him that she had sent a cop in. Now she had to execute the plan B she didn't even have. She had to find the artifact first in John Dee's grave. Madeline drove around the block to the Green Rose cottage and approached the small gate on foot. Madeline approached the Green Rose cottage, her steps faltering as she neared the gate. The black Pomeranian's growl died in its throat, replaced by a whimper as it retreated from her presence. Mrs. Hanson appeared at the door, her eyes widening with recognition. "You," she breathed, her voice a mix of awe and fear. "The one who walks with shadows." Madeline froze. "Mrs. Hanson? Silence, child," the old woman hissed, raising a gnarled finger. "Your words carry no weight here. It's your essence that speaks volumes." Mrs. Hanson's eyes narrowed, seeming to peer into Madeline's very soul. "I see the mirror's mark upon you, the fairy tale's chosen, yet abandoned by the light." Madeline's breath caught in her throat. "How do you know?" Mrs. Hanson cackled, the sound sharp and brittle. "The shadows whisper, child. They speak of an orphan cast adrift in a sea of magic and misery." The old woman's words struck Madeline like physical blows, each one opening old wounds she thought long healed. "Even darkness shuns you," Mrs. Hanson continued, her voice dropping to a whisper. "What manner of curse must you carry, to be forsaken by shadow itself?" Madeline stumbled back, her eyes stinging with unshed tears. "No, that's not. Truth hurts, doesn't it?" Mrs. Hanson's eyes softened with something akin to pity. "You seek John Dee's grave, but beware. The path you walk is treacherous." The old woman reached out, her fingers barely brushing Madeline's cheek. Madeline gasped at the contact, images flashing through her mind, a shattered mirror, a weeping willow, a lonely child standing in an empty room. "Once touched by shadow, there's no escape," Mrs. Hanson murmured. "Your love is poison, your touch a blight. All who draw close to you will suffer." Madeline recoiled, her heart pounding. "Stop it," she pleaded, her voice cracking. Mrs. Hanson's eyes blazed with an otherworldly light. "Run, child of shadow. Run before you destroy all you hold dear, your friend, your allies. They're all in danger while you remain." "No!" Madeline cried, tears now flowing freely. "I'm trying to save them." "And in doing so, you doom them," Mrs. Hanson countered. She pointed down the street with a trembling finger. "Fossaway holds what you seek, but it may be your undoing. The Roman guards await, blind to the difference between greed and desperation." Madeline backed away, her legs shaking. Mrs. Hanson's words echoed in her mind, mixing with memories of loss and loneliness. "Remember, shadow child." "Mrs. Hanson called as Madeline turned to flee. "Every step you take toward your goal leads those you love closer to their doom. The curse you bear is not yours alone to suffer."
Chapter 6. Ciaran drummed his fingers on the steering wheel, his jaw clenched as he inched forward in London's gridlocked traffic. The sleek black Aston Martin purred beneath him, a stark contrast to the chaos of his thoughts. Bloody hell. He exhaled sharply, his breath fogging the windshield. Outside, the bitter winter air nipped at pedestrians hurrying along the sidewalks, but inside the car, a different kind of chill permeated. The argument with Madeline replayed in his mind, each word a fresh cut. Her voice, usually warm and inviting, had turned to ice. The hurt in those large brown eyes. No, he wouldn't think about her eyes. Ciaran gripped the wheel tighter, his knuckles white. He focused on the red brake lights ahead, willing the traffic to move. Anything to distract from the lingering scent of honey and chocolate that seemed to cling to his senses. And cinnamon. How had he never noticed that hint of spice before? Damn it all. He reached for his phone, unlocking it with a swipe. No missed calls, no messages. The screen remained stubbornly blank, mocking him. She won't call. You know she won't. Ciaran tossed the phone onto the passenger seat, disgusted with himself. He was Ciaran LeBlanc, for Christ's sake. He didn't pine after women. He didn't obsess over the curve of a smile or the sound of a laugh or that maddening dimple. The car behind him honked, jarring him from his thoughts. Ciaran eased off the brake, creeping forward a few inches before stopping again. He loosened his tie, suddenly feeling confined in the luxurious interior of his beloved car. This was ridiculous. He had an empire to run, deals to close. He didn't have time for what? For someone who challenged him? Someone who saw through his carefully constructed walls? Ciaran's fingers twitched toward his phone again, but he caught himself. No, he wouldn't be the one to break. He'd said his piece, laid out his boundaries. If Madeline wanted to apologize, to explain herself, she knew where to find him. The light changed, and traffic finally began to move. Ciaran shifted gears, the familiar action grounding him. He was in control, always in control. As he navigated through the city streets toward LeBlanc HQ, Ciaran pushed thoughts of Madeline aside. He had work to do, a company to run. He couldn't afford distractions. Ciaran swung the Aston Martin onto a side street, his GPS recalculating. The new route snaked through narrow alleys, but at least it was moving. As he rounded the corner near LeBlanc HQ, a plume of black smoke billowed into the sky. Bloody hell. He slammed on the brakes. The adjacent building was engulfed in flames, fire trucks crowding the street. Ciaran's eyes narrowed as he took in the scene. Firefighters argued with LeBlanc's security at the gate to a private laneway. Time to take charge. Ciaran parked haphazardly and strode toward the commotion. The acrid smell of smoke hit him as he approached. "What's the holdup?" he barked. A burly security guard turned. "Sir, these men are trying to access a restricted area." "To put out a fire, you imbecile." Ciaran's voice cut like a knife. "Open the gate, now." The guard hesitated. "But sir, protocol." "New protocol. I'm enacting it right this second. It's called Don't Let the Neighborhood Burn Down." Ciaran pulled out his phone. "Robert, get down here. We're granting fire rescue access to the north laneway. I want you personally overseeing security." He turned to the firefighters. "Gentlemen, my apologies for the delay. Please do your jobs." As the gate opened, Ciaran's sharp gaze caught one of his guards muttering under his breath. Something about foreigners and special treatment. "You." Ciaran's voice was ice. "What's your name?" The guard straightened. "Thompson, sir." "Well, Thompson, you're fired. Clear out your locker and leave the premises immediately." A chorus of protests erupted from nearby staff. A young woman in a crisp suit stepped forward. "You can't just fire someone without cause. Who do you think you are?" Ciaran raised an eyebrow. "Ciaran LeBlanc, owner and CEO of this little operation you work for. And you are?" The woman's face drained of color. I'm Sarah from Staff Management Department. I didn't realize." "Clearly." Ciaran's tone softened slightly. "Tell me, Sarah, does LeBlanc Conglomerate have a zero-tolerance policy for discrimination?" "Yes, of course, but then I suggest you familiarize yourself with it. Thompson here violated that policy, hence fired." Ciaran turned back to the firefighters, who were now making progress. "Anything else you need from us?" The fire chief nodded gratefully. "No, sir. Thank you for your cooperation." As Robert arrived to oversee security, Ciaran allowed himself a small smirk. Crisis averted, bigot fired, and he'd managed to avoid thinking about Madeline for at least 10 minutes. Progress. He straightened his tie, ready to head into the office. But first, "Sarah?" Sarah looked up nervously. "Yes, Mr. LeBlanc. Schedule a company-wide seminar on our anti-discrimination policies, and perhaps a How to Recognize Your Boss workshop while you're at it." Then he smiled at her. "I'm just kidding. Pay more attention next time." "Oh, yes, sir, Mr. It's Ciaran." With that, Ciaran strode toward the entrance, leaving a wake of shocked employees behind him. Just another Tuesday at LeBlanc HQ. Ciaran's gaze swept the chaotic scene, cataloging details with practiced efficiency. Movement caught his eye, a disheveled man chasing a shopping trolley near the burning building's edge. Flames licked dangerously close. Bloody fool. He strode towards the man, voice sharp. "Leave it! That trolley's not worth your life." The man's eyes, wide and desperate, locked onto Ciaran. "But Ciaran cut him off, gesturing to approaching firefighters. "Gentlemen, keep this civilian out of the danger zone." As they ushered the protesting man away, Ciaran caught fragments of his pleas. "Dog, stuck inside, back of the shop." The firefighters' responses blurred into background noise. Ciaran's mind raced, analyzing angles, risks, possibilities. He shouldn't care. It wasn't his problem. But the image of a trapped animal, scared and alone, damn it all. Ciaran circled the building, sharp eyes searching for an opening. There, a narrow alley obscured by smoke. He slipped past the barricades, ducking low. The heat hit him like a wall as he entered. Smoke stung his eyes, acrid in his throat. He dropped to a crouch, scanning the hazy interior. A whimper cut through the roar of flames. Ciaran's gaze snapped to a high shelf. A small husky puppy cowered there, trembling. Right. No time for hesitation. He inched closer, speaking low and steady. "Easy there, little one. I'm not going to hurt you." The puppy's ears pricked forward, but it remained frozen. Ciaran's mind raced. How to build trust in seconds. He softened his voice, channeling warmth he rarely showed. "Come on now, sweetheart. Your human's worried sick about you." The shelf creaked ominously. Flames crept closer. Now or never. Ciaran locked eyes with the puppy. "Trust me, jump." For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then the puppy launched itself through the air. Ciaran lunged, arms outstretched. The impact knocked him back, but he cradled the trembling body close. "Got you." He spun, seeking the exit. Smoke thickened, choking him, the path blurred focus. Ciaran dropped lower, feeling his way along the wall. The puppy whimpered, burrowing into his chest. "Shh, almost there," he murmured, surprised by the gentleness in his own voice. Fresh air hit his face like a blessing. Ciaran stumbled out, gulping oxygen. Shouts erupted. Firefighters converged, but Ciaran waved them off. He scanned the crowd, zeroing in on the homeless man. Their eyes met. Ciaran strode over, carefully depositing the puppy into trembling arms. "Oh God, thank you!" The man sobbed, clutching the dog close. Ciaran nodded curtly, already turning away. He had a reputation to maintain, after all. But as he walked back towards LeBlanc HQ, he couldn't quite suppress the small smile tugging at his lips. Ciaran slipped through the back entrance of LeBlanc HQ, his steps quick and purposeful. The private elevator beckoned, promising a swift escape from the chaos outside. He pressed the call button, impatient for the doors to open. "Wait!" A familiar voice called out behind him. Ciaran turned, suppressing a sigh. The homeless man from earlier hurried towards him, puppy still cradled in his arms. "No need to thank," Ciaran began, but the words died in his throat. As he watched the homeless man's form shimmer and melt away, in his place stood the radiant fairy godmother, her eyes twinkling with a mixture of mischief and wisdom. "Well, this is unexpected. To what do I owe the pleasure?" The fairy godmother smiled. "You have a good soul, Ciaran. I believed it then, and I believe it now." Ciaran's jaw clenched. "If this is about the fire, I don't appreciate being tested." "Oh, darling," she interrupted, laughing softly. "This isn't a test, it's a trade. Do you remember our last encounter? The shoe for Cinderella?" Ciaran's hand instinctively moved to his pocket where the sixpence coin still resided. "I remember." And I remember what you kept," she said, her gaze pointed. "An incomplete gift, born of very human circumstances." Ciaran felt a flicker of shame, quickly buried. "What's your point?" "The point, my dear, is that to help you today I needed more. The fire was chance. The dog rescue, that was all you." Ciaran's eyes narrowed. "Who started the fire?" The fairy godmother shook her head. "I can't reveal that, but know this, dark forces are moving against both you and Madeline." "Madeline?" Ciaran's heart rate quickened. "What does she have to do with this?" "Everything," the fairy said solemnly. "You need to fight with her, not against her. No more half measures, Ciaran." Anger flared in Ciaran's chest. "Half measures? She pushes me away at every turn." Ciaran ran a hand through his hair, frustration evident. "I have responsibilities, my company, my family. I can't prioritize Madeline over them, no matter how intriguing she might be." The fairy godmother's eyes softened. "Ciaran, dear, you can't protect your people if you're not whole." "I beg your pardon," Ciaran scoffed, his tone sharp. "I'm perfectly sound, thank you very much." "One can't be truly whole without their soulmate," the fairy countered gently. Ciaran's jaw clenched. "I know Juliet wasn't my soulmate, but finding one seems impossible, and Madeline—" He trailed off, shaking his head. "She keeps getting in the way." The fairy godmother raised an eyebrow. "Gets in the way? Or perhaps she's the way?" "What are you implying?" Ciaran asked, his eyes narrowing. "Think about it, Ciaran. Why does she affect you so deeply?" "It's not possible. She seems to sabotage every bit of progress we make." "Because she's cursed, Ciaran. She's powerful, but alone. And like you, she's not whole either." Ciaran's head snapped up, his gaze locking onto the fairy. A slow smile spread across his face, triumph gleaming in his eyes. "Thank you for the information," he said, his voice smooth as silk. The fairy godmother's eyes widened as she realized her slip. "Well, you've just confirmed it, haven't you?" Ciaran pressed, his voice low and intense. "Madeline is my soulmate." The fairy sighed, a mixture of admiration and exasperation in her eyes. "Clever boy. Yes, she is indeed your soulmate." Ciaran nodded, satisfaction coursing through him. "I see." "Your intelligence serves you well," the fairy godmother said, a note of warning in her voice. "But be careful, Ciaran. Being too clever can backfire, especially in matters of the heart." Ciaran's mind was whirling with the implications of this revelation. "You mentioned trading some information?" The fairy's expression turned grave. "Madeline is in danger. She's at Mortlake, and her enemies are closing in. She needs you, Ciaran." "Enemies? Supernaturals or humans?" Ciaran demanded, but the fairy godmother was already fading away. Remember, fight with her, not against her, her voice echoed as she vanished, leaving behind only the husky puppy, who looked up at Ciaran with soulful eyes. Ciaran glanced at his watch, mind already formulating a plan. Mortlake, Madeline, danger. The elevator dinged, doors sliding open. Ciaran stepped inside, the puppy at his heels. As the doors closed, he pulled out his phone, fingers flying over the screen. "Lily, please cancel my meetings, and tell Robert to meet me at Mortlake with his men." His heart raced, a mixture of fear and determination coursing through him. Soulmate or not, Madeline was in trouble, and Ciaran LeBlanc didn't leave his people behind. The elevator descended, carrying him toward an uncertain future, and the woman who apparently held the key to his very soul.
Chapter 7. Madeline's eyes burned as she blinked rapidly, trying to focus on the road ahead. The steering wheel felt heavy under her hands, her exhaustion seeping into every fiber of her being. She hadn't slept more than a couple of hours a day in the past week, and now hunger gnawed at her insides, a constant reminder of her neglected needs. "Come on, Madeline," she muttered to herself, slapping her cheeks lightly. "Stay awake, you've got this." She fumbled with her GPS, attempting to program in Fosse way. The device beeped in protest, unable to locate her destination. "Seriously?" Madeline groaned, frustration evident in her voice. "Is it a road? A district? A city? Give me something to work with here." With a sigh, she reached for the phone Ciaran had given her. As she powered it on, a small smile tugged at her lips, remembering the look of intense concentration on his face as he'd programmed it for her. "All right, Google Maps," she said, tapping the screen. "Don't let me down." The app loaded, revealing that Fosse Way was actually a highway connecting several towns, stretching over 350 kilometers. A section of it was labeled Roman Road. Madeline's eyes lit up. "Roman Road. That's got to be it. Mrs. Hanson mentioned Roman soldiers. We might be onto something here." She tapped her fingers rhythmically on the steering wheel, a nervous habit she'd never quite shaken. "Just a quick search," she reassured herself. "I'll be back in London before I know it, and if Zen calls tomorrow, well, at least I'll have something to show him." As she veered off the highway onto smaller, bumpier roads, the sky began to darken. Madeline's knuckles whitened as she gripped the wheel tighter, her eyes darting from side to side, searching for any sign of her destination. Come on," she whispered urgently. "Where are you, Roman Road?" Just as she was about to give up and turn around, a narrow country lane appeared, flanked by ancient stone walls. Madeline's breath caught in her throat. "Oh my God," she breathed, slowing the car to a crawl. The walls stretched as far as she could see, like sentinels guarding the secrets of centuries past. They were low, barely knee-high, but the black stones stacked together exuded an aura of timelessness that made Madeline shiver. She rolled down her window, the cool air rushing in, carrying with it the scent of damp earth and history. The green fields beyond the walls seemed to whisper tales of those who had lived and died here over the millennia. If these walls could talk, Madeline mused aloud, her voice hushed with awe, the stories they could tell. But as she scanned the area, her excitement began to fade. There was no sign of a graveyard, not even a single tomb. How could John Dee possibly be buried here? The air seemed to thicken around her, and an eerie stillness settled over the landscape. Madeline's skin prickled with goosebumps. Something felt off. "Hello?" she called out, her voice sounding small and insignificant against the vast, silent fields. "Is anyone there?" Only the whisper of the wind answered her, carrying with it a faint, haunting chant that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. The 1,000-year-old walls were mysterious, but there was no sign of a graveyard or even a single tomb. She didn't see how John Dee could be buried here. The air seemed to have grown thicker, and the wind had stopped blowing. It was eerily quiet. Something kept urging her to go ahead, an ancient voice, a haunting chant. Something was watching her, urging, pushing, clouding her judgment. It turned dark quickly. She wanted to turn around, but she couldn't seem to sync her mind and her actions. It wasn't possible to turn the car around on this narrow one-lane road. It was so narrow that 2 cars couldn't pass at the same time. Madeline checked Google Maps to see how close she was to the main road and discovered the phone was totally dead. The battery was drained. "No worries. that she thought as she turned on her GPS and programmed in her address in London as the destination. The machine flashed once, twice, and then it went blank. Madeline glanced out the windows. It was completely dark now. The chanting still hovered in the air, and the wind started to weave through the stones and trees, making eerie, flute-like sounds. She needed her blue dots, but she knew very well from experience that they wouldn't come to her when she needed them most. She had to turn the car around somehow. Madeline saw a broken part of the wall and veered toward it. In the beam of the car headlights, it appeared to be a grass field on the other side of the wall, not a swamp or a river. She was close to the gap in the wall when the car was suddenly pushed forward. A loud bang echoed in the interior of the car when it hit the stone wall, making her head ring. Still having momentum, she managed to steer back to the road, scraping the side of the car along the stone wall. It sloped down a bit. Maybe it was her imagination, but the car seemed to keep speeding forward. She hit the brakes. It didn't work. She kept hitting loose stones and tree logs, and the car swung from one side to another, but it kept moving forward. For a very brief moment, Madeline thought she saw a line of Roman soldiers marching along the wall. She shook her head. She knew fatigue was dragging at her now. Her head seemed to weigh a ton, and her mind was drifting, unfocused. She hit the brakes again. It didn't work. She saw the Roman soldiers once more. One soldier turned around and looked straight at her. His eyes were evil and red. She pressed the accelerator. It worked. As she zoomed past, the soldier raised his body-length sword and his metal shield and threw his weight at the side of the car. The car hit another log, jumped in the air, and almost flipped over. Madeline drove faster. She didn't realize that she was crying. Her headlights shone on armory, weapons, and marching soldiers. There was lightning sparking from the sky and flashing on the road right in front of her car. Madeline veered off the road, but then she saw her blue dot. And another one. Many of them, flying over the sky in a flock. But it was too late now. The car flew over a wall, landing on a slope and rolling until it hit a large rock and lay motionless. Am I dead? She couldn't move for a long time as she was pinned between the seat and the airbag. Then she heard footsteps. Madeline kicked hard and wriggled to free herself. She stumbled out of the car and looked up to the top of the ditch. Lightning cast light into the darkness of stone and trees. She saw the soldiers and their shadows. She heard them murmur in their search for her. Which way is London? She scanned the vicinity aimlessly. The lightning created a spotlight right where she was standing. Thunder roamed across the sky. Madeline yelped and jumped aside to hide. Too late. They had seen her. The shadows moved toward her. They called her name. She ran. They chased. She kept running. The shadows surged towards Madeline, their ethereal forms stretching and contorting in the darkness. Ghostly voices called her name, echoing through the night air. Panic seized her, and she bolted, her feet pounding against the uneven ground. "Leave me alone!" she screamed, her voice raw with fear. The pursuit intensified. Shadowy tendrils reached for her, grazing her skin with icy touches. Madeline's lungs burned as she pushed herself harder, ducking under low-hanging branches and leaping over gnarled roots. Suddenly, her foot caught on a hidden rock. She tumbled forward, her body slamming into the earth. Pain exploded through her as she rolled violently down a slope, sharp stones and broken branches tearing at her clothes and skin. "Get up," she hissed through gritted teeth, forcing herself to her feet. Blood trickled from a gash on her forehead, partially obscuring her vision. She stumbled forward, willing her battered body to keep moving. Then, amidst the chaos, a familiar voice cut through the night. Madeline! Her heart leapt. She knew that voice. Lightning split the sky, illuminating a figure running towards her. Ciaran. "Ciaran!" she cried out, relief flooding through her. He sprinted toward her, his face a mask of determination. Just as they were about to reach each other, a spectral form materialized between them. Ciaran didn't hesitate. He barreled through the shadow, dispersing it momentarily, and grabbed Madeline's arm. The force of his momentum sent them both tumbling to the ground. They rolled across the rocky terrain, Ciaran instinctively shielding Madeline's body with his own. When they came to a stop, he quickly pulled her to her feet. Madeline clung to him, her body shaking with sobs of relief and fear. "Ciaran, no time?" He cut her off, his eyes scanning their surroundings. We need to move, now. Confusion clouded Madeline's mind. But you're here. We're safe, aren't we? Ciaran's grip on her arm tightened. Run, he commanded, already pulling her forward. They sprinted through the darkness, rain now pelting down in sheets. Lightning flashed continuously, briefly illuminating their path in the pursuing shadows. Thunder crashed overhead, so loud it felt like the sky itself was splitting apart. Where are we going? Madeline shouted over the storm. There! Ciaran pointed ahead to a faint pulsing light in the distance. Suddenly, the air filled with a terrifying whistling sound. Ciaran's eyes widened. Get down! He tackled Madeline to the ground just as a barrage of large stones hurtled through the air above them. They hit the surrounding trees and earth with devastating force, leaving craters in their wake. Roman soldiers, Madeline gasped, realization dawning. Ciaran pulled her up again. Keep moving. They zigzagged through the onslaught, narrowly avoiding the deadly projectiles. Mud splashed up their legs, and rain lashed at their faces as they ran. The pursuing shadows seemed to merge with the storm, their forms becoming more substantial and threatening. Without warning, the world fell silent. The rain, the thunder, even their labored breathing, all sound vanished as if sucked into a vacuum. Madeline and Ciaran froze, unnerved by the sudden, unnatural quiet. Then a low, whooshing noise broke the silence. Ciaran's eyes widened in horror. Madeline, watch out! Before she could react, another volley of stones rained down upon them. The ground beneath their feet crumbled, and they found themselves falling. They tumbled down a steep, muddy slope, grasping desperately for each other as they plummeted. With a thunderous splash, they plunged into icy water. The cold shock stole the breath from Madeline's lungs. She flailed in the darkness, disoriented and panicking. Her limbs grew heavy, her consciousness fading. The last thing she felt was Ciaran's strong arms wrapping around her waist, pulling her upward. Then darkness claimed her, and the world slipped away. Chapter 8. Thick embroidered curtains, dripping with ropes and ribbons in royal colors, hung around the bed and from the ceiling, looking down at Madeline. Have I time-traveled? Madeline blinked and glanced around. She was lying on a four-poster bed in the middle of a spacious room surrounded by walls covered in deep-colored, patterned wallpaper and tapestries. Paintings in fancy frames were arranged on the walls at every corner of the room. Even the bedside lamps were ornate. Had it not been for the sight of Ciaran standing at the window in his modern clothing, talking on his cell phone, Madeline would have argued that this was a castle straight out of the 15th century. Ciaran murmured something in French. The language sounded like music to Madeline. Then, sensing Madeline's gaze, he finished the conversation and turned around. He completes the scene, Madeline thought. Complementing the setting of the room, he looked like a king. His long hair was swept back, revealing a broad forehead and sculptured face, the face of a dark angel. He was too young to be a king, but she couldn't settle for a lesser description. Within seconds, as quick and gentle as a cat, he was at her bedside. How are you feeling? Ciaran slid the phone into his pocket. Madeline moved her shoulders a bit. She ached everywhere. I've been better? Are we in a castle? Is this your house? Ciaran grinned. Yes, we are indeed in a castle. But this is not my house. It's Lumley Castle, converted into a hotel. It's the closest place I could find where the helicopter could drop us, as you didn't want to go to the hospital, nor did you want me to contact the authorities regarding the incident last night. So the Queen's Suite is what you have here. The haunted Lumley Castle? Madeline's eyes widened. Ciaran winked at her. A commercial myth. Don't disappoint me by buying into it. Madeline was puzzled and about to ask more questions, but Ciaran raised a finger, gesturing her to hold on. He picked up the handset of the phone at the desk. Yes, this is Ciaran. Yes, could you please bring it up here? Also, there should be a fax waiting for me. My CEO, Lindsay, would have gotten it by now. He's in the courtyard room. Could you bring me the document as well? Thank you. In the Queen's Suite? Yes, thanks. Ciaran turned around, smiling at Madeline. I didn't know what you like to eat, so I ordered the whole lot. The doctor said you can have solid food when you wake. Also, hold on a sec. What's going on here? What happened last night? Madeline gestured widely. Everything was confusing to her at the moment. I should ask these questions, Madeline. What in God's name were you doing in Fosse Way at that time of night? Your phone sent out a distress signal to me. How? It was dead when I was desperate to use it. There's a tracker chip in your phone. I'm not monitoring your whereabouts, but when you promised me you'd stay in the apartment, but you didn't, I got worried. Sorry, thank you for coming after me. You didn't exactly give me any other options, Ciaran murmured. You know what your travel logs looked like? You went from London to Mortlake, then straight to the Roman road during the severe storm warning hours. Then you circled on and off the ancient path and on and off the road for hours. When I located you, you flew off a wall. Were you practicing for the Grand Prix? Ciaran looked at Madeline gently, but there was no amusement in his eyes. The Roman soldiers chased me, Madeline explained. She might have hallucinated it, but that was the only piece of information she had and could give at the moment. I sound like a lunatic, she thought. Ciaran gave Madeline a blank stare. He jammed his hands in his pockets and rolled up slightly onto the balls of his feet. Madeline knew that signaled a sarcastic remark was coming, but somehow he swallowed it before it came out. Someone knocked on the door. Ciaran opened it to allow the staff to push in a breakfast tray, or a breakfast feast capped by Madeline's gauge. I'll take this. Thanks. Ciaran took a piece of paper with one hand and grabbed a parcel that looked like clean clothes on coat hangers, wrapped in plastic, with the other. He walked to a wall cabinet to hang up the clothes, as if this was his room. Madeline stared. Those were her clothes he was handling. She looked down. She was wearing a comfortable white robe, and she was pretty sure by now that underneath the robe was nothing but her skin. Ciaran glanced quickly at the facts he held in his hand. Looking as if he had seen what he wanted to see, he put the piece of paper on the desk. Then he turned toward Madeline. The bathroom is there. He pointed to a door in the corner of the room. Then he reached out his hand. Would you like a hand to get up? Although you had no internal injuries, you had a minor concussion last night. The doctor said you might feel a bit queasy this morning. Madeline narrowed her eyes, looking down at her robe and then up at Ciaran. The doctor? Dr. Thomas is our family doctor. He'll follow up this morning to make sure everything is okay. Madeline looked down again to her robe and back up at Ciaran. She was in a hotel. A private doctor had examined her last night, and in her delirium, she had objected to going to the hospital. Who exactly had put her in this robe? Madeline remembered her situation. I've got to go. I need to be back in London. Zen is coming at any time. You're not leaving until you tell me just what happened yesterday. I need answers, Madeline. You can't just brush this off and leave. Ciaran's tone was firm and authoritative. I've told you all I know. Look, Ciaran, I appreciate you rescuing me last night, but I really have to go. Right now. Ciaran stared into her eyes. You said Roman soldiers chased you. Just so you know, they didn't use guns in that era. His eyes were intense now with a hint of anger. Guns? What guns? There was a knock on the door. That must be Dr. Thomas. Ciaran strode to the door and opened it to let the doctor in. The man entering the room looked more like a kind grandfather than a doctor. Ciaran fetched a chair and put it next to Madeline's bed so that Dr. Thomas could sit down. Then he went to a corner of the room to answer an incoming call on his cell phone. How are you feeling this morning, Madeline? Asked the doctor. Just aching a bit, but I feel fine. Thanks for checking on me last night. Based on my visual examination, there are no internal injuries. However, I'd like to run a scanner through your body to confirm. Ideally, we should do a head scan as well, but that has to be done at the hospital or at our private lab. Embarrassment rushed through her. Her entire body had been examined last night and she didn't even remember it. Madeline? Huh? The scan will be quick and gentle. It's better to be safe than sorry. Dr. Thomas looked at her calmly, like a father. Something tugged at her heart. Yes, he was like the father she thought she should have. Who was here last night when you examined me? Dr. Thomas smiled. Only Ciaran and myself. There wasn't an army of people in this room, if that's what you're worried about. Madeline caught a flash of sorrow in the doctor's eyes. I'm feeling fine right now. I'm pretty sure of it. Madeline wiggled her toes underneath the blanket and did a quick mental scan of herself. She did feel fine. Ciaran finished his phone call and came to the bed. No scanning? Ciaran asked. No, she won't agree to it. Dr. Thomas shook his head with fatherly disapproval. Then he turned to Ciaran. Lindsay was kind enough to deliver my medical bag this morning, so it's time to take your bullet out. Bullet? You were shot? Madeline sat upright in the bed. Chapter 9. Just a scratch, Ciaran smiled. No, it's not. The LeBlanc's painkiller is top of the line, but you can't rely on it any longer. And you can't carry a bullet in your shoulder for more than 12 hours. Even 1 hour is too long for my liking, Dr. Thomas said. The Roman soldiers shot at you? Madeline's voice was shaky. Ciaran looked at her without a response. Madeline looked at Dr. Thomas, knowing how weird she sounded. Don't worry, Madeline. I've worked for the LeBlancs for more than 30 years, and I've heard some very unusual things, Dr. Thomas commented. All right, Ciaran compromised. How long do you need? 3 hours. I don't have 3 hours. I have to be in France for an important meeting this afternoon. 2 hours, then. 20 minutes is all I can give you. This can't be more complicated than pulling a tooth out. It's surgery, Ciaran. The bullet is in your shoulder, and the wound is deep. Without the scanner, I don't even know exactly where the bullet is. It might not be just a flesh wound, as you seem to think. The strong painkiller would numb your senses. Half an hour. You're a good doctor. I trust you can do it. Ciaran grabbed his jacket that was resting on the reading chair. Let's go. Go where? Madeline asked. My room, of course, Ciaran answered, cocking an eyebrow. No, oh no, do it right here. Ciaran looked at the doctor, puzzled, then looked at Madeline. I beg your pardon. We can talk after Dr. Thomas has scooped the bullet out of you. It'll save time, you'll see. It's just minor surgery. I'll explain to you all about last night. You should be fine talking while he's working. Madeline raised an eyebrow in challenge. You got to see me naked, and you got the doctor to work on me? Well, it's time for payback. Madeline knew it was mean of her, but she couldn't help it. If you need things done within half an hour, I could use some help, Dr. Thomas said in support of Madeline's suggestion. Ciaran was reluctant for a second, then nodded. All right, no anesthesia, Dr. Thomas. Just numb it. Madeline got up from the bed quickly, prepared for her role as nurse. Ciaran took his shirt off. In front of her was an exquisite, well-toned and sculptured set of muscles on a slender body that God must have created when he was in a very, very good mood. Madeline pretended to cinch her robe. Dr. Thomas removed the bandage from Ciaran's wound. Madeline gasped when she saw it. A slash of guilt cut into her. That could have been her bullet. Lie down in the bed for me, will you, Ciaran? Ciaran kicked his shoes off and obeyed Dr. Thomas without hesitation, showing that he just wanted to get his procedure over with as soon as possible. Madeline had expected that the humiliation of being handled in front of her would be so enormous that Ciaran would forget to ask her any questions. But apparently, he didn't miss a trick. He lay on his side, his back facing outward, so that Dr. Thomas could work on him. Ciaran looked at Madeline, who was standing on the opposite side of the bed, her hands in the pockets of her hotel robe. There were no Roman soldiers, Madeline, but you were running from someone. When I found you and managed to land the rescue helicopter, you were running away from me. You wouldn't stop. Then, after I'd gotten to you, bullets rained down on us. I couldn't see anyone, but I'm sure it was more than one person. When my rescue team approached us, they found no one, but they did discover several bullet casings by the ditch. Ciaran winced as he felt a prick from the needle. I can see the bullet, Dr. Thomas informed him. I'm numbing you now. Ciaran nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Madeline cleared her throat. I was looking for John Dee's tomb, but I'm not after gold if that's what you're thinking. I'm not drawing any conclusions yet. An old woman at Mortlake. Mrs. Hanson? Yes, you know her? Yes, but we no longer have any association. I sought her consultation on natural medicine. I was told that people were looking for John Dee's grave, and Mrs. Hanson claims she knew where it is. But people came to ask for her advice, and they were never seen again. Well, obviously she sent the Roman soldiers after them, Madeline exclaimed. If you're not after the gold like the others, why do you need to find John Dee's grave? Does it have anything to do with Zen? Yes, he asked me to find a box buried. He asked you to dig a grave and you just went ahead and did it without consulting me. I thought we had a plan, Madeline. Stay still, Ciaran, Dr. Thomas warned. Sorry, Ciaran muttered, his eyes flashing with anger but calming quickly. First, Stephen took a bullet, now Ciaran. Who will be next? Madeline bit her lips, unsure what to say. She had triggered a sequence of unfortunate events, and this wasn't going to stop. Madeline, is there anything else he wanted you to do and you haven't told me? Ciaran shook his head. Damn it, God damn it, Dr. Thomas. Ciaran sat up but then flopped face down back onto the bed. Dr. Thomas looked at Madeline. I drugged him. I'm going to need more than half an hour. Please help me straighten him up. Madeline climbed onto the bed and turned Ciaran so he lay on his side. His face had gone lax and his skin burned. He has a fever, she said. Dr. Thomas nodded. Yes, without the painkiller he'd be in very poor shape. You may want to call his right-hand man, Lindsay, and tell him that Ciaran won't make it to the meeting this afternoon. Madeline followed his instructions. She skimmed through Ciaran's address book and called. This is Madeline. Dr. Thomas asked me to let you know that Ciaran won't make it to the meeting this afternoon. Inform his family? Madeline saw Dr. Thomas shook his head. No need to. He'd need... Madeline saw Dr. Thomas mime the time he'd need until tomorrow, so no more work today. Okay? Madeline hung up the phone. Lindsay said to tell you he'd take care of Robert's family. Dr. Thomas nodded. Noticing the flash of pain that came across Dr. Thomas's face, Madeline caught him giving her another unusual glance. She pressed, Who's Robert, Dr. Thomas? Dr. Thomas was reluctant, but not for long. Ciaran's head of security. He wasn't as lucky last night. He was shot in the head and died instantly. No pain, but he just had a daughter born last month. There will be a lot of pain for the living. Madeline felt a heavy weight on her chest. It was hard to breathe. It was exactly the same heavy weight she felt when Mrs. Hanson mentioned her grief. How could she have been grieving before this happened? If that was her psychic ability, it certainly wasn't an ability she wanted to have. She opened the window for some air, but when the cold wind rushed into the room, she closed it quickly. Someone died in an attempt to rescue her last night. What if the bullet hadn't just been in Ciaran's shoulder, but somewhere fatal? Would there be more killing when Zen came here? Robert and Ciaran were like brothers. Ciaran was really angry at himself last night, Dr. Thomas said. At himself? Why not at me? Wasn't it my fault? Dr. Thomas stared at Madeline. Your fault? No. Ciaran was angry at the cowardice, at the actions of those who shot at you from the dark. Robert was his people, his family. I know Ciaran. He'll never let this go. But before he does something about it, he'll need proper rest. Dr. Thomas packed up his medical bag, his movements slow and deliberate. He looked at Madeline, his eyes filled with a mix of concern and curiosity. I've been with the LeBlancs for years, Madeline, he said, his voice soft. I saw Ciaran into this world and watched him grow up, through relationships and heartbreaks. I've only just met you, but I have the impression that whatever you have with Ciaran is going to last for a long time. Madeline's shoulders slumped, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. I don't think I can bring happiness to anyone, she whispered. I was blackmailed for information. They shot at my friend in New York. Now they're shooting at me, and they ended up killing an innocent man and almost killed Ciaran. Now I don't have what they want. They might kill my friend tomorrow. It's all my fault. Her voice broke, and the tears she'd been holding back finally spilled over. It's what I did. It's my bad karma. Dr. Thomas moved closer, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder. As Madeline's suppressed emotions came out in a storm of tears, he held her, stroking her back like a father until the weeping subsided. I don't know you, Madeline, he said gently, but I have a feeling that you're much like Ciaran. So I'll say to you what I've always said to him. You can't take responsibility for other people's actions. You might have done something in the past that you're not proud of, but that does not translate into what happens to others. Robert's death cannot be because of Ciaran's bad karma. Your friend's fate cannot be your fault. He paused, a small smile tugging at his lips. Ciaran never listens to me. He's been stubborn since he was a kid, but I hope you'll give my advice some consideration. As Dr. Thomas headed toward the door, Madeline wiped the tears from her face. He turned back, his expression serious. There's something else, Madeline. Something unusual. He hesitated, as if unsure how to proceed. Ciaran used to have a scar, a significant one. It ran from the base of his neck down to his chest, a reminder of a near-fatal incident from his past. Madeline's brow furrowed. Used to? Dr. Thomas nodded. Last night when I examined him, the scar was gone. Completely, and Ciaran, he didn't want to discuss it. How is that possible? Madeline asked, her voice barely above a whisper. That's the thing, it's not. At least not through any medical means I'm aware of. It wasn't surgically removed, that much I can tell. He sighed. The scar was emotionally significant for Ciaran. Its disappearance, coupled with your sudden appearance in his life. I can't help but think it means something larger. Something that might take both of you to find an explanation for. Madeline stood silent, processing this new information. Dr. Thomas continued, his tone shifting. Robert's death came down really hard on Ciaran last night. I didn't need 3 hours to operate. I just wanted him to rest. I put him on some sleep-inducing drugs. In his normal condition, it would only give him a couple of hours' sleep. But given what happened last night, I don't know how long the drug will knock him out. He paused, a hint of concern in his voice. When he comes to, he might have some negative reactions to the anesthetic. He's allergic to some of the ingredients in the sedative. Because of that, he might throw a tantrum. I'll leave that for you to handle. Madeline's eyes widened. What? Me? No. Dr. Thomas chuckled softly. Yes, you can. No one has ever made him do what he didn't want to do. But you did it today. I am sure one of his little tantrums will be no big deal to you. With a final, enigmatic smile, the doctor left the room, leaving Madeline alone with her thoughts and the unconscious Ciaran. She turned to look at him, her mind reeling from everything she'd just learned. The missing scar, the connection between them, the larger mystery at play. Chapter 10. Madeline's fingers twitched as she paced the opulent hotel room, her gaze darting between Ciaran's unconscious form and the ordinary mirror hanging on the wall. The memory of her first encounter with Zeth's flashed through her mind, vivid and unsettling. Mirrors, she muttered, running a hand through her hair. Always with the damn mirrors. She approached the wall mirror, studying her reflection. Dark circles under her eyes betrayed her exhaustion. I've done this before. I can do it again. Fairy tale world to human world. Times Square to wherever that goddess was. I turned those shadow creatures to stone in the park the other day. Her heart raced as she recalled Ciaran's fury when he saw the bruises on her after the failed attempt to use the magical mirror. Why the inconsistencies? Different mirrors? Different destinations? She glanced at Ciaran's still form. God, where's Zeth's when you need him? Ciaran stirred slightly, mumbling something incoherent. Sorry, Ciaran, she whispered. I need my laptop. I have to try something. Taking a deep breath, Madeline closed her eyes and focused. The air around her crackled with energy, making the hairs on her arms stand on end. Mirror, mirror, in the air, she intoned, visualizing a small mirror in her mind. A soft pop made her eyes fly open. Hovering before her was a small, shimmering mirror, no larger than her hand. Madeline's breath caught in her throat. It worked, she gasped, reaching out tentatively. Her fingers brushed the mirror's surface, sending ripples across it like disturbed water. Okay, Madeline. You can do this. It's just your hand. Worst case. Well, let's not think about that. With a shaky inhale, Madeline steeled herself and plunged her hand through the mirror's surface. She focused on her apartment, picturing her laptop's exact location. The mirror's surface rippled like disturbed water, then cleared to reveal her familiar room in the hotel at Hyde Park. Madeline's heart raced. She angled the mirror, searching for her target. There, her laptop sat on the coffee table, tantalizingly close. Gritting her teeth, Madeline pushed her arm further. The air around the mirror shimmered, distorting like a heat haze. She stretched, fingertips grazing the laptop's edge. A high-pitched squeal pierced the air. Madeline jerked back. Willow, her guinea pig, stood on her hind legs in her cage, whiskers twitching furiously. Shh, Willow, it's just me! The guinea pig wasn't having it. She darted around her enclosure, emitting a series of alarmed weeks. Madeline glanced nervously at Ciaran, but he remained unconscious. This time, she managed to grab the laptop. As she began to pull it through, a dark shape flickered in the mirror's periphery. Madeline's breath caught in her throat. The shadow coalesced, taking on a vaguely humanoid form. It reached for her with wispy tendrils. Madeline yanked the laptop through the portal with a strangled cry. The magical mirror shattered into millions of pieces and vanished into thin air. She stumbled backward, clutching the laptop to her chest, Her heart pounded as she surveyed the room, half expecting the shadow to materialize. Nothing. Willow's frantic squeaks echoed from the floor. "Willow, you hitched a ride through the transportation?" The small animal squeaked a confirmation. Madeline sagged against the wall, adrenaline leaving her limbs shaky. She'd done it. She had her laptop. She pointed at Willow. "You have to hide somewhere until I find a way to explain to Ciaran how you got here. Go!" Willow scurried under the four-poster bed. She used the laptop to access her email. As predicted, there was a message from Zen. The message read, "We had a date and you stood me up. I'm with Joe now in London. Looking forward to seeing you again. Joe says hi, by the way. She misses you. Also, thanks for sending your friend to pay me a visit. Please send him my regards. Hope to catch up soon. Love from Zen." He didn't know what she was up to. As long as she didn't talk to him, he wouldn't do anything drastic and wouldn't hurt Joe. She was his only bargaining power. Madeline sent Stephen an email asking his whereabouts and got an instant message back from his email saying he was still in transit. She made herself a cup of coffee. The caffeine jolted her system and made her feel a lot better. The longer she could keep Zen in the dark, the better it would be. The immediate issue was the man lying on her bed. He had taken a bullet for her and lost a friend because of her. If what Dr. Thomas said was true, and they did have a special connection, perhaps even a relationship, she had no idea how to make it work. Madeline went over to the bed, laying her hand on Ciaran's forehead to check his temperature. She was pleased to find that it had gone down. She tucked away a strand of stray hair on his forehead. She couldn't help it but trace her finger over his lips. He looked so peaceful when he slept. How many women have kissed those lips? She glanced at the clock. It had been 4 hours since he had fallen asleep, double the amount the doctor expected. She came back to the computer to do more work. When she next looked up, it had become dark and she was famished. On the bed, Ciaran stirred. Madeline picked up the hotel phone and ordered dinner. Shortly afterward, Ciaran opened his eyes. She sat at his bedside and smiled. He didn't smile back. He tried to sit up and was successful on his second attempt. Ciaran stood from the bed. He swayed with dizziness and leaned against the wall to get his balance. Madeline watched and said nothing. Ciaran grabbed his shirt and walked toward the door. She stopped him on his way and handed him a couple of pills and a glass of water. "Painkillers. Dr. Thomas said you'll need them." "No thanks." Ciaran tried to walk away as quickly as he could, but it was too late. His legs gave way and he collapsed to the floor with a loud thud. His breathing became ragged and strained, his face turning an eerie blue as he gasped for air. "Ciaran, what can I do?" "Get away from me." It felt like hours passed before the episode finally ended, leaving Ciaran exhausted and slumped against the wall. His skin was pale and clammy, drained of all color. Dr. Thomas had been right about the anesthesia taking a toll on his body. Slowly, Ciaran stood, raising a hand to ward off any attempts to approach him. With one last shuddering breath, he straightened himself up, as if nothing had just happened. Dinner arrived just in time to break the awkward silence. "Damn it," she thought. She was usually a lot better at handling situations like this. "Hungry?" she asked with a smile. Ciaran shook his head. "I should go back to my room." "Why don't you have something to eat? Dr. Thomas warned me the anesthesia wouldn't agree with you, but you needed it. He needed to do a proper surgery and you needed to rest." The aroma of food wafted through the room, and a soft rustling sound caught Madeline's attention. She turned to see Willow scurrying out from under the bed, her tiny nose twitching in anticipation. Ciaran's eyes widened, darting between the guinea pig and the laptop on the table. His jaw clenched, a storm brewing in his gaze. "What the hell?" he growled, his voice low and dangerous. Madeline's heart raced. She held up her hands, palms out. "I can explain." "Explain? You used that damn mirror again, didn't you?" Ciaran's voice rose. "No, not exactly. I have a theory." "A theory?" He scoffed. "Your theories nearly got you killed last time." Madeline took a deep breath, forcing herself to remain calm. "I can control smaller mirrors as portals. No bruises this time, see?" She held out her arms, turning them to show unblemished skin. Ciaran's eyes narrowed, scanning her for any sign of injury. His shoulders relaxed slightly, but the tension didn't leave his face. "You're fine?" "Completely," Madeline assured him. Look, I know you're angry, but can we talk about this? Please, stay and eat something. Ciaran ran a hand through his hair, conflict evident in his expression. What's there to talk about? Everything, Madeline said softly. We can't keep going like this, Ciaran. He hesitated, then sank into a chair. Fine, but if you're going to try and tell me Robert's death isn't my fault, don't waste your breath. Madeline sat across from him, pushing a plate of food his way. I wasn't going to say that. I don't know enough to make that call, but I do know you're carrying a lot of guilt, and it's eating you alive. Ciaran stabbed at his food with more force than necessary. You don't know anything about it. Then tell me, Madeline challenged, her voice a mix of frustration and concern. Help me understand. Ciaran looked up, meeting her gaze. The raw pain in his eyes made her heart ache, a visceral reminder of the wounds he carried. You want to understand? Fine. His voice was low, barely controlled. Robert died because I wasn't fast enough, and I grossly underestimated what came at us. I thought if they were humans, I had enough men and technology to handle the situation. If they were supernatural, I had the basics covered. I was wrong on both counts. He stood abruptly, pacing the room like a caged animal. I failed him for one simple reason. I don't know enough about our adversaries. This lack of knowledge, it's a failure I can't fix quickly, and Robert paid the ultimate price for it. His voice cracked. I shouldn't have called him. I shouldn't have let him be in the field with me. He didn't sign up for this madness. Ciaran moved towards the door, his shoulders hunched with the weight of his guilt. Madeline followed, her heart racing. Ciaran, wait. He whirled around, his eyes blazing. And you know what, Madeline? Knowledge is what Juliet had. She was an unlimited well of knowledge, brimming with passion to learn. And I failed her too. I agree, Madeline said softly, treading carefully. Juliet loved natural science. Art was just a side project. She didn't lean into science just to be with you or infiltrate your family. Ciaran locked eyes with her, his gaze intense and searching. Yes, I dug further, Madeline admitted, her voice steady despite her nerves. I found out more information, and I know that was invasive of her privacy, as you said, but I wanted to clear the air for you. Whatever people say, science was always her passion. It wasn't forced. She watched as some of the tension left his body, his anger giving way to a quiet sadness. You didn't know her, he said, his voice barely above a whisper. No, I didn't, Madeline conceded. But that's information that can be obtained, learned. We can draw educated conclusions from it. But Ciaran, you can't be responsible for everything that happens to everyone we come across. His eyes were intense, boring into her with an emotion she couldn't quite name. Madeline reached up, touching his chest with her palm. The warmth of his skin seeped through his shirt, and she felt his heart beating rapidly beneath her hand. What's in the past cannot be undone. We need to move forward. She felt his body tense under her touch, unsure whether it was her words or her proximity that affected him so. Gently, she brushed a strand of hair from his face, her fingers lingering for a moment. His black hair framed his features like a fallen angel, looking down at her with eyes that held galaxies of pain and longing. I think it was my fault, she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. Before he could respond, Madeline pressed her lips to his. The kiss was soft, persuasive, an offering of comfort and something more. She felt his muscles relax slightly beneath her touch. Breaking away, she met his gaze. We can move forward together, if you like. Ciaran said nothing, his expression unreadable. Emboldened by his silence, Madeline kissed him again. This time, the kiss was deeper, charged with the electricity of unspoken words and suppressed desires. Suddenly, Ciaran's control snapped. He slid one hand around her neck, the other at her lower back, almost lifting her off the ground as he returned her kiss with a ferocity that took her breath away. It was strong, hard, passionate. Every muscle in her body quivered in response. Then, as quickly as it began, it ended. Ciaran released her, stepping back. His voice was husky when he spoke. You don't have to feel responsible for my guilt. Those are your words, Madeline. Thanks for the sympathy kiss. I appreciate it. Before she could process what had happened, he nodded a curt goodbye and walked straight out the door, leaving Madeline standing alone, her lips still tingling from his kiss, her mind reeling from the abrupt shift. The slam of the door echoed in the room, a stark reminder of the chasm that still lay between them, despite their moment of connection. Madeline stood frozen, her heart pounding, as she tried to make sense of what had just transpired and where they would go from here.
Chapter 11. Ciaran yanked off his shirt and tossed it onto the bed, the fabric barely making a sound as it hit the plush comforter. The cool air of the hotel room chilled his skin, but it did nothing to quell the inferno raging inside him. He stalked into the bathroom, his reflection in the mirror. A stranger, wild-eyed, dangerous. He peeled off the bandage from his back. Warm blood trickled down his spine, a macabre caress that only fueled his anger. "Damn it all to hell," he growled, bracing his hands on the basin. He closed his eyes, absorbing the sensation of his own blood, a reminder of his failures. People he loved, people he was supposed to protect, had been hurt. The faces of his father and Robert flashed before his eyes, accusation in their gazes. He turned on the tap, letting the cold water run. The sound of it filled the small space, drowning out the roaring in his ears. He dipped his head under the stream, gasping as the icy water hit his scalp. But it wasn't enough to cool the fury boiling in his veins. Lifting his head, he stared at his reflection again. Gray eyes, usually cool and controlled, now burned with an unholy fire. He was losing control, and he knew it. The demon inside him, the rage his father had always warned him about, was clawing its way to the surface. A sudden knock on the door startled him from his dark reverie. He ignored it, turning back to the mirror, watching the water and blood mix as they dripped down his torso. The knock came again, more insistent this time. "Bloody hell," Ciaran growled, running his fingers through his wet hair. He stormed to the door, leaving a trail of water and blood in his wake. With a forceful yank, he threw it open, ready to unleash his fury on whoever dared to disturb him. But the sight before him stopped him cold. Madeline stood there, wrapped in nothing but a hotel robe, her feet bare on the plush carpet. Her eyes, usually warm and inviting, now sparked with an anger that rivaled his own. The sight of her, vulnerable yet fierce, sent a jolt through his system that had nothing to do with rage. Ciaran leaned against the doorframe, suddenly needing the support. "Madeline," he said, his voice rougher than he intended. Her eyes raked over him, taking in his half-naked state, the water still dripping from his hair, the blood on his back. For a moment, her anger seemed to falter, replaced by something softer, more dangerous. "Ciaran," she breathed, and the sound of his name on her lips made something inside him twist painfully. "What the hell are you doing?" He tried to smirk to maintain some semblance of control. "What does it look like? I'm having a party for one. Care to join?" Her eyes narrowed, hands planted firmly on her hips. "You're bleeding." "Your powers of observation never cease to amaze me," he drawled, the sarcasm a flimsy shield against the concern in her eyes. Madeline took a step closer, her robe parting slightly to reveal a glimpse of her thigh. Ciaran swallowed hard, his body responding traitorously to her proximity. "Let me help you," she said softly, reaching out to touch his arm. He jerked away as if burned. "You're here to give me another round of sympathy kisses? Or did you want to upgrade it to charity sex?" Madeline's eyes widened, hurt flashing across her face before it was replaced by fury. Her hand swung up, aiming for his cheek, but he caught it midair. Her skin was soft against his, and for a moment, they stood frozen, the air between them crackling with tension. "Leave me alone, Madeline," Ciaran said, his voice low and dangerous. He retreated into the room, needing to put distance between them before he did something he'd regret. But Madeline wasn't having it. She shoved him from behind, her strength surprising him. "Oh, for pity's sake," she snarled, following him into the room and kicking the door shut behind her. "You want to bleed to death? Go ahead. I'll stand here and watch. But I'm going nowhere." The rage that had been simmering beneath the surface suddenly boiled over. Ciaran whirled to face her, his hands clenched into fists at his sides. "Get away from me. I don't want to hurt you." Madeline stood her ground, her chin lifted defiantly. "You won't," she said, with a certainty he didn't feel. He lunged for the door, intent on forcing her out, but she blocked his path. With a roar of frustration, Ciaran grabbed the nearest object, a crystal decanter, and hurled it across the room. It shattered against the wall, the sound oddly satisfying. Madeline flinched but didn't back down. "Ciaran, stop this," she pleaded, her voice cutting through the haze of his rage. But it was too late. The demon was loose, and he was powerless to stop it. Ciaran's breath came in ragged gasps, his heart pounding like a war drum in his chest. Madeline stood before him, unyielding, her eyes blazing with a mix of anger and something far more dangerous, understanding. She saw through him, saw the beast clawing at his insides, and she didn't back down. "You want to fight, Ciaran?" Madeline challenged. "Fight me." A snarl tore from his throat, and he lunged, not to strike but to grasp. His hands found her shoulders, fingers digging into soft flesh. Madeline didn't flinch. Instead, she stepped into his touch, her body pressing against his. The contact sent a shockwave through him, raw and electric. "Let it out, Ciaran," she whispered, her breath hot on his skin. Her hands rose to cover his, not to push away but to hold him tighter. "But control it. You control the storm, not the other way around." He shook with the effort, every muscle taut, every nerve alight. The rage inside him roiled like a thundercloud, dark and devastating. He could feel the power building, the static charge that preceded the strike. His secret, his curse, a storm of energy that could level cities if unleashed without control. Madeline's grip tightened, her nails biting into his skin, anchoring him. "Look at me, Ciaran," she commanded. He met her gaze, drowning in the fierce brown depths. "You're not alone. I'm right here. We do this together." A shudder racked his body, and he felt the first crack of lightning, a distant rumble that shook the very foundations of the hotel. The lights flickered, the air thick with ozone and the scent of rain. "That's it," Madeline murmured, her voice a soothing balm against the chaos inside him. "Now bring it back. Control it." He clenched his jaw, sweat beading on his forehead as he fought to rein in the storm. The thunder rumbled closer, the strikes hitting nearer, the power a living thing inside him, desperate for release. Madeline's hands slid down his arms, her touch leaving trails of fire in its wake. She entwined her fingers with his, grounding him, centering him. "With me, Ciaran," she breathed, her voice a lifeline in the storm. Their breaths synced, ragged and wild, as they rode the wave of his power together. The room trembled, the windows rattling with each controlled strike. Madeline never wavered, her gaze locked onto his, her body pressed against him, a beacon in the tempest. The storm reached its zenith, the energy cresting like a tidal wave. Ciaran threw back his head, a roar tearing from his throat as he released the power, directing it upwards, away from them, away from the city. The hotel shook, the lights flickered and died, but Madeline held firm, her body a shelter in the storm. As the last echoes of thunder faded, Ciaran sagged, his body spent, his breath coming in heaving gasps. Madeline's arms wrapped around him, holding him up, holding him close. "You did it," she whispered, her voice filled with awe. "You controlled it." Ciaran looked down at her, his vision clearing, the haze of rage dissipating. In its place, a different heat ignited, a hunger that had nothing to do with destruction and everything to do with the woman in his arms. Madeline's eyes darkened, reflecting his desire. Her hands slid up his chest, her fingers tracing the lines of his muscles, igniting sparks of pleasure in their wake. He captured her mouth with his, a fierce, possessive kiss that held nothing back. She met him with equal fervor, her body pressing against his, her hands tangling in his hair. The storm outside might have abated, but a new one was building between them, a tempest of passion and need. Madeline's leg hooked around his hip, pulling him closer, deepening the kiss. Ciaran growled low in his throat, his hands sliding down to cup her thigh, his fingers digging into her soft flesh. He could feel her heat, her desire, matching his own. He walked her backward, their bodies never breaking contact, until her back hit the wall. Madeline gasped into his mouth, her eyes fluttering closed as he pressed against her, his body pinning hers, his hands exploring, claiming. "Ciaran," she breathed again, her voice a plea, a demand. He knew what she wanted, what she needed. It was the same thing he craved, release, connection, oblivion in each other's arms. His mouth left hers, trailing hot, open-mouthed kisses down her neck, tasting the salt of her skin, the sweetness of her desire. Madeline arched against him, her body trembling, her breath coming in short, sharp gasps. "More," she demanded, her voice a husky whisper. "Give me more, Ciaran." He growled, his body responding to her command, his hands gripping her hips, his mouth claiming hers once more. Ciaran's breath hitched as he pulled back from the kiss, his eyes tracing the curve of Madeline's lips, swollen from his attention. Her taste lingered on his tongue, honey and rich chocolate, with a hint of cinnamon, a combination both sweet and spicy, much like the woman herself. He wanted to savor her, to take his time exploring every inch of her body, committing it to memory. He reached out, his fingers grazing her cheek, tracing the line of her jaw, the pad of his thumb brushing against her dimple. Her skin was soft, warm, inviting his touch. Madeline leaned into his hand, her eyes fluttering closed, a soft sigh escaping her lips. The sound sent a shiver down his spine, igniting a fire in his belly. "Look at me, Madeline," he whispered, his voice rough with desire. Her eyes opened, meeting his gaze, her pupils dilated, reflecting his own need. He let his hand wander, his fingers trailing down her neck, her collarbone, her shoulder, her skin smooth and unblemished beneath his touch. He hooked his fingers under the lapel of her robe, pausing, giving her a chance to stop him. But she didn't. Instead, she reached up, wrapping her hands around his shoulders. Ciaran leaned in, capturing her mouth in another kiss, this one slower, deeper. His hands found the tie of her robe, pulling it loose, the fabric parting to reveal her body. He stepped back, his breath catching in his throat as he took her in. She was beautiful, her skin glowing in the soft light of the room, her curves begging for his touch. He reached out, his hands shaking slightly as he cupped her breasts, his thumbs brushing against her nipples. They hardened under his touch, and Madeline gasped, her head falling back, her eyes closed. Ciaran leaned in, his mouth replacing his thumb, his tongue circling the tight bud, his teeth grazing gently. Madeline's hands found his hair, her fingers tangling in the dark strands, holding him to her. He lavished attention on one breast, then the other, drawing out moans and gasps from deep within her. Her body arched against him, her hips grinding against his, seeking friction, seeking release. Ciaran's hands slid down her body, his fingers tracing the curve of her waist, her hips, her thighs. He found the heat between her legs, his fingers brushing against her, finding her wet and ready. He groaned, the sound vibrating against her skin, his body aching with need. He slipped a finger inside her, then another, her body clenching around him, drawing him deeper. He moved slowly at first, his thumb finding the sensitive center, circling gently. Madeline's hips moved in time with his hand, her body writhing. Ciaran lifted his head, his eyes finding hers. He wanted to watch her, to see the pleasure in her eyes, to know that he was the one giving it to her. He increased the pace, his fingers moving faster, his thumb pressing harder. Madeline's body tensed, her muscles coiling, her breath hitching. "Ciaran," she cried out his name. He felt her body clench around him, her orgasm crashing over her, her body convulsing. He slowed his movements, drawing out her pleasure, his eyes never leaving hers. He watched as she came down, her body relaxing, her breath evening out. A soft smile played at the corners of her mouth, her eyes glazed, her body sated. But he was far from done. He scooped her up, his arms wrapping around her, holding her close. He carried her to the bed, laying her down gently, his body covering hers. He kissed her again, his body pressing against hers. Madeline's legs wrapped around him, her heels digging into his back, urging him on. Ciaran reached between them, positioning himself at her entrance. He paused, his eyes finding hers, seeking permission, seeking connection. She nodded, her hands finding his face, her fingers tracing the line of his jaw, the curve of his lips. "Yes," she whispered. He slid into her, his body shaking with the effort of holding back, of going slow. She was tight. He moved slowly at first, his hips rocking against hers, his body finding a rhythm that matched the beat of their hearts. Her body moved with his, her hips meeting his thrust for thrust. Her body convulsed, her orgasm crashing over her, her body clenching around him, drawing him deeper, pushing him over the edge. He came with a roar, his body shaking, his breath coming in short, sharp gasps. He collapsed on top of her, his body spent, his heart pounding in his chest. Her arms wrapped around him, holding him close, her body a safe harbor in the storm of their passion. And in that moment, Ciaran knew that he was home. He had found his place, his purpose, his peace. And it was all because of her, because of Madeline. His soulmate.
Chapter 12. A few hours passed. Madeline still stared at the broken cabinet doors. Lying in the bed in Ciaran's arms, she felt every movement of his body, his energy. Their bodies fit like two pieces of a jigsaw puzzle that were meant to be next to each other. What would the big picture be like? Her life? His life? And everyone else around them? Would they make a complete picture? His heart rate had slowed, the pain that was seeping out of his pores had subdued, and he was once again peacefully asleep. Then he stirred. Madeline propped up on her elbow and rolled away from Ciaran. He opened his eyes, then sprung to his feet. He looked her up and down, taking in their state of undress and the disarray of the room. His eyes widened with concern. "Madeline, did I hurt you?" She couldn't help but smirk. "You overestimate yourself, Mr. LeBlanc. I'm perfectly fine. The furniture, on the other hand, might need some therapy." Ciaran's shoulders relaxed slightly, but his brow remained furrowed as he surveyed the damage. Madeline sat up and wrapping the sheet around herself. "Look, the TV still works. That's something, right?" She reached for the remote and turned on the television. The news was on, and a reporter's voice filled the room. A freak storm and slight earthquake hit the area during the night. Some buildings sustained minor damage, but fortunately no injuries have been reported. Meteorologists are baffled by the sudden. Madeline raised an eyebrow at Ciaran. "Well, looks like Mother Nature gave you a built-in alibi, but we both know who the real culprit is. Want to tell me more about it, or is that a story for another day?" He sat down at the edge of the bed. "I trigger the lightning when I'm in a rage and need a release. I don't know how or why, and I have no control over it." "It sounded very far away, though," Madeline observed. He nodded. "It strikes at a great distance from where I am. Otherwise, my adversaries would be able to identify my location, and I'm not ready to deal with them. Not yet. I assume you have a lot more to explain to me since I'm a newbie in the supernatural business. That's for another day. But for now, just a naive question. Lie to me if you must, but are you human?" He laughed softly. "As far as I know, yes." Ciaran reached out, gently tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. "Thank you for last night," she snorted. "It's mutual benefit. You don't have to thank me for that." He shook his head. "Thanks for staying, for understanding, for letting me be myself. That's more than just a benefit." She linked her fingers with his. "Whatever this means, you and me, at least for now, we're in this together." He placed a gentle kiss on her lips. "You're an extraordinary woman, Madeline. It's my honor that you're sharing this journey with me." Then he locked eyes with her. "My family must not know about this." "About us, or your Ciaran the Thor ability?" she quipped. He chuckled. "The supernatural ability." "Got it. Won't tell a soul," Madeline promised. As Madeline basked in the warmth of his affection, a chill ran down her spine. Mrs. Hanson's warning echoed in her mind. "You are cursed, and those you love will be hurt." The joy she'd felt moments ago twisted into a knot of fear in her stomach. Ciaran must have sensed the change in her demeanor. "Madeline, what's wrong?" She forced a smile, pushing the dark thoughts aside. "Nothing. Just hungry. Are you?" "Starving," he admitted. "Well, there's an absolute feast in my room that used to be dinner. Interested?" Ciaran smiled, his eyes twinkling with affection. "I'd love to." A few minutes later, Madeline and Ciaran sat across from each other, the remnants of their dinner pushed aside. A bottle of rich red wine stood between them, half empty. Madeline had just finished recounting the events with Zen, Joe, and her misadventures in Mortlake. Ciaran swirled the wine in his glass, a contemplative look on his face. "So," Ciaran said, his gray eyes twinkling with amusement, "this Stephen character." Madeline tilted her head, curiosity piqued. "What about him?" "Have you ever considered giving him a chance?" Ciaran's lips quirked into a small smile. "A chance to what?" Madeline asked, genuinely puzzled. Ciaran chuckled, the sound low and warm. "He likes you, Madeline. It's quite obvious." Madeline's eyes widened, and she let out a laugh. "Stephen? Oh, come on, he's harmless." Ciaran hummed, his tone skeptical. He took a sip of his wine, eyes never leaving Madeline's face. "Don't call Stephen a character," Madeline protested, her voice tinged with affection. "He's a real cop, you know." "Ah, yes, of course," Ciaran nodded, his expression turning more serious. "Speaking of which, would you consider bringing him into this situation?" Madeline's brow furrowed. "Not if I could help it. I don't want to put him in danger." "You meant if I could help, didn't you?" Ciaran's voice held a hint of challenge. Madeline rolled her eyes, a small smile playing on her lips. Egotistical clash of the male species, she thought. Instead of voicing her thoughts, she simply smiled, deciding silence was the better part of valor. Ciaran leaned forward, his eyes intense. "Why don't we tell Zen that I'm the White Knight?" "What?" Think about it, Ciaran continued, enthusiasm building in his tone. I can talk to him, make him believe me. We could arrange a fake John Dee's tomb for him to dig up. When we've got him snug in our trap, we can hand him over to Stephen the cop and get Joe out of trouble. As he spoke, Ciaran leaned back in his chair, swirling the wine in his glass with the nonchalance of someone discussing a board game strategy. Madeline watched him, her expression a mix of admiration and disbelief. You make it sound so easy, she smiled at him. Ciaran's eyes met hers. You don't like the plan? No, it's perfect, Madeline said, her tone uncertain. But you don't think there's a real John Dee's tomb? Ciaran shrugged. There must be one somewhere, but I'm not interested in his gold, nor do I have any desire to dig up a grave. Zen is a computer game fanatic, Madeline pointed out. You think you can make him believe you? A slow, confident smile spread across Ciaran's face. I'm an excellent player. Madeline leaned in, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. Have you ever gotten into trouble with the police? Ciaran's only response was to take another sip of his wine, his eyes dancing with mischief over the rim of the glass. Just a rhetorical question, Madeline muttered, her smile widening as she gazed at Ciaran. Her eyes roamed over his face, taking in his restored vitality. What are you going to do about Robert? The playfulness vanished from Ciaran's face, replaced by an unreadable expression. We'll pay his family a visit, he said, his voice low and somber. He stood up as if to leave the room. I don't think your room is inhabitable at the moment, Madeline reminded him gently. You slept on my bed before, Ciaran countered. I didn't, but you did. He nodded, conceding the point. I'll arrange another room. Madeline arched an eyebrow. Another hotel room? We can come back to One Hyde Park. We can use it for a couple of days. A couple of days? Madeline's voice rose slightly. Don't you have a home? A permanent address? Ciaran's gaze locked with hers, and Madeline found herself unable to read his emotion. Her usual perceptiveness seemed to falter when it came to him. I have a number of addresses, he said slowly. They're permanent because they are mine, but none of them truly qualifies as a home. The apartment at One Hyde Park will do for a week. Then what, Ciaran? Ciaran shoved his hands into his pockets, his posture suddenly tense. Then we'll see. Later, Madeline looked out from the window of the car. The town was charming, but she just felt something wrong was about to crash down on Ciaran and her. Ciaran parked his car in the yard of a cottage in Stow-on-the-Wold. The house was as cozy and charming as the ancient town in which it was located. Ciaran pushed the door open and walked straight into the house. A woman stormed out from the side room. She clung to Ciaran and sobbed. Ciaran embraced her and murmured something that Madeline knew was more than typical condolences. There was no formality between them. He held the woman tightly and said nothing until her weeping abated. This is my friend, Madeline Rue, Laurent Chandler, Robert's wife. Laurent Chandler was in her late 30s and quietly attractive. I'm very sorry for your loss, Mrs. Chandler. Laurent smiled. Laurent, it is. Would you like a cup of tea? Laurent led them to the room at the back of the house. The room was warm with candlelight. The winter sun didn't shed much light into the room, particularly on a grim day like this. Robert's coffin lay in the middle, and his picture stood quietly on a stand next to it. Robert Chandler was a sturdy-looking man in his early 40s. He looked formidable with a strong face, brown hair, and honest eyes. Ciaran stood still, looking at the picture. Beneath his calm expression was the unspeakable pain that Madeline understood. Laurent came into the room with the baby in her arms. She gave her to Ciaran. He held the baby gently, kissing her forehead as if she would break like crystal. Then he gave the baby back to Laurent. Were you comfortable with Lindsay's arrangements? Ciaran asked. Laurent looked at Ciaran. Her eyes were dry now and filled with the affection of a sister. That was all Robert would have wished for. He'd be pleased. Dr. Thomas put through an official record of accidental death. Everything was handled smoothly. Thank you. You thank me for this? Yes, and Robert would thank you for what you've done for us. I'll find the answer, Laurent. I will find the answer for all of this. Please don't mix it with vengeance, Ciaran. Robert's death was part of the job he took on with you. He had no such duty, Laurent. There is no money in the world that could give his girl back her father, give you back your husband, and me, back my friend. Had I known... You didn't know, Ciaran. You didn't know. And let's keep it at that. Laurent looked at Madeline. Madeline couldn't understand how a newly grieving widow could have had such warmth in her eyes. Ciaran, Laurent continued, Robert would have been happy to see you open up for a new life. It has been long enough to forgive, Ciaran. Ciaran shook his head. But not enough to forget, Laurent. Never enough. Madeline's breath caught in her throat as she noticed blue bubbles materializing in the air. At first, they were faint, barely visible wisps of azure light, but they quickly coalesced into a spectral image of Robert. Her heart raced, pounding so hard she could feel it in her ears. Panic gripped her chest, thoughts whirling like a tornado in her mind. "Oh God, no," she whispered, her voice barely audible, a trembling exhale that seemed to hang in the suddenly chilled air. Ciaran turned, concern etching deep lines into his features. His eyes, usually sharp and controlled, now held a flicker of fear. "Madeline, what's wrong? I feel unwell. Can we leave?" Madeline asked, her voice trembling slightly. Ciaran stood and helped her up. "Of course." He said goodbye to Laurent and escorted Madeline out of the house. She couldn't tear her eyes away from Robert's spirit. The ghostly figure stood there, translucent and shimmering like a reflection on water. Outside, she turned to Ciaran. I can see Robert." Ciaran's eyes widened. "You mean his spirit?" "The connection with Zeth's. I think it allows me to see souls. Zeth said spirits who died violently struggle to cross over. They linger." Her chest tightened, breaths coming in short, painful gasps. "Ciaran," she pleaded, her eyes filling with tears, "does that mean Robert can't cross?" Pain flashed across Ciaran's face, his jaw clenching so hard Madeline could almost hear his teeth grinding. "Is he here right now, standing close to us?" As if responding to Ciaran's question, Robert's spirit appeared again. He was pointing insistently at a small flower pot in the front yard, his spectral form flickering like a faulty light. "Yes, Ciaran, and he's pointing at those flowers." She pointed to guide Ciaran toward the flowers. Ciaran's gaze snapped to the flowers growing just outside the fence. His expression darkened from confusion to recognition, then to a fury so intense it made Madeline take a step back. The flowers were delicate and beautiful, with 5-petaled blossoms in a deep, rich purple. Their centers were a vibrant yellow, creating a striking contrast. The leaves were a dark green, almost glossy in appearance. Despite their beauty, there was something unsettling about them, as if they carried a hidden menace. "I know those flowers," he growled, his voice low and dangerous, "and I know who put them there." He stormed toward his car, fury radiating off him in waves. The gravel crunched under his feet. Madeline hurried after him, her heart racing. She slid into the passenger seat before he could stop her. He peeled out of the driveway, tires screeching on the pavement and leaving the acrid smell of burning rubber in their wake. As they sped away, Madeline caught one last glimpse of Robert's spirit in the rearview mirror, his form fading like mist in the morning sun. She closed her eyes, sending a silent prayer to whatever powers might be listening. "Please, let us find a way to help him." She stared at Ciaran's profile. His jaw was set, eyes fixed on the road ahead, but she could see the muscle twitching in his cheek, the barely contained storm of emotions threatening to break free. "Ciaran, where are we going? What do those flowers mean?" For a long moment, she thought he wouldn't answer. Then, without taking his eyes off the road, he spoke, his voice low and filled with a mixture of pain and rage. "Those flowers. They're a signature, a calling card left by someone who should be rotting in hell for what they've done." Madeline's breath caught in her throat. "Who?" she whispered. Ciaran's hands tightened on the steering wheel, his knuckles turning white. "The person responsible for Juliet's death," he said, the words coming out like venom. "And now, it seems, for Robert's as well."
Chapter 13. The narrow lanes of the Cotswolds wound through a patchwork of emerald fields and honey-colored stone cottages, a picturesque scene that belied the tension coiled within Ciaran's chest. He guided the car around yet another bend, the tires crunching on loose gravel. "You're sure this is the right way?" Madeline asked, her fingers drumming in anxious rhythm on the passenger door. Ciaran's jaw clenched. "Unfortunately, yes. I remember every inch of this godforsaken road." The car crested a small hill, revealing a vista of rolling countryside dotted with grazing sheep. In the distance, a quaint village nestled in a valley, its church spire piercing the misty air. "It's beautiful," Madeline murmured, then caught herself. "I mean, considering we're basically walking into the lair of a murderous witch." Ciaran's laugh was sharp and humorless. "Careful. Mrs. Hanson might take that as a compliment." He pulled off the main road, parking behind a weathered stone wall draped in ivy. The cottage lay just ahead, its thatched roof and climbing roses the very picture of rural charm. "Stay close," Ciaran warned as they approached on foot. "And whatever you do, don't eat or drink anything she offers. I don't care if it's just a glass of water." Madeline nodded, her expression grim. Noted. No snacking at the evil witch's house. They pushed open a creaking wrought iron gate, stepping onto a cobblestone path lined with an array of vibrant, yet unsettling flowers. Ciaran's eyes narrowed as he recognized the distinctive black petals of the flowers of death scattered among the blooms. Before they could reach the door, it swung open. Mrs. Hanson materialized on the threshold, her appearance a jarring contrast to the idyllic setting. Straggly gray hair framed a face etched with deep lines, and her eyes glittered with unsettling intensity. "Well, well," she crooned, her voice raspy. "If it isn't young Mr. LeBlanc, come back for another taste of the old ways, have you?" Ciaran's shoulders tensed. "You know damn well why I'm here, Mrs. Hanson." The old woman's gaze slid to Madeline, a sly smile playing at her lips. "And you've brought a friend. How unexpected." She descended the worn stone steps, bizarre earrings jangling with each movement. They looked like tiny bones, Madeline realized with a shudder. "I'm surprised to see you again so soon, my dear," Mrs. Hanson said, addressing Madeline directly. "Found what you were looking for, did you?" Madeline opened her mouth to respond, but Ciaran cut her off. "Enough games," he growled. "You know why we're here, and don't pretend you're not disappointed to see her alive." Mrs. Hanson's eyebrows shot up in mock surprise. "Such accusations. I merely gave the young lady directions. I can't be held responsible for where the road takes her." She grinned, revealing teeth blackened with decay. Madeline fought the urge to recoil. Ciaran took a menacing step forward. "You killed Robert. I want to know why." "Tsk, tsk," Mrs. Hanson clucked her tongue. "In the real world, Ciaran, you'd find yourself in quite a bit of trouble, throwing around baseless claims like that." "But this isn't the real world anymore, is it?" Ciaran's voice was low, dangerous. "Not when you can kill with a thought, not with your dark arts." Mrs. Hanson's eyes glittered. "If you had proof, you'd have sent your hounds to finish me off long ago. But you haven't, have you?" "I saw the flowers of death," Ciaran spat. "Your calling card." "Ah, so you visited the poor boy's remains," Mrs. Hanson mused, her tone almost wistful. Madeline bristled. That poor boy was a good man, a friend. Mrs. Hanson's laughter was like dry leaves scraping across stone. My, the two of you together, isn't that something? I was warned, you know. Should have listened, I suppose, but no matter. I serve a higher purpose now. The Lord has answered my prayers." She spread her arms wide, as if embracing the misty air around them. "So I find myself in a charitable mood. How can I help you?" Ciaran's eyes narrowed. "I couldn't care less about your delusions of divine favor. You sent Robert to his death, and you never do anything without a price. Tell me who hired you, and I'll walk away." Mrs. Hanson's laughter rang out again, echoing off the stone walls of the cottage. "Oh, Ciaran, always so focused on the material world. You can't see beyond the veil, can you?" "If there's a God involved," Ciaran growled, "then that's exactly who I want to know about." The old woman's smile faded, her eyes taking on a distant, glassy quality. The air around them seemed to thicken, charged with an unseen energy. Ciaran's jaw clenched as Mrs. Hanson's eyes gleamed with malicious amusement. The air around them seemed to thicken, charged with an unseen energy that made the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. "The bullet wasn't meant for Robert, Ciaran." Mrs. Hanson's voice slithered through the air. "It was meant for you." His blood ran cold, a chill racing down his spine. "What?" "Oh yes," she purred, her lips curling into a grotesque smile. "I was hired to cast a protective spell on you. The spell redirected it to poor Robert instead." Ciaran scoffed, disbelief etched across his face. His mind raced, trying to process the implications of her words. "You expect me to believe you can cast spells?" Mrs. Hanson's lips curled into a sly smile. "I've been blessed by the divine, dear boy. My powers have grown." "Bullshit!" Ciaran spat. his hands clenching into fists at his sides. "Such language," she tutted, her tone mockingly maternal. "But if you don't believe in my magic, perhaps there's another explanation." Her gaze slid to Madeline, and Ciaran's muscles tensed instinctively. He shifted his weight, ready to move at a moment's notice. "Maybe it was Madeline's shadow that reflected the bullet onto Robert to protect you." Rage boiled in Ciaran's veins, his vision tinged with red. "Leave her out of this," he growled, voice low and dangerous. "Why? She's already knee-deep in our world, isn't she?" Ciaran took a menacing step forward, looming over the old woman. "I'm warning you." Suddenly, Mrs. Hanson froze, her eyes glazing over. The air crackled with an unseen energy, making Ciaran's skin prickle. "What the—" Before he could finish, Mrs. Hanson's demeanor shifted violently. Her face contorted into a snarl, features twisting into something inhuman. With a speed that defied her frail appearance, she lunged at Ciaran. "Look out!" Madeline's cry pierced the air. Ciaran's instincts kicked in. He ducked, feeling Mrs. Hanson's nails graze his scalp. The near miss sent a jolt of adrenaline surging through his body. He spun, grabbing her wrist and twisting, using her momentum against her. Mrs. Hanson howled, a sound more beast than human that sent chills down Ciaran's spine. She broke free with impossible strength, her eyes wild and feral. Ciaran's heart pounded in his chest as he grappled with Mrs. Hanson's writhing form. Her strength defied logic, muscles coiled like steel beneath papery skin. He struggled to maintain his hold, every fiber of his being screaming danger. "Ciaran!" Madeline's voice cut through the chaos. "There are spirits. They're everywhere." He risked a glance at Madeline, seeing her eyes dart wildly, tracking invisible entities. "What do you mean?" he grunted, narrowly avoiding Mrs. Hanson's clawing fingers. "They're hovering in and out of her body." Madeline's voice cracked with panic. "Like they're trying to break through from somewhere else." Ciaran's mind raced, trying to process this new information while fending off Mrs. Hanson's relentless assault. "She's become a vessel," he managed to say, his breath coming in short gasps. "But for what? I don't—" His words were cut short as Mrs. Hanson's elbow caught him in the ribs with brutal force. The impact knocked the wind from his lungs, and he staggered back, gasping for air. "We need to restrain her," Madeline shouted, diving forward to help. Together they wrestled Mrs. Hanson to the ground. Ciaran's muscles strained against her inhuman strength, sweat beading on his forehead. "There's a garden hose by the fence," he panted, spotting their potential salvation. "Grab it." Madeline sprinted for the hose while Ciaran pinned Mrs. Hanson's thrashing limbs. Her eyes rolled back in her head, mouth foaming. The sight sent a chill through him, but he held firm. "Hurry!" he yelled as Madeline returned, hose in hand. They worked frantically to secure Mrs. Hanson's arms and legs, Ciaran's heart racing as he anticipated her breaking free at any moment. Just as he tightened the final knot, a surge of energy exploded from her body. The force catapulted him through the air. Time seemed to slow as he flew backward, helpless against the invisible blast. He slammed into the ground several feet away, vision blurring on impact. Pain lanced through his skull, and he fought to stay conscious. Through the haze, he saw Mrs. Hanson's body contort unnaturally. She rose, snapping the hose like thread, her jaw unhinged, stretching impossibly wide. Ciaran's blood ran cold at the sight. "Ciaran!" Madeline's voice sounded distant, as if coming from underwater. "She's going to—" He barely registered Madeline's words as Mrs. Hanson loomed over him, chest expanding like a bellows. Heat radiated from her gaping maw, and Ciaran's instincts screamed danger. With every ounce of strength he could muster, Ciaran rolled to the side. A gout of flame scorched the grass where he'd lain just seconds before. The heat seared his skin, and the acrid smell of burning vegetation filled his nostrils. "What the hell?" he croaked, scrambling to his feet, his mind reeling from this impossible turn of events. Madeline's voice pierced through the roar of flames. "Ciaran, duck!" He dropped instinctively as Mrs. Hanson pivoted, her burning eyes tracking his every move. Another blast of fire whooshed overhead, singeing the tips of his hair. "Madeline!" Ciaran called, rolling to avoid yet another fiery assault. "We need to." His words were cut short as Mrs. Hanson lunged with impossible speed. Ciaran braced for impact, but suddenly found himself face down in the grass, Madeline's weight pressing him into the earth. A searing heat passed over them, followed by an inhuman shriek. The air crackled with energy, and then, Silence. Ciaran felt Madeline's body go limp above him. Gently, he eased her off, laying her on the soft grass. His heart raced as he took in her pale face and closed eyes. "Madeline?" he whispered, cupping her cheek. "Come on, open those big brown eyes for me." As if on command, her eyelids fluttered open. Relief flooded through him. "Tell me where it hurts," Ciaran said, his voice tight with concern. "What can I do for you?" Madeline's lips quirked into a weak smile. "I'm not hurt, Ciaran. Just a bit spent. Magical mirrors take a lot out of a girl, you know." He couldn't help but chuckle, rubbing his thumb over the dimple on her left cheek. "I'm going to help you up, take you to the car, and then we're going home. You're not going to shatter if I sit you up, are you?" "I'm not a crystal vase, Ciaran," she retorted, rolling her eyes. As he gently helped her into a sitting position, Madeline's gaze fell on the garden. Where Mrs. Hanson had stood moments ago, there was now only a pile of stone and dirt. "I only used a small mirror for emergencies," Madeline said quickly, her words tumbling out. "She was going to burn you to a crisp. Don't be mad." Ciaran's eyebrows shot up. "Mad? You single-handedly saved the day. Again, you quite literally stood between me and certain death. How could I possibly be mad?" "Well, when you put it that way," Madeline grinned. "Although," Ciaran added, helping her to her feet, "next time I'd prefer we discuss strategy first." "I'm pretty sure I could have dodged that fire," Madeline snorted. "Sure you could have, hotshot," Ciaran chuckled. "We'll discuss your questionable self-preservation technique later." She shook her head. "There's no real technique to it. I called Medusa. Don't freak out, but it seems only I can see her. Then I used a small magical mirror to reflect her gaze onto Mrs. Hanson. And well, you know the rest." Ciaran opened his mouth to respond, but was interrupted by the sound of approaching footsteps. They turned to see a man entering the yard, a look of exasperation on his weathered face. "Oh, hello there," the man called out, his eyes landing on Madeline. "Fancy seeing you again, miss." "Sean!" Madeline exclaimed. "How? Unexpected to run into you here." The gardener's gaze swept over the disheveled yard, lingering on the pile of rubble. He sighed heavily. "Blimey, not again. Someone's gone and shattered Mrs. Light, Hanson's garden gargoyle. Third time this month." Ciaran and Madeline exchanged a look, biting back laughter. "That's quite unfortunate," Ciaran managed, his voice strained with suppressed mirth. Sean shook his head, muttering about kids these days as he shuffled off to tend to the garden. As they made their way out of the cottage grounds, Ciaran's eyes caught sight of something that made his blood run cold. There, nestled among Mrs. Hanson's flower beds, were the distinctive black petals of the flowers of death. "Madeline," he nodded toward the ominous blooms. She followed his gaze, her eyes widening. "Flowers of death. Yes," Ciaran confirmed grimly. "It seems Mrs. Hanson's secrets didn't die with her."
Chapter 14. Madeline stepped into the opulent foyer of No. 1 Hyde Park, her eyes widening at the luxurious surroundings. The marble floors gleamed beneath her feet, reflecting the soft light from crystal chandeliers that hung like frozen waterfalls from the vaulted ceiling. It was a far cry from her cozy apartment, a reminder of the vast world Ciaran inhabited. Ciaran's hand rested lightly on the small of her back, guiding her forward with a gentleness that belied his imposing presence. The warmth of his touch sent a subtle shiver up her spine, a stark contrast to the cool, polished surfaces surrounding them. "Welcome to my humble abode again," Ciaran murmured, his striking gray eyes softening as they met hers. The corners of his mouth twitched in what might have been the ghost of a smile. Before Madeline could respond, a whirlwind of energy burst through the doorway, shattering the quiet elegance of the moment. "Captain Grumpy, you're alive!" A tall, handsome man with soft gray eyes swept Ciaran into a bear hug, lifting him off his feet as if he were a rag doll. Ciaran's face contorted in a mix of pain and annoyance, his usual composure crumbling under the assault of affection. "Put me down, you overgrown chimpanzee," Ciaran growled, but Madeline caught the hint of affection in his tone. It was like watching a grizzly bear being cuddled by an enthusiastic Saint Bernard. The man, who could only be Tada, Ciaran's younger brother, set him down and turned to Madeline with a dazzling smile that could have powered half of London. "This must be Madeline," he beamed, "a vision of a modern princess, a kick-ass version of Cinderella. Dr. Thomas's words, not mine, though I wholeheartedly agree." Before Madeline could introduce herself or process the whiplash of Tag's exuberance, she found herself enveloped in a fierce embrace. Sandwiched between two impressively tall men, she noted the family resemblance despite their differing demeanors. It was like being caught between a storm and a stone wall. "Tad, release her before you scare her off," Ciaran said, his voice a mix of exasperation and amusement. "She's faced enough terrors lately without adding you to the list." Tad stepped back, grinning unabashedly. "My apologies. I'm just thrilled to see my brother in one piece. When Dr. Thomas called, I feared I'd find him wrapped head to toe in bandages, scowling through a gap." Ciaran's eyes narrowed. "So Dr. Thomas called you home from your safari trip to assist me in things I don't need. You put words in his mouth, twisted and added your version of what he said regarding Madeline." "You were shot," Tag countered, his smile fading slightly. "Is that true or not, Ciaran?" "It was hardly more than a scratch," Ciaran muttered, shifting uncomfortably. Madeline raised an eyebrow, unable to contain herself. "A scratch that required surgery and a drug that knocked you out for 4 hours? I've seen paper cuts more benign." Tag's eyes widened, a delighted grin spreading across his face. "Oh ho, care to elaborate on that, Captain Grumpy? Sounds like you found your match." Ciaran shot Madeline a look that was half annoyed, half impressed. "Thank you for that. Now he'll never let it go. You've handed him ammunition for at least a decade." "Someone has to open you up, Captain Grumpy," Tad quipped, slinging an arm around his brother's shoulders. "Mind you, I caught you smiling twice in the last 60 seconds. He shot Madeline a conspiratorial glance. "I think someone has already cracked that impenetrable fortress you call a heart." Ciaran shrugged him off, but Madeline noticed the corners of his mouth twitching, fighting a losing battle against a smile. It was like watching ice melt in real time. "We have work to do," Ciaran said, his tone serious but lacking its usual edge. "I need to set up a filter to block our location, Madeline. Then you can turn on your laptop and let Zen make contact." "Ooh, spy stuff!" Tag's eyes lit up like a child on Christmas morning. "Can I help? I promise I won't press any big red buttons, unless they're really shiny." Ciaran pinched the bridge of his nose, a gesture Madeline was beginning to recognize as his go-to move when exasperated. "This isn't a game, Tad. It's serious." "I know," Tad nodded, his expression sobering, "but surely you could use an extra set of hands. I promise to behave. Scout's honor." He held up 3 fingers in what was probably supposed to be the scout salute, but looked more like a mangled peace sign. Ciaran shook his head and started working on a small device, his fingers moving with practiced precision. "How about some coffee while the genius works?" Tag turned to Madeline, flashing what appeared to be his most charming smile. But Madeline was beginning to realize that the LeBlanc brothers could trademark their smiles. There was no need to try. They were naturally disarming. "Coffee would be lovely, Tag." She smiled back, grateful for a moment to catch her breath in this whirlwind of fraternal dynamics. "But touch nothing without my express permission," Ciaran called out, not looking up from the small device. "We're not reliving the great coffee machine disaster of 2018. Tag clutched his chest in mock offense, stumbling back as if physically struck. "That was one time, and I maintain it was the machine's fault. It had it out for me from the start." "You nearly flooded my entire kitchen with espresso," Ciaran retorted. "I was finding coffee grounds in my shoes for weeks." "I was trying to make you smile," Tag protested. "You'd been working for 72 hours straight. I thought a little caffeine waterfall might perk you up." Madeline couldn't help but laugh at their banter, the tension of the past few days momentarily forgotten. "I'm sensing there's a story here. Several, actually." Tad's eyes twinkled mischievously, a look that promised a treasure trove of embarrassing tales. "Oh, there are many stories. Has he told you about the time he—" "That's quite enough, Tad," Ciaran interrupted, clipping the small device onto Madeline's laptop with a finality that brooked no argument. "You can switch on your laptop now, Madeline. Let's get back to the matter at hand." As Madeline's laptop screen flickered to life, a shrill ring pierced the air. Her heart leaped into her throat as she answered the call, her voice trembling. "Hello?" "Ah, Madeline." Zen's silky voice slithered through the speaker, dripping with false warmth. "How nice to hear your voice. Did you enjoy your little road trip?" Madeline's eyes darted to Ciaran, who nodded encouragingly. It was eventful, she managed, her mind racing. The storm in Fosse Way was quite something. Oh, I'm sure it was, Zen purred. But let's cut to the chase, shall we? Where's John Dee's grave? Madeline's throat tightened. I want to speak to Joe first. That was our deal. A chilling laugh echoed through the room. Oh, Madeline, you're in no position to make demands. But since you asked so nicely. There was a rustling sound, then a muffled whimper that made Madeline's blood run cold. Joe? She cried out, her voice cracking. Joe, are you okay? That's enough of that, Zen cut in smoothly. No, wait, Madeline pleaded. Let me talk to her. Please, I need to know she's all right. Your concern is touching, Zen's voice dripped with sarcasm. But I'm afraid Miss Cassidy is, indisposed at the moment. You'll have to take my word that she's alive, for now. Madeline's hands clenched into fists. How do I know you're not bluffing? Let me hear her voice. Tsk, tsk, Zen clucked his tongue. Such distrust. I'm hurt, Madeline, but if you insist on wasting time. Another muffled sound came through the speaker, this time more like a sob. Joe, Madeline called out again, desperation coloring her voice. I said that's enough. Zen's voice hardened. Now about White Knight. Ciaran caught Madeline's eye, nodding subtly. She understood. Yes, she said, her voice steadier now. I can set up a meet. Excellent, Zen replied, a hint of triumph in his voice. And John Dee's grave? Ciaran quickly scribbled on a piece of paper. Oxfordshire. Oxfordshire, Madeline said, her heart pounding. You'll have to do better than that, my dear, Zen's voice hardened. I need specifics. Madeline's frustration bubbled over. I've told you what I know enough. Now let me speak to Joe properly. My, aren't we demanding today? Zen's voice took on a dangerous edge. Let me make something very clear, Madeline. You are not in control here. I am. And if you want your precious Joe to remain in one piece, you'll start giving me the information I want. I don't even know if you really have her. Madeline shot back, her fear turning to anger. For all I know, those sounds could be recordings. Zen chuckled, the sound sending chills down Madeline's spine. Are you willing to bet Joe's life on that theory? Because I assure you the consequences of being wrong would be most unpleasant for her. Suddenly the call cut off mid-sentence. The lights flickered ominously, casting eerie shadows across the room before plunging the apartment into total darkness. The abrupt silence was deafening, broken only by Madeline's sharp intake of breath. We're under attack, Ciaran's voice sliced through the gloom, cold and razor-sharp. Tad? On it, Tatter replied, his usual playfulness evaporating like mist in sunlight. The unmistakable sound of weapons being drawn echoed in the darkness. Metal scraped against leather, safeties clicked off. Madeline's heart hammered in her chest as her eyes struggled to adjust to the inky blackness. Slowly, the silhouettes of the LeBlanc brothers materialized, their stances wide and ready, weapons held with practiced ease. Stay close, Madeline, Ciaran ordered, his voice low and intense. She felt his presence beside her, solid and reassuring amidst the chaos. A flicker of movement outside the window caught Madeline's attention. Her breath hitched in her throat, eyes widening as she saw a winged creature perched on the ledge, its form barely visible against the night sky. As she watched, transfixed, it began to change. Feathers melted away, wings folded into a human form, until the beautiful woman Madeline had seen before stood there, ethereal and terrifying. The woman's lips didn't move, but her voice resonated clearly in Madeline's mind. Each word a dagger of ice. The prince is mine. He is not yours. You come with a curse. You're not good for anyone. Madeline opened her mouth to respond, but before she could form words, a blinding light flooded the apartment. She threw her arm up to shield her eyes, spots dancing in her vision. When she lowered her arm, blinking rapidly, the woman had vanished without a trace. Our network's definitely been compromised, Tag said, his voice tight as he lowered his weapon. His eyes darted around the room, searching for hidden threats. But I don't see any immediate physical danger, yet. She didn't think Ciaran and Tada saw the woman. Ciaran nodded, his piercing gaze sweeping the room with military precision. Agreed, but this is just the beginning. Tad, head to LeBlanc HQ immediately. Lock it down, make sure our assets are secure, and isolate this apartment from our network. We can't risk further infiltration. What about you? Tad asked, already moving towards the door with fluid predatory grace. I'm taking Madeline to Monsiel, Ciaran replied, his hand finding the small of Madeline's back. The touch was gentle but firm, grounding her in the midst of the chaos. "It's safer there. We need to regroup and plan our next move." Tag nodded, his expression grim. Gone was the jovial brother, replaced by a hardened warrior. "Be careful, both of you. This feels bigger than we anticipated." As Tag disappeared through the door, Ciaran turned to Madeline, his gray eyes intense. "We need to move now. Whatever's coming, it's not going to wait."
Chapter 15. Ciaran's eyes darted to Madeline in the passenger seat, her face a mask of forced calm. Her hand slid into her handbag, fingers trembling as they sought her phone. Without a word, he reached over, gently prying the device from her grasp. "Madeline," he said, his voice low and urgent. "We will sort this out. We will get Joe back." He tapped the screen, bringing up a series of complex connections. "I've linked your net phone to this cell. When Zen calls again, and he will, it'll connect automatically. You won't miss a thing." She nodded, a quick, jerky motion. Then out of nowhere, "Are you a prince by any chance?" Ciaran blinked, momentarily thrown. "I beg your pardon?" "Your family," Madeline pressed, her eyes suddenly intense. "Are they royal?" He let out a short, bewildered laugh. "Ah, no, not that I'm aware of." His brow furrowed. "That's quite the non sequitur, Madeline. What's brought this on?" She bit her lower lip, hard enough to whiten the skin. "So, you're absolutely certain? Not a prince?" "I'm quite sure I'd have noticed that particular detail about myself," Ciaran replied, bemused. Madeline opened her mouth to respond, but her words were cut short as she suddenly jerked upright, her entire body going rigid. "Stop the car!" she demanded, her voice tight with urgency. What's wrong? Just stop." Madeline's voice cracked. "Please, Ciaran, now." He yanked the wheel, tires screeching as they veered onto the shoulder. Gravel crunched beneath them, the car barely coming to a halt before Madeline flung open her door and bolted. "Madeline!" Ciaran shouted, scrambling after her. His heart pounded as he watched her sprint toward a nearby meadow, her hair streaming behind her like a banner. "What the hell are you doing?" She whirled to face him, her eyes wild and desperate. "I need to see Joe," she panted. "I have to make sure she's alive. I can't just sit there and wonder." Realization hit Ciaran like a punch to the gut. The mirror. Oh, God. "Madeline, wait." But it was too late. Her hands were already raised, fingers splayed wide. The air before her shimmered and twisted, reality bending to her will. In seconds, a massive, ornate mirror materialized, hovering inches above the waving grass. Ciaran's breath caught in his throat. It was beautiful and terrifying all at once, raw power radiating from its gleaming surface. "Joe," Madeline cried, pressing her palms against the glass. "Joe, can you hear me?" Through the mirror's depths, Ciaran glimpsed a small, dark space. His stomach lurched as he made out a figure, Joe, motionless and bound. "She's breathing," he murmured, relief washing over him. "Madeline, look, she's alive." But Madeline wasn't listening. Her fingers scrabbled frantically at the mirror's surface. "I have to get her out," she sobbed. "Joe, I'm coming." "No." Ciaran lunged forward, grabbing her wrists and yanking her back. "You can't." She fought against his grip like a wild thing. "Let me go," she snarled. "I have to save her." "Listen to me," he hissed, struggling to hold her. "Even if you untie her, you can't pull her through. And if Zen sees—" "I don't care." Madeline's voice was raw with desperation. "He's unpredictable, Madeline," Ciaran pleaded. "Who knows what he'll do if he finds out about this? We can't risk it." With a cry of frustration, she wrenched free, reaching for the mirror once more. Ciaran had no choice. He tackled her, pinning her to the ground with his body weight. "Get off me," she screamed, tears streaming down her face. Her fists pounded against his chest. "Not until you calm down," he growled, struggling to hold her. "Please, Madeline, I'm begging you. Think this through." Madeline's struggles gradually weakened, her body going limp beneath Ciaran's as sobs racked her frame. The massive mirror flickered and vanished, leaving only empty air where it had stood. Ciaran's chest ached at the sight of her anguish. He loosened his grip, gently cupping her face in his hands. "I know you're scared," he murmured, his thumbs brushing away her tears. "But we'll get her back, I promise you, Madeline. We'll find a way." Her eyes, red-rimmed and filled with pain, met his. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, she nodded. "Come on," Ciaran said softly, helping her to her feet. "Let's get back to the car. We'll figure this out together, all right?" Madeline stumbled slightly as she stood, her legs unsteady. "I'm sorry," she whispered, her voice hoarse. This doesn't happen often. Ciaran raised an eyebrow, a hint of his usual dry humor creeping back into his voice. What doesn't happen often, Madeline? You calling up magical mirrors, or you acting so impulsively? She let out a watery chuckle. Well, Joe doesn't get kidnapped every day. Where am I supposed to practice strategy? He couldn't help but smile. There's the smart mouth I know. Welcome back. They made their way back to the car, Ciaran's hand hovering near the small of Madeline's back, ready to steady her if needed. Once there, he reached into the glove compartment, pulling out 2 water bottles from a hidden cooler. Here, he said, handing one to Madeline. Drink this. You need to stay hydrated. She took it gratefully, her hands still trembling slightly as she unscrewed the cap. Ciaran opened his own bottle, taking a long swallow before stepping out of the car once more. He leaned against the hood, his eyes scanning the rolling hillsides and meadows that stretched out beside the highway. After a moment, Madeline joined him, her shoulder barely brushing against his. Thank you, she said quietly. Ciaran turned to face her, his gaze drawn to those captivating brown eyes. Without thinking, he reached up, his thumb gently tracing the dimple on her left cheek. Thanking me for what? Madeline's breath hitched at his touch. For being an anchor in the storm, she replied, her voice barely above a whisper. I needed that, and I have a feeling this is just the beginning of something much larger than we realize. Ciaran's hand dropped back to his side, but his eyes remained locked on hers. Is that what your friend Zeth told you? That we're some kind of fated mates? She frowned, her brow furrowing in concentration. I'm not sure. I don't recall him mentioning anything about fated mates specifically, but I'll ask him next time he makes one of his cryptic cameo appearances. A small smile played at the corners of her mouth. But if we are indeed spiritually connected, I believe we can just feel it. We don't need any divine announcements, do we? Ciaran felt as though he could drown in those eyes. His voice was husky when he spoke. And do you feel it, that connection? He swallowed hard. I know we've been intimate, and it's significant for me, but I can't speak for you, Madeline. Her smile widened, a hint of mischief dancing in her eyes. Ditto, she said simply, then turned to head back to the passenger side of the car. Ciaran's head snapped up, his mind reeling. Ditto? What did she mean by that? Before he could process the implications, he saw Madeline stumble, her legs giving out beneath her. In an instant, he was there, catching her before she could hit the ground. Easy, easy, he murmured, cradling her against his chest. Her head lolled onto his shoulder, her eyes fluttering closed. With careful movements, he eased her into the back seat of the car, where she lay peacefully asleep. Ciaran checked the small puncture mark he'd made at the base of her neck when he tackled her earlier. It was just a mild sedative. She'd have a good sleep while he sorted things out with Zen. This wasn't part of the plan, but he couldn't risk her calling the mirror again while he talked to Zen. Ciaran could track and bring down Zen's network, but not with a magical portal involved. He still didn't fully understand what it could do, and at this stage, it was a risk he couldn't afford to take. The phone he gave Madeline rang. Ciaran let it ring a few times, steeling himself. Let the game begin. Who's this? Ciaran replied. Zen's voice came across, hesitant. Maddie, you there? She's indisposed. Who are you? I need to talk to Madeline. Zen's tone sharpened. Why? Ciaran snapped, his patience already wearing thin. Who the fuck are you? Zen snarled. Ciaran ended the call abruptly and switched on the tracking function on his phone, giving it a second to connect to Madeline's. Zen called back immediately, and the tracking mechanism activated just as Ciaran answered. This is a company phone. One more harassing call to Madeline, and I'll have you arrested. Harassment? We had a deal. If I don't talk to her, she'll regret it. Ciaran's eyes narrowed. Who are you? A pause. Zen. Ah, the idiot looking for White Knight. Who am I talking to? Ciaran. Ciaran LeBlanc? Are you fucking with me? Ciaran hung up again, his heart racing with adrenaline. Zen called back. Ciaran let it ring, savoring the moment before answering. Last chance, Zen. What do you want? I want to talk to White Knight. Talking. I want White Knight, the avatar in the game network. Ciaran's voice dripped with condescension. What part of I am talking don't you understand? I can't believe. You're wasting my time, Ciaran cut in. You had a deal with Madeline, not me. If you have White Knight, what's in it for me? Zen's voice turned cold. I have her little friend. If Madeline's with you, her concern should be yours. That's a long shot, but go on. How can I be so sure you're the White Knight? Ciaran shrugged. Well, you tell me how you want to verify. I don't know how much you know. I don't want to waste my time giving you facts that's far beyond your levels. Ciaran's grip tightened on the phone as he waited for Zen's response. All right, White Knight. Zen's voice crackled through the speaker. Let's see how you handle this. Remember the Crimson Citadel raid? Ciaran's chuckled. Which one? There were 3, if memory serves. A pause. The second. What was your build? Tank Mage Hybrid, Ciaran replied without hesitation. Spec'd for AoE crowd control and damage mitigation. Unconventional, but effective against the blood-sworn mobs. Zen grunted. Not bad, but anyone could look that up. Let's dig deeper. What was your strategy for the Lich King's vault? Ciaran leaned back against the car, his free hand absently tracing patterns on the cool metal. That was a tricky one. Used a glitch to clip through the wall near the second checkpoint. Bypassed the entire trapped corridor sequence. Risky, but saved us a good 20 minutes on the speed run. Holy shit, Zen breathed. That was you? That strat revolutionized the meta. Indeed, Ciaran replied. Now, are we done with this little pop quiz? Ciaran's phone signaled that the tracking was complete and the location identified. He forwarded the coordinates to his team with a message. Take him down. Make sure the female hostage is 100% safe. Zen's voice hardened. One more test. The Shadowmere server event. What was your role? That's not something I discuss over unsecured lines, Zen. Cut the crap, Zen snapped. If you're really White Knight, you know exactly what I'm talking about. What was your role? Ciaran closed his eyes, memories flooding back. The chaos, the screams, the lines of code unraveling reality itself. I was the failsafe, he said quietly. When everything went to hell, I initiated the server wipe, saved thousands of players from being trapped in a corrupted instance. At the cost of their characters, their progress, everything. Silence stretched between them. Finally, Zen spoke, his voice tinged with awe and a hint of fear. It really is you, holy fuck. Satisfied? Ciaran asked, his tone clipped. Yeah, Zen replied. Yeah, I am. So, White Knight, now that we've established your credentials, let's talk business. Ciaran's eyes flicked to the back seat where Madeline lay peacefully unconscious, his jaw clenched. Indeed, he said coolly. Let's talk about how you're going to return Josephine Cassidy, unharmed. If you're White Knight, there is a game I need you to help unlock. There's also an artifact buried with John D., a crucifix. I want both. Then Madeline gets her friend back. Call me tomorrow. I'll give you John D.'s tomb location then. Why not now? I don't trust scum like you to keep promises. We'll arrange an exchange tomorrow. Joe for the artifact. You don't have a choice, Zen. There's nothing in this for me. Fine, I'll call tomorrow. But if there's nothing in it for you, you won't care what I do to this bitch tonight. She'll be alive, that's all I promise. A gunshot cracked through the phone. Fuck you, Zen, Ciaran snarled, but the line was already dead. Ciaran stared at the winding road ahead, his confidence wavering. The gunshot echoed in his mind. Had he miscalculated? His eyes darted to Madeline's sleeping form. Suddenly, the phone buzzed with a text, a video attachment. Ciaran's hands shook as he opened it. The screen showed Joe bound and gagged, blood trickling from a graze on her temple. Zen's voice, cold and mocking, came through. Next time, it won't be a warning shot, LeBlanc. Don't play games with me. The video cut to black, leaving Ciaran frozen, the weight of his actions crashing down on him. He had drugged Madeline, thinking he could handle this. Now Joe's life hung in the balance, and he had severely underestimated Zen's ruthlessness. As the gravity of the situation sank in, Ciaran realized he was in over his head. The long road ahead suddenly seemed much darker, and for the first time in years, Ciaran LeBlanc felt the icy grip of fear.
Chapter 16. The sound of tires rolling over gravel on the long driveway woke Madeline. She sat up in the back seat, blinking away the remnants of sleep, and beheld the magnificence of Monsiel. It was a palace, Ciaran's home. She didn't need an introduction to know where she was and what she was seeing. This place was a world in itself, separated from the outside world by an invisible barrier of wealth and secrecy. It was more than a castle, Madeline thought. This palace had the warm feeling of a home. This was the place that Ciaran called home, the place that he would not share with outsiders. But wasn't he sharing it with her by bringing her here, though? Don't flatter yourself, she thought, a twinge of bitterness coloring her inner voice. Who knew how many women had shared his bed in this palace? She rubbed her forehead, wincing. Her head was pounding, a dull ache that seemed to pulse with each heartbeat. As Ciaran stopped the car, Madeline recalled what had happened before. She stormed out of the car, her movements fueled by a mixture of anger and anxiety. Quick as a cat, Ciaran was out of the driver's seat and after her, his long strides easily catching up. "Did Zen call?" Madeline asked, her voice tight with worry. "Yes, we talked. Joe's fine. He'll call again tomorrow." Ciaran spoke as quickly as he could, his words tumbling out in a rush. Madeline stared at him, searching his face for any sign of deception. Then she nodded, a small gesture of acceptance. "Why did I drop like a stone?" He smiled, but it didn't quite reach his eyes. "You were tired. The last few days took a toll on you." "Is this your home?" she asked, changing the subject as her gaze swept over the imposing structure once more. Ciaran nodded. He wrapped his arm around her waist to guide her inside, the warmth of his touch a stark contrast to the cool evening air. It surprised her that Ciaran seemed to have no live-in staff to maintain such an enormous place. The silence was almost eerie. "Be careful when you walk around. There are security cameras everywhere," Ciaran warned, his voice low. She frowned and glanced around, eyes darting from corner to corner. "Where?" Ciaran smiled, a hint of amusement in his eyes. "You won't see them, but they see your every movement." She figured that behind the antique interior made up of endless expanses of polished wood, glass, stone, and sculptures, there was ultra-modern technology that controlled everything, from light switches to security doors. It was a jarring juxtaposition of old and new. There was not a trace of violence, death, or sorrow in this place, Madeline noticed. Unlike what she had seen in other castles, towers, and even in churches, the paintings, artwork, sculptures, and tapestries in this palace did not bear a hint of blood, weapons, war, or any historical or religious activities involving blood and sacrifices. This was a home, she realized with a start. A beautiful, fortified home. There are two parts of the house. Ciaran explained as they stood at the junction of two marble corridors, his voice echoing slightly in the vast space. "The old section used to be a castle, and the new part my father added when we moved in." "You were born here?" Madeline asked, curiosity piqued. He nodded and gestured toward the left wing. "In the new part of the house." Before they headed up the set of stairs, a hollow female voice echoed in the air. "Ciaran!" Madeline turned sharply, searching for the source of the sound. "Ciaran, welcome home, my prince!" She heard the voice again from the same direction, the words sending a chill down her spine. Noticing Madeline had stopped walking, Ciaran turned around. "There are rooms in the old wing, but they're not as nice as those in the new one." "Did you hear that?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "Hear what?" Ciaran's brow furrowed in confusion. Madeline looked again and saw nothing and heard nothing else. The silence that followed was almost oppressive. "Sure you're not a prince," she said, attempting to lighten the mood. He chuckled, the sound warm and rich. "I'll certainly do a proper investigation tomorrow, looking into my family history. Happy?" She nodded, forcing a smile. 5 minutes later, Madeline buried her bare feet in the lush carpet of her assigned room. She loved the softness and texture of the carpet on the soles of her feet, a small comfort in the midst of their chaotic situation. She smiled at the sunshine streaming through the window and went over to it. In front of her was the endless lawn of the magnificent Mont Ciel, a sea of green stretching to the horizon. She felt like a princess in a castle. Except she wasn't waiting for a prince to climb up the tower to rescue her. Her prince was going to knock on her door any minute. She checked the cell phone and was surprised to see that it was dead as a stone. She rushed to check her laptop, and her heart sank seeing the same. It was dead. There was a knock on the door. As she yanked open the door, Ciaran stood with a smile that made her stomach flutter. "I'm afraid I can't arrange room service," he told her, a hint of apology in his voice. "If you want food, you'll have to come downstairs with me," he said. "My phone and laptop died, Ciaran." Madeline's voice was tinged with frustration. He sighed, running a hand through his hair. "I totally forgot that. I'm sorry. Any common electronics and mechanical devices such as weapons will be wiped as soon as they enter Monsiel's gate, but I can arrange new equipment for you tomorrow. What if Zen calls tonight? Worry crept back into her voice. Then he can't get through. We agreed that he will call back tomorrow. So, he'll understand if his call can't get through to you. So what is this place? A fortress? Madeline asked, her journalist's curiosity piqued, despite the circumstances. That's one way to call it. Ciaran's response was cryptic, his expression unreadable. She nodded and followed him outside, her mind racing with questions about Monsiel, Ciaran, and what lay ahead of them. The kitchen at Monsiel was vast and silent, a stark contrast to the bustling heart of most homes. Madeline's eyes swept over the gleaming countertops and state-of-the-art appliances, noting the absence of any prepared breakfast. Ciaran moved with practiced ease, starting the coffee machine before rummaging through the cabinets. I told the staff to clear out, he explained, a wry smile playing on his lips. Thought we might enjoy a little adventure in foraging. Madeline leaned against the counter, her journalist's curiosity piqued. So, the great Ciaran LeBlanc doesn't spend much time in his childhood home? Not anymore, he admitted, his voice tinged with something that might have been nostalgia. But growing up here. He trailed off, then gestured towards the garden. See that headless statue out there? Madeline followed his gaze, spotting the bizarre sight. Don't tell me. My handiwork, Ciaran confirmed, a mischievous glint in his eye. The goddess of kindness, victim of my first successful chemical experiment. You're joking, Madeline said, torn between disbelief and amusement. I wish I were. I was barely out of diapers, already dabbling in explosives. My father was. Less than pleased. He left it there as a reminder of my youthful indiscretions. Madeline shook her head, trying to picture a young Ciaran, all wide-eyed innocence and destructive genius. Most kids play with blocks. You were synthesizing compounds? What can I say? I was an unusual child. Homeschooled, devouring advanced chemistry texts while my peers were learning their ABCs. There was a hint of pride in his voice, but also something else, a loneliness, perhaps? Their conversation was interrupted by a kind-looking woman, her arms laden with grocery bags. The change in Ciaran was immediate and striking. His face lit up, years seeming to fall away as he rushed to greet her. Mrs. Rutherford, he exclaimed, enveloping the older woman in a warm embrace. You haven't aged a day. Oh, you silver-tongued charmer, she chuckled, patting his cheek affectionately. Her eyes narrowed as she took in his appearance. You're too pale. What trouble have you been getting into now? Dr. Thomas said you were injured. He was so right to worry about you. What have you done to yourself? And now you're about to eat this stale food. Mrs. Rutherford's voice trailed off when she saw Madeline. You're not going to force your very pretty friend here to have meal in a box, are you? This is Madeline Rue. She's a reporter from New York. Boxed meals are quite normal in her line of work. You're making too big of an assumption, Ciaran. I have my own chef. Ask my co-editor. Madeline corrected him. A reporter. You must be smart, just like Mrs. Rutherford. Ciaran cut in. She caught herself. No one is going to have any meal in any box in my kitchen. I swear, Ciaran, Mrs. Rutherford was saying as she cracked eggs into a bowl. You work too hard, just like your father. When was the last time you had a home-cooked meal? You know me, always on the move. Too much on the move, if you ask me. You need to slow down, enjoy life a little. Mrs. Rutherford turned and smiled at Madeline. Settle and give your mother beautiful rugrats. Ciaran chuckled. Someone had to learn the ropes of the family business. Your brother certainly wasn't going to, Mrs. Rutherford muttered, then caught herself. Oh, I shouldn't speak ill of Tad. He's a good boy in his own way. The conversation was cut short by the sound of sliding doors and high heels clicking on marble. Ciaran tensed, his easy demeanor evaporating in an instant. Duty calls, he said, squeezing Mrs. Rutherford's hand before heading towards the sound. As Madeline moved to follow, Mrs. Rutherford caught her arm. He likes you. A lot. I can see it in his eyes. I haven't seen him bring anyone home since. Well, it's been a long time. He's a good man, Madeline. Complicated, but good. Madeline nodded, processing this new information. I'm beginning to see that, she replied, her gaze lingering on Ciaran's retreating form. The old woman looked as if she wanted to say a lot more, but decided not to. Madeline gave her a courtesy nod and followed Ciaran. They exited a long hallway that led to a large reception room. A tall woman waited there, her presence commanding attention. Madeline's breath caught in her throat as she realized this must be Ciaran's mother. It wasn't just her beauty that Madeline envied, but the aura of formidability that surrounded her. The woman's long, dark hair was tied at the nape of her neck, accentuating her lean oval face. Her almond eyes, sharp as lasers, seemed to pierce right through Madeline. Years of journalistic experience allowed Madeline to see beyond the cold exterior, catching glimpses of a mother's love and warmth, skillfully masked beneath layers of control. "Ciaran," the woman's voice rang out, melodious yet tinged with steel. "I hear you were injured because of this, girl?" Ciaran tensed beside Madeline, his jaw clenching. "Mother, you shouldn't have come all the way from Dublin. Dr. Thomas worries too much. This is Madeline Rue, and I wasn't injured because of her. I was shot at." Jennifer's eyes narrowed as they swept over Madeline. "Ah, so this is the famous Madeline, as pretty as Tag described. My younger boy has exquisite taste in women." Madeline felt her cheeks flush with anger, but she kept her voice level. "With all due respect, Mrs. LeBlanc, I don't make a living with my appearance. My work speaks for itself." "A smart cookie, too." Jennifer's laugh was brittle, her smile not reaching her eyes. "Please call me Jennifer." Her gaze flicked to Ciaran. "Send my regards to Robert's poor family. Now about security." "Montiel is secure, Mother," Ciaran cut in, his voice tight with barely contained frustration. Jennifer strode to a chair at the head of a long table, claiming the power position. "Is it? Madeline, our family has much at stake. We know the DNA of every person who's set foot in this household. No stranger is ever allowed in." "Madeline is not a stranger," Ciaran growled, his hand instinctively moving to Madeline's lower back. Jennifer's eyes flashed. "Unknown parents, foster care, broken families. There are too many question marks, Ciaran. Risks we cannot afford." "None of that was her fault." Ciaran's voice rose, echoing off the high ceilings. Madeline placed a hand on Ciaran's arm, feeling the tension in his muscles. "It's okay, Ciaran," she said softly, before turning to Jennifer. "While I don't appreciate being vetted without my knowledge, my background isn't a secret. I was left at an orphanage without so much as a note. The foster families I was placed with had their own problems. That's why I kept being sent back into the system." "Madeline, you don't have to," Ciaran started, but she shook her head. "They're facts, Ciaran. I'm not ashamed of them." She met Jennifer's gaze head-on. "I know I can't contribute anything to your family that money can't buy, but I can assure you, I'm not here to bring danger to your doorstep. That said, I think it's best if I leave. Ciaran did take a bullet because of me." "You're not going anywhere, Madeline. It's safer here." Ciaran's words came out sharp and fast, shocking both women. Jennifer slowly turned to her son, eyebrows raised. Well, I haven't seen this reaction in years." Madeline, feeling overwhelmed, gestured vaguely towards what she hoped was the exit. "I should go." "I'll take you back to your room," Ciaran said, his arm sliding around her waist. Before Madeline could protest, he was guiding her out of the room, his long strides forcing her to almost jog to keep up. They reached her room in a blur of corridors. Ciaran gently but firmly ushered her inside. "I'm sorry you had to go through that. Please wait here. I'll be back soon, and we'll talk about everything." Before Madeline could respond, he was gone. The heavy wooden door closed with a resounding thud, followed by an ominous click. Heart racing, she rushed to the door, yanking at the handle. It didn't budge. "Ciaran!" she shouted, pounding on the door. "Ciaran, open this door!" Silence answered her. Panic rising in her chest, Madeline paced the room. She was trapped, caged in this opulent prison. "What the hell is happening?" she muttered, running her hands through her hair. Her eyes darted around the room, landing on an ornate mirror hanging on the wall. It was risky, maybe even dangerous, but it might be her only way out. "Mirror, mirror in the air," she whispered, her voice shaking. Nothing happened. She tried again, louder this time. "Mirror, mirror in the air." The room remained stubbornly silent, just like her phone, just like her laptop. Madeline sank to the floor, her back against the locked door. She was truly alone, cut off from the world, at the mercy of the LeBlancs and whatever game they were playing. Chapter 17. Madeline's eyes fluttered open, her consciousness slowly piecing together the unfamiliar grandeur of the four-poster bed surrounding her. Silk sheets whispered against her skin as she sat up, disoriented. The last thing she remembered was slumping against the door, exhausted from fruitless attempts to escape. Ciaran's scent lingered in the air, a mix of burnt energy and wood smoke, crisp like a cool morning. She inhaled deeply, her mind racing to make sense of her surroundings. Madeline swung her legs over the side of the bed and charged toward the door, her heart pounding. She yanked at the handle, half expecting resistance. It opened with a smooth click. "What the hell?" she muttered, frowning. "I was definitely locked in last night." Glancing down, she realized she was wearing a soft, silky dressing gown that definitely wasn't hers. The fabric whispered against her skin, undoubtedly more expensive than anything she'd ever owned. "Great, now I'm Cinderella," she grumbled, closing the door and surveying the room. Her eyes widened as she spotted new clothes laid out neatly on a nearby chair: black jeans, a deep gray turtleneck cashmere top, and a rich red leather jacket. She ran her fingers over the buttery soft leather, grudgingly impressed. "Damn it, Ciaran," she muttered, quickly changing. "You can't just buy people off." Dressed in her new outfit, Madeline marched down the corridor toward the kitchen area, her footsteps echoing in the palatial space. She found Ciaran sitting at a table reading a newspaper with infuriating nonchalance. Sunlight streamed through the window, reflecting off the marble countertops and bathing him in an almost ethereal glow. He looked like a prince from a fairy tale, which only served to fuel Madeline's anger. "What's your family, Ciaran? Mafia?" she demanded, hands on her hips. Ciaran lowered his paper, his gray eyes meeting hers calmly. "Good morning, Madeline." "You drugged me," she accused, her voice rising. He set the newspaper aside, his composure unruffled. "Indeed, I did, and I'm not apologizing for that." Madeline's eyes flashed dangerously. "You drugged me, locked me in a room, took away my clothes while I was unconscious and stripped me naked. And you see nothing wrong with that?" Ciaran leaned back in his chair, his voice maddeningly even. "If you put that in the right context, then there is nothing wrong with what I did." "I don't know what game your family is up to," Madeline spat, backing away. "I have a friend to save, and I'm out of here." She spun on her heel, storming out of the room. Ciaran's voice followed her, infuriatingly calm. "If you want to call a taxi, there's a phone in the hallway with a direct number." Madeline raced along the corridor, her new boots clicking against the polished floor. She had to get out, had to focus on saving Joe. The silence behind her was deafening. Of course, Ciaran wouldn't chase after her. He'd shown her the door, after all. At the front entrance, Madeline skidded to a halt, her hand on the doorknob. A wave of guilt washed over her. Who was she to judge others when they were only protecting their family? Hadn't she done worse? Taking a deep breath, she turned and walked back to the kitchen doorway. "This place does not qualify as a household in its current state," she said, her voice softer now. Ciaran had moved to a reading chair in the corner, sipping his coffee and watching her over the rim. "It's waiting for the rightful and deserving owners to make it a household," he replied, his eyes never leaving hers. Madeline hesitated, then asked, "Can you put what I said before into the right context so that I understand what's going on?" He smiled, that trademark smile that could melt glaciers, and stood up. Taking her hand, he guided her toward the breakfast table. "We have a big day ahead, Madeline. You'll need some sustenance." She remained standing, her eyes locked on his, waiting for answers. Ciaran sighed, running a hand through his dark hair. "I did drug you," he admitted, "but not last night. It was in the meadow when you had that episode with the mirror. We were about to confront Zen, and I couldn't risk you not being at your best." Madeline nodded slowly. "Fair enough, but you locked me in a room last night." Ciaran's hands brushed along her arms, sending a shiver down her spine. "I did, and it wasn't ideal. Please don't make me stand between you and my mother." "I didn't," Madeline started to protest. "You would have if I hadn't intervened," Ciaran cut her off, his tone gentle but firm. "We weren't fighting," she insisted weakly. He gazed at her, his eyes twinkling with amusement. Madeline felt her resolve crumbling. "All right," she conceded. "The dynamic would have changed if we'd prolonged the conversation. Point to you on that." She paused, gesturing to her new outfit. "What about these clothes?" "You look perfect in them," Ciaran said, his eyes roaming appreciatively over her figure. Madeline felt a blush creeping up her neck. Come on, Ciaran, don't tell me you put Juliet's clothes on me. His eyes darkened, a flash of pain crossing his face. No, Madeline, I would never do such a thing. You were fast asleep on the floor when I came in. I gave Mrs. Rutherford instructions, and she arranged for someone to pick up clothes I ordered for you from our store in Oxford. I put you in the dressing gown myself. No one else was in the room. Also, before you ask, Tata took your friend Willow to the LeBlanc HQ because she escaped from your bag when we weren't paying attention. She's in safe hands now. Madeline nodded. I'm sorry. I just don't like being handled. It won't happen again, Ciaran promised solemnly. She glanced at her wrist, suddenly remembering. We should get going. Zen might call. The phone you gave me is dead. Ciaran reached for a cell phone on the table and handed it to her. Here's your new one. It works everywhere, inside and outside LeBlanc premises, and as I mentioned before. It has a tracker, Madeline finished for him. I understand, Ciaran. You're okay with that? He asked, searching her face. She nodded. Thanks. I know you just want to help me, and the clothes are perfect. I'll try not to get too used to them. He smiled, relief evident in his eyes. I'm glad. Impulsively, Madeline leaned in for an embrace. Ciaran's arms encircled her, holding her tight against his chest. He buried his face in the nape of her neck, inhaling deeply. She could feel the tension in his muscles, coiled like springs. Don't ever walk out on me like that again, Madeline, he murmured, his breath warm against her skin. Madeline took a deep breath, her shoulders relaxing slightly. Okay, I promise. I have a temper, and sometimes I can throw a tantrum. Ciaran's eyes crinkled with amusement. I noticed, he chuckled, his voice warm. Listen, I'll arrange a location to meet Zen and get Joe back tonight. To smooth things out with law enforcement, could you liaise with your Stephen to get the police on site? That is, if he's here. He's not my Stephen, Madeline bristled, then softened. And yes, he should be here by now. Ciaran's lips curved into a knowing smile. You could call him using your new phone. I've wired your internet phone to this one and imported your address book over. He paused, his tone turning more serious. When you talk to Stephen, let him know we can arrange for people in the police here to help him in a professional capacity. Madeline's brow furrowed. Are the police your people? If you mean whether they're in our pockets, the answer is no, Ciaran replied, his voice steady. Our money is more valuable to invest elsewhere. These are regular police, and we tip them the information as concerned citizens. Madeline nodded, processing the information. Okay, I'll call Stephen, she muttered, turning to leave the room. Madeline paced the dimly lit hallway, her new phone pressed to her ear as it rang for the 10th time. Stephen still hadn't picked up. The corridor, devoid of natural light, was illuminated by ever-present downlights that cast an eerie glow on the uneven black stone tiles beneath her feet. Her heeled shoes clicked loudly against the floor, the sound echoing off the walls. She winced, trying to walk more softly, but the unevenness of the tiles made it challenging. Her heels kept catching in the gaps between the stones, throwing off her balance. Lining the hallway were 12 white statues, their kind faces gazing down at her. Greek gods, Madeline guessed, their expressions so benevolent that she almost felt compelled to offer up a prayer. Maybe I should stop pacing, she muttered to herself. Don't want to annoy the gods. No sooner had the words left her mouth than her heel caught in a particularly wide gap. She lurched forward, her palm slamming against the foot of the nearest statue. For a heart-stopping moment, she thought she'd broken her hand or dislocated her shoulder. But as she took stock of her body, she realized she was unharmed. The statue, however, was not so lucky. Madeline watched in horror as the god's toe broke off and began to fall. She lunged forward, catching it just before it shattered on the floor. "Oh, my God! Oh, dear, sweet Jesus God, please forgive me!" she cried out. "What's that, Madeline?" Stephen's voice suddenly crackled through the phone. Flustered, Madeline quickly finished her call with Stephen, arranging to meet him at the bakery cafe near the London Eye. She walked back to the Great Hall, where Ciaran was waiting, looking ready to leave. "I broke a god's toe," she blurted out, holding up the evidence. Ciaran's eyebrows shot up. "You what?" "I broke his toe," Madeline repeated, her cheeks flushing. "But I'm going to fix it. All I need is some superglue." Ciaran stared at her for a moment, his eyes darting between the toe in her palm and her flustered expression. Suddenly, he burst into laughter, his eyes twinkling with amusement and affection. "Don't worry about it," he chuckled. "I'll get someone to fix it for you." No, Madeline insisted. "It's my doing. I broke the god's toe, so I'll fix it." Ciaran's smile softened. "As you like. I'm sure he won't mind having a toe missing for a few hours, but we've got to go now." As they headed out, Madeline's curiosity got the better of her. "Why don't you have marble statues or metal ones that would be sturdier? I hope these didn't cost a fortune." "Nah, I bought them cheap," Ciaran replied casually. "Just a couple of million each." Seeing Madeline's appalled expression, he laughed again. "I'm kidding. They're not antiques or anything valuable. That hallway is part of a new extension, built about 10 years ago. The statues were added to blend with the old section's decor." "And the old statues?" Madeline prompted. Ciaran's grin turned sheepish. "Well, those were antiques. I may have accidentally blown the head off one of them." Madeline couldn't help but laugh. "I'm sure you're the favorite child in the family." "That's a safe bet," Ciaran replied with a wink, leading her out into the morning sun. Chapter 18. The sleek, black limousine glided through London's bustling streets, a stark contrast to the car they'd been using earlier. Ciaran leaned back against the plush leather seat, his eyes fixed on the passing cityscape. Madeline sat beside him, her fingers drumming nervously on her thigh. They parked near the London Bridge. Moments later, the car door opened and Stephen slid in, looking slightly bewildered by the luxurious surroundings. "Welcome aboard," Ciaran said, his voice smooth as he reached for a crystal decanter. "Scotch?" Stephen hesitated, then nodded. "Sure, why not?" As Ciaran poured, Madeline shot Stephen a look of disbelief. He caught her gaze and grinned sheepishly. "What? I'm not on duty." "Please excuse this moving office," Ciaran said, handing Stephen a glass. "I trust you understand the need for discretion." Stephen took a sip, savoring the expensive liquor. "Of course, though I admit, I was surprised when you agreed to meet at a cafe initially." He turned to Madeline, his expression softening. "I'm sorry for messing up your plan, Madeline." Madeline waved off his apology. "Don't be. Your visit to Zen's place actually worked in our favor. He thinks I can play hardball now." "Can you?" Stephen asked, curiosity piqued. A small smile played on Madeline's lips. "With Ciaran's help, absolutely." Stephen's eyes darted between Madeline and Ciaran, a flicker of suspicion crossing his face. Ciaran, noticing this, leaned forward, his piercing gray eyes locked on Stephen. "Let's cut to the chase, shall we?" Ciaran's voice was calm but carried an undercurrent of steel. "What's really in this for you, Stephen? I find it hard to believe that mere friendship would prompt a transatlantic flight at a moment's notice. Unless, of course, there's more to it. A crush on Madeline, perhaps?" Stephen choked on his scotch, coughing and spluttering. That's not. I don't have an ulterior motive." Madeline shot Ciaran a warning glance, which he pointedly ignored. "All right then," Ciaran pressed on. "What's your grand plan to help Madeline?" Stephen straightened, trying to regain his composure. "I'll talk to Zen, negotiate Joe's release." "And what bargaining chip do you plan to use?" "My badge. He knows I'm a cop. I could make things difficult for him." Ciaran let out a short, humorless laugh. "And you believe that's enough to scare a man like Zen?" Stephen looked to Madeline, silently pleading for help. She intervened, her voice gentle but firm. "Stephen, I appreciate your willingness to help, but London isn't your jurisdiction. Do you have any local contacts? Anyone who could provide official backup if needed?" "Well, it depends on the situation. I'm on vacation. Didn't even bring my weapon." Ciaran's eyebrow arched higher. "So you flew across an ocean on a whim, without a plan or the means to execute one? That's either incredibly brave or incredibly foolish." "Ciaran," Madeline warned, her tone sharp. Ignoring her, Ciaran leaned in closer to Stephen, his voice low and intense. "Let me be clear, Stephen. You might think I have no right to question your motives or actions. And in some ways, you'd be correct. After all, we're both here for Madeline, aren't we?" "Excuse me," Madeline interjected, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Do I need to leave you two alone?" Ciaran held up a hand, silencing her. "But when it comes to this situation, I have far more at stake. I've lost a friend, Madeline's in danger, and my family and business interests are on the line. So you'll forgive me if I'm a bit skeptical of your sudden appearance." Stephen swallowed hard, his earlier bravado evaporating under Ciaran's intense scrutiny. I understand. What do you want from me? A smile played at the corners of Ciaran's mouth, but it didn't reach his eyes. It's not about what I want from you, Stephen. It's about what I'm offering you. How would you like to be the hero who brings down Zen? Stephen's eyes widened. What? We'll set the trap, you spring it. Simple, but it needs to be official. You'll need to coordinate with local law enforcement. Can you handle that? Yes, I think so. This could be huge for my career. Ciaran nodded, pulling out a business card and handing it to Stephen. Detective Adamson, he's your best bet for local cooperation. How quickly can you put a team together? Stephen stared at the card, his mind racing. I'm not sure. I've never worked with British law enforcement before. You have 2 hours, Ciaran said flatly. 2 hours? Stephen's voice cracked. Jesus, can you do it or not? Ciaran's tone left no room for hesitation. Stephen nodded, a mix of determination and doubt on his face. Without another word, he exited the limousine, leaving Ciaran and Madeline alone. Ciaran turned to Madeline, a self-satisfied smile on his face. She shook her head, exasperated. 2 hours, Ciaran? Really? He shrugged. He didn't ask for more time, did he? Madeline sighed. You promised not to grill him. I was perfectly civil, Ciaran countered, reaching out to brush his thumb across the dimple on her left cheek. He's too good to be true, Madeline, and that makes me uneasy. She rolled her eyes, but couldn't help the small smile that formed. Maybe you need some trust-building therapy, Ciaran. His face scrunched up in mock horror. I'd rather be put in a coma. As they bantered, the limousine pulled away from the curb, merging back into London's traffic. 10 minutes later, Ciaran ushered Madeline into a private room at an exclusive restaurant in Knightsbridge. The soft lighting and plush furnishings created an intimate atmosphere, a stark contrast to the tension they both felt. Fancy, Madeline remarked, running her hand along the back of a velvet-covered chair. Ciaran's lips quirked into a half-smile. Only the best for you. As they settled into their seats, Madeline's phone buzzed. She glanced at Ciaran, her eyes wide. It's Zen. Ciaran nodded and put it on speaker. Zen's gravelly voice filled the room. This isn't my turf, so I ain't falling for any of your traps. I'll give you the location, and you bring the equipment on site. You'll decode a hologame lock for me and find the artifact in John Dee's grave. Then I'll give you Joe. Ciaran leaned forward, his voice steady. No deal. I'm not digging up a grave for you. Let's meet halfway. We'll go to the grave, and while you dig for your artifact, I'll unlock the game. Oh, not just any game, Zen sneered. It's a hologame. If you're White Knight, you'll know what I mean. Are you White Knight? Ciaran's eyes met Madeline's, a silent conversation passing between them. He turned back to the phone. Yes, I can unlock the hologame. I assume you can manage it after I unlock it? Zen scoffed. That's my problem. Can't be harder than an advanced RPG. Piece of cake. All right, what's the location, White Knight? We'll see you tonight at 7 at Rufford Abbey, Ciaran replied smoothly. The sound of furious typing filled the air, followed by Zen's irritated voice. Mr. LeBlanc, you think I'm an idiot? As you like, Ciaran retorted, his tone nonchalant. Fuck you, Ciaran. That's a tourist park. Ciaran's voice took on a patronizing edge. If the tomb is at Mortlake where everyone thinks it is, do you really think whatever you want to find in it would still be there? A pause. Then Zen grumbled. It's like 3 hours' drive from London. Then you'd better start driving, Ciaran said coldly. Remember, you better bring Joe. Without her being safe and sound, the deal's off. I won't give you a second chance. He ended the call abruptly. As Ciaran turned to Madeline, she felt her heart sink. His eyes were dark, stormy with barely contained emotion. What is it, Ciaran? She asked softly, reaching out to touch his arm. He held up a finger, signaling for silence, then dialed another number. Lindsay, I need the chopper at the London headquarters immediately. Arrange 2 handguns for me. Send 20 of Robert's best men to Monsiel. Get my mother out of there. Tie her up and drug her if necessary. I'll deal with her wrath later. No civilian staff in Monsiel tonight. After hanging up, Ciaran reached for his painkiller box, dry swallowing 2 pills. He began rubbing his temples, his face etched with tension. Madeline moved closer, gently batting his hands away. Let me, she murmured, replacing his fingers with her own. She began massaging his temples in slow, soothing circles. Ciaran's eyes fluttered closed, a soft groan escaping his lips. Without warning, he reached out, pulling Madeline onto his lap. He nuzzled into the crook of her neck, inhaling deeply. "Ciaran," she whispered, wrapping her arms around his shoulders. She could feel the knots of tension beneath her fingers and began working them out, her touch both firm and gentle. "I thought you had Zen under control," she said quietly, her fingers still moving across his shoulders. Ciaran lifted his head, meeting her gaze. His arms remained around her waist, keeping her close. "I did, and that's the problem. Zen is too stupid to handle this by himself. Hologames are not the same as advanced RPG. What he's asking for isn't for him. Whoever he's working for, that's my concern." Madeline frowned, her hands stilling on his shoulders. "What kind of people are we talking about, Ciaran? Organized crime? Supernaturals?" A ghost of a smile touched his lips, but it didn't reach his eyes. Too soon to draw conclusions. "But whatever it is, I promise you, we'll face it together." Madeline nodded, leaning in to rest her forehead against his. For a moment, they sat in silence, drawing strength from each other's presence. The world outside their private room faded away, leaving only the two of them, intertwined in this fragile moment of peace before the storm. Half an hour later, Madeline and Ciaran completed the final security check and strode towards the dispatch platform at the rear of LeBlanc's private airport. The helicopter's blades whirred to life as Ciaran's silhouette appeared in the doorway. He climbed in, then extended a hand to Madeline, helping her aboard with a gentleness that contrasted sharply with his earlier intensity. As they settled in, a familiar grin caught Ciaran's eye. Tag was lounging in one of the front seats, looking entirely too pleased with himself. Ciaran's brow furrowed. "Tad, what the hell are you doing here?" "Come on, big brother," Tag drawled, his eyes twinkling with mischief. "You didn't think I'd let you have all the fun, did you? Besides, Lindsay's got Monsiel covered." "He's expecting you," Madeline interjected, glancing at Ciaran. "He arranged for 2 guns." Ciaran shot her a look of betrayal. "Madeline, don't encourage him." She shrugged, a small smile playing on her lips. "More hands make light work, Ciaran. It can't hurt to have backup." Tada's grin widened. "Smart woman you've got there, brother." He reached into his jacket and produced a compact pistol, offering it to Madeline. "Here. You might need this. It'll fit nicely in your purse." "Ta?" Ciaran's voice carried a warning edge. Ignoring his brother, Tad continued, "Tuck it in your jacket pocket, Madeline. Our Ciaran here is used to 2-handed shooting, but he'll manage with one tonight." Madeline accepted the weapon hesitantly. "Are you both trained for this kind of thing?" Tad's eyes danced with amusement. "Trained? Nah, we're just really good at bluffing." Ciaran pinched the bridge of his nose, exasperation clear in his voice. "If you knew about tonight, you should be at Monsiel, Tad. That's where you're needed." The younger LeBlanc's grin faded, his expression suddenly mirroring the intensity often seen in Ciaran's eyes. "No," he said firmly. "Monsiel is just a house, Ciaran. You're my brother. Family comes first." Ciaran's jaw clenched. "Then don't be a liability. I can't afford to babysit you tonight." "You don't have a choice," Tad retorted, his tone softening slightly. "That's what big brothers do, remember?" Before Ciaran could respond, Tad sank deeper into his seat, closing his eyes as if preparing for a nap. Ciaran swallowed a growl and signaled the pilot to take off. As the helicopter lifted into the darkening sky, Madeline found herself marveling at the bond between the brothers. Despite their bickering, there was an undercurrent of deep affection and loyalty. The sun was already setting when they approached Rufford Abbey, bathing the ancient structure in an ethereal golden light. Madeline gasped at the sight, her mind racing with the history contained within those weathered stones. "Magnificent, isn't it?" Ciaran murmured, his hand finding hers. She nodded, squeezing his fingers. "It's like stepping back in time." As they touched down, Tag stretched dramatically. "I don't suppose there's any chance of dinner around here?" Ciaran rolled his eyes. "This isn't a pleasure trip, Tad. We have work to do." Ignoring his brother's complaint, Ciaran began outlining the plan. "See that parking lot? We'll make Zen park there where we can clearly see Joe. Madeline and I will keep him occupied while he searches for the artifact. We just need to buy enough time for the police to arrive." Tad nodded, his earlier levity replaced by focus. "And once we have Joe?" A grim smile played on Ciaran's lips. "We serve Zen up to the authorities on a silver platter." "Sounds like a plan, Captain Grumpy," Tad quipped, but his eyes were serious. As they prepared to move out, a chill wind whipped around them, carrying the scent of ancient stone and forgotten secrets. Madeline shivered, not entirely from the cold. Ciaran noticed, draping his jacket over her shoulders. "Are you all right?" he asked softly. She nodded, forcing a smile. "The Abbey is quite intimidating." "It is," he agreed, his hand warm on the small of her back. As they made their way toward the Abbey, the last rays of sunlight disappeared behind the horizon, plunging the world into twilight. The old stones loomed before them, their shadows seeming to reach out like grasping fingers. Suddenly, a distant engine broke the silence. Headlights appeared on the road leading to the Abbey. Tag tensed, his hand moving towards his concealed weapon. "Showtime?" Ciaran nodded, his expression hardening. "Showtime. Remember the plan and stay alert. We don't know what we're walking into." As the car drew closer, Madeline felt her heart racing. This was it, the moment that would determine Joe's fate, and perhaps their own. She glanced at Ciaran, drawing strength from his steady presence. Whatever came next, they would face it together. Chapter 19. Ciaran, Madeline, and Tad crouched in the shadowy confines of a crumbling stone outpost, eyes fixed on the distant parking area where Zen would soon arrive. Tension crackled in the air as they awaited their adversary's approach. "So we lure the bastard away from the car, then pounce to rescue Joe?" Tad's voice was a hushed rasp, laced with anticipation. Ciaran's jaw tightened. "Ideal scenario, but Zen's no genius. If he sniffs out the trap before we reach Joe, we're doomed." His steely gaze never wavered from their lookout point. Spinning to face Madeline, Tad gestured urgently. "You gotta guide the cops into nab Zen once we've got Joe." Madeline whipped out her phone, fingers flying as she shared Steven's number. "This is my NYPD pal. Zen's wanted everywhere, so Ciaran figured we'd gift Steven a nice, shiny collar." A feral grin split Tad's face as he gripped Ciaran's shoulder. "Nicely played, Captain Grumpy." They fanned out, making final preparations, while Madeline's hushed tones updated Steven. The plan was set. A buzz shattered the tense silence, Zen's voice blaring from Madeline's phone speaker. "Well, we're here. Got turned around, but didn't wrap myself around a tree driving on the wrong side. Where's Joe?" Madeline's demand sliced through the dank air like a blade. The car's interior light flickered on, revealing Joe's unconscious form slumped in the back seat. "Sweet Jesus, what a sleeping beauty!" Tad muttered, drawing twin glares of reproach. Chagrined, he zipped his lips with an apologetic grimace. "Had to sedate her. She wasn't cooperating, as I'm sure you guessed." Zen's smug tone grated like sandpaper. "Should wake up in a couple hours. What's next?" Ciaran leaned in, motioning Tag away with a sharp gesture. "We're in the main Abbey. Meet me at the door." Moments later, Zen loomed in the Abbey's shadowed entrance. Madeline and Ciaran ushered him through a low side door, the burly Ciaran ducking to pass beneath the stone lintel. Zen shoved in behind, Madeline bringing up the rear, spinning to catch a glimpse of Tada's shadow flickering between the trees. A feline smile played across her lips. Like his brother, he moved with predatory grace. The ancient chapel's chill seeped into their bones, the dancing flames of wall-mounted torches casting an eerie pall over cracked stone and crumbling masonry. At the far end, a disused altar squatted like a malevolent idol, while faded frescoes and informational plaques mottled the frozen walls. Muffled cries of birds and wild creatures drifted in from the nearby lake, mingling with the wavering shadows to raise gooseflesh along Madeline's nape. If anyone claimed this place haunted by spectral monks, she'd believe them. She shot Ciaran an admiring glance. He'd chosen their battleground well, but couldn't shake a nagging dread at standing amid Henry VIII's ruined abbeys. Surely some whispered tales of their darkness rang true. "What the hell is this?" Zen's bellow shattered the sepulchral hush. "Where the artifact you seek may lie buried." Ciaran's tone was clipped, controlled, Zen's brow furrowed. "How could a tomb be in here?" "You confuse me." Ciaran's voice took on a dangerous edge. "First you mentioned an artifact, John Dee's treasure box. Now you speak of tombs." He jammed fists into pockets, body tensing. "Don't fuck with me, Ciaran." One dark brow arched. "While I hold no religious convictions, I'd expect a place of worship demands respect. Swearing seems minor compared to desecrating graves." A mirthless smile played across his lips. "But I'll spare my commentary, since you plan to dig regardless. Now, clarify. Do you want to unearth a grave, or locate Dee's fabled box?" Zen ground his teeth, face mottling red. "You trying to mess with my head? I want the damn treasure. Why would I dig up a grave?" "I certainly wouldn't," Ciaran muttered under his breath. Madeline held her breath, willing her phone to buzz with Tada's signal. Silence reigned. "Two possible locations for the box. Here, or the unrestored ruins around the corner, with no lighting at all. I thought you'd prefer to start your digging in relative comfort." "Digging?" Zen's voice rose in pitch. "I thought you said no grave digging." "I said no graves," Ciaran corrected smoothly. "I mentioned nothing about refraining from digging, Zen." Madeline's head pounded in frustration. "Tad, what are you doing? Where's Steven? How long can Ciaran stall?" "What the fuck are you playing at?" Zen was rapidly purpling with rage. "You want to jerk me around? I want out of here more than you." Ciaran's tone brooked no argument. "If you want your prize, you'll earn it. You want Dee's box? Then dig, damn you." "I won't dig." Zen's tantrum burst forth in a spray of spittle. "You'll do the digging." A cold smile was Ciaran's only reply. "It's bad luck to disturb spirits in places like these. So no, I'll not be digging." A buzz shattered the tension, Madeline's pocket vibrating in sync with a distant car alarm's wail. "I knew it! I fucking knew you'd try something!" Zen wheeled toward the exit, only to be dropped by a vicious kick from Ciaran. He hit the floor hard, rolling back inside as Ciaran's gun materialized, its muzzle unwavering. Scrambling for purchase, Zen snatched up a wooden monk's staff, flinging a blinding cloud of dust into Ciaran's face. A kick sent the gun skittering away, and Zen's makeshift weapon slashed in a brutal arc. Ciaran crumpled, and Madeline's petite pistol cleared her jacket as Zen brought his own weapon to bear. They faced each other at point blank, Madeline's finger tightening on the trigger as Zen's gun leveled at her heart. A deafening roar split the air as both fired in the same endless instant. Ciaran tackled Madeline aside as bullets gouged the ancient stonework where she'd stood. Seizing his chance, Zen sprinted for the exit, slamming and barricading the heavy oaken door behind him. "God damn it!" Ciaran launched himself at the impassive portal, raining kicks and blows to no avail. Madeline stabbed desperately at her phone, but its signal couldn't penetrate the massive walls. Spying a display table demonstrating the Abbey's construction techniques, Ciaran snatched up a stout mason's hammer, raining bludgeoning blows on the door's ironwork until the barricade collapsed outward in a clatter of shattered wood. They burst into the chill night, buffeted by gusting winds. "This way!" Ciaran gestured toward a looming tree line, and they plunged into the inky shadows. Madeline's eyes struggled to adjust, strange arboreal shapes seeming to reach out with gnarled, grasping branches. The crunch of snapping twigs gave way to a gurgling splash from up ahead. Water, and lots of it. A looming lake, if memory served. Something huge and leathery swooped from the darkness, its passing whipping Madeline's hair across her face. She stumbled with a strangled cry, Ciaran's arm whipping out to steady her. Zen's running form materialized ahead, weaving drunkenly through the gloom before tripping over an unseen obstacle. He scrambled erect, bolting anew. From another quarter came the unmistakable rhythm of pounding feet, rapidly closing. Tag burst into view, angling to intercept Zen's mad dash. Ciaran accelerated, quickly outpacing Madeline, charging to flank their cornered prey. Then a new set of footfalls joined the commotion, heavy and assured. Madeline spun, seeking their source, but saw only inky blackness shattered by roving shadows cast by some unseen light source high above. Heedless, she ran on, struggling to catch Ciaran. Up ahead, Tad realized too late he was bearing down directly on Zen, the criminal's gun winking in the darkness. With nowhere to take cover from those lethal inches of steel, Tada could only stare into the muzzle's black malice, feeling the icy whisper of death. A thunderous report shattered the night. Zen crumpled, the gun slipping from his hand as Ciaran stood impassive, smoking pistol still raised. Madeline skidded up beside him as Steven emerged from the shadows, taking in the scene with a cop's practiced eye. He would have shot Tag. Madeline gasped, unaware of the tear tracing her cheek. If Ciaran hadn't... She reached for Steven, but he shrugged off her touch, his expression unreadable. For the first time, their bond seemed to fracture under that flat gaze. Ciaran's a civilian. He had no authority to execute a man, criminal or not. Stephen's tone brooked no argument as he extended his hand for the weapon. And it wasn't self-defense. Wordlessly, Ciaran surrendered the pistol. Tag surged forward, only to find Ciaran's restraining grip clamped on his arm. "Joe," Ciaran's eyes bored into Stephen's. "You're both here. Where is she?" "Told him where she is." Tag jerked a thumb at the impassive officer. "I figured he'd make for you once he got a lead on Zen." Stephen's jaw tightened. "Can't do that. I'm the law here, and I need to process this crime scene." "Fuck!" With a snarl, Ciaran whirled and sprinted back toward the parking area, Tad and Madeline pounding at his heels. The car park was cloaked in inky blackness, a deathly silence hanging heavy in the night air. Ciaran's feet pounded against the pavement as he ran. The car stood solitary in the desolate lot, a haunting silhouette in the gloom. Ciaran reached it first, his trembling fingers grasping the handle as Madeline's footsteps closed in behind him. He wrenched the door open and his heart plummeted. The back seat was empty, the shadows concealing no horrific scene. Stephen's beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the barren interior. "The car is empty, Ciaran. Joe isn't here. But we saw her." Madeline's voice cracked with disbelief. Ciaran's gaze fell upon a small box on the floorboard. "Oh, fuck me." The words ground out through clenched teeth as his fist connected with the car's frame. "It was a fucking hologram. I'm calling the crew back. We should wrap up here." Detective Adamson's gruff bark carried from the far side of the lot. Stephen, Madeline, and Ciaran converged on the detective, his next words dropping like a lead weight. "What's with Zen? Bullet in the head!" Stephen met Ciaran's eyes for a fleeting moment before extracting the gun, his movements slow and deliberate. I announced myself and asked the offender to put his weapon down. He was aiming at Ciaran. Then he swung the gun at me, so I had to disarm him. We struggled, and then Ciaran jumped in. The gun went off. Zen took the stray bullet. I followed protocol. Adamson gave a curt nod. "I need that in writing." A silent acknowledgement passed between the two men before Stephen pocketed the weapon. As Adamson rallied his team, Ciaran approached, his voice thick with gratitude. "Thank you. I owe you one." "Was the gun registered under your name?" Ciaran shook his head once, Stephen answering with the faintest of nods and a look that said more than words ever could. Movement in his periphery seized Ciaran's attention, his brother's familiar form approaching the car. Dread gripped him as his gaze dropped, a faint crimson light blinking ominously near the rear wheel. "Tad, the car is rigged," Ciaran shouted. His warning came too late. Tad turned, but the deafening roar of the explosion drowned all else. The shockwave slammed into them with brutal force as a searing fireball erupted, engulfing the car in a maelstrom of flame and shrapnel. When his senses returned, the ringing in his ears gave way to a cacophony of screeching wildlife. Birds bursting from their roosts in a flurry of wings, creatures fleeing their shelters in blind panic. Acrid smoke stung his eyes as he blinked against the hellish light of the inferno, his gaze finding Tad. His brother's body lay crumpled and motionless in the dirt, a rag doll cast aside by some cruel, mocking god. "No!" The anguished cry tore from Ciaran's lips as he charged forward, dropping to his knees at Tag's side. "Come on, you bastard! Breathe! Answer me!" Frantic hands sought a pulse as pleas became demands. "Open your eyes! Come on!" Nothing. No rise and fall of the chest. No flutter of life beneath his fingertips. "Call Dr. Thomas." He thrust his phone toward Madeline, his other hand gripping Tad's shoulder, shaking with desperate urgency. "Keep breathing, damn you. Open your eyes and look at me." Silence. Stillness. A cruel parody of peace masking death's icy clutch. "Open your eyes, for fuck's sake." Ciaran tore off his coat and jacket in one explosive motion. Rolling the jacket, he tucked it beneath Tag's neck to stabilize him before draping his coat over the still form. "There, you're warm and comfortable now. Open your eyes and look at your brother." The staccato thump of the medevac chopper reached them before the machine itself appeared. Dr. Thomas and Lindsay leaping out even before the skids touched down. "He landed badly, but I think his neck is fine," Ciaran managed, his voice little more than a rasp as the doctor gave a quick examination. With a terse nod, Thomas gestured for the stretcher as Madeline pulled herself into the chopper beside Ciaran. She looked back just once, catching Stephen's eye as the rotors spun up, mouthing a silent thanks. the short hop to Monsiel blurred in a jumble of sound and motion. Lights blazed in welcome as they touched down, and Tad was rushed through a dizzying labyrinth of corridors before finally being transferred to an operating suite that rivaled any hospital. Why not take him to a hospital? Madeline's question was a whisper, reverberating hollowly off the stark walls. We have the best equipment here, and Thomas is one of the finest surgeons in the country. Ciaran's words were toneless, his eyes fixed on the operating room's door as it swung shut, Madeline's view. Please, wait here. His gaze finally shifted, and Madeline realized with a start that Jennifer was standing next to her. Without another word, Ciaran turned and vanished into the operating room, leaving Madeline and Jennifer to face the agonizing wait ahead. Chapter 20. Madeline paced the length of the palace corridor, her heels clicking against the polished marble tiles. Each step echoed in the oppressive silence, a stark contrast to the usual bustle of palace life. The harsh LED lights cast shadows across her face, deepening the worry lines that had formed over the past few hours. Her gaze flitted between the contemporary art pieces adorning the walls, their vibrant colors now seeming garish and out of place. They were mocking her, their beauty a cruel juxtaposition to the fear gnawing at her insides. Nearby, Jennifer stood motionless, her elegant posture a stark contrast to the turmoil Madeline knew she must be feeling. The LeBlanc matriarch's face was a mask of composure, but Madeline could see the tension in her jaw, the slight tremor in her hands. Jennifer's voice, when it finally came, was as sharp as a blade. "This is your fault." Madeline froze mid-step, her breath catching in her throat. "I don't." Jennifer's eyes flashed with barely contained fury. "My son is fighting for his life because of you." "Mrs. LeBlanc, I never meant." "What you meant is irrelevant." Jennifer's words dripped with venom. "Your very presence has brought nothing but chaos and destruction to this family." Madeline's chest tightened. "I'm trying to help. Ciaran and I." "Ciaran?" Jennifer spat the name. "You dare speak of him as if you know him? As if you have any right to be here." "Please, I understand you're upset." "Upset?" Jennifer's laugh was hollow, devoid of warmth. "You understand nothing. My sons are everything to me. Everything." Her composure cracked, revealing the raw anguish beneath. "And now Tad is." She couldn't finish the sentence. Madeline took a tentative step forward. "I'm so sorry. If there's anything I can do." "You can leave." Jennifer's voice was ice. "Pack your things and get out of our lives. Haven't you done enough damage?" "Mrs. LeBlanc, please." "No." Jennifer's eyes bored into Madeline. "You waltz in here playing at being a hero, and look what it's cost us. My family was safe before you came along." Madeline felt tears pricking at her eyes. "I never wanted anyone to get hurt." "Your intentions are meaningless." Jennifer's lips curled in disgust. "Results are what matter, and the result of your meddling is my son on that operating table." She advanced on Madeline, her voice rising. "Do you have any idea what it's like? To watch your child suffer and be powerless to stop it?" Madeline backed away, her voice barely above a whisper. "I'm sorry. Sorry doesn't fix this." Jennifer's hands clenched at her sides. "Sorry doesn't save Tad. Sorry doesn't undo the damage you've caused." She took a shuddering breath, her mask of cold disdain slipping to reveal the terrified mother beneath. "If he doesn't make it." The unfinished threat hung in the air between them. Madeline's voice cracked as she spoke. "I care about your sons, too. I want to help." "Then leave." Jennifer's tone left no room for argument. "If you truly care, if you have any shred of decency left, you'll walk away and never darken our doorstep again." Madeline felt the weight of Jennifer's words crushing her. She opened her mouth to protest, to explain, but the words died on her lips. What could she possibly say in the face of such raw pain and anger? With a heavy heart, she turned and walked away, Jennifer's accusing stare burning into her back. Each step felt like a betrayal. But Jennifer was right. Maybe she was cursed, and her presence really was poison to the LeBlancs. As she reached the end of the hallway, Madeline cast one last glance over her shoulder. Jennifer stood alone, a pillar of icy resolve, the cracks in her facade visible only to those who knew where to look. Before she knew it, Madeline was outside the high stone walls of Monsiel. The steel door slammed shut behind her with a resounding clang, the sound echoing in the oppressive darkness that stretched out before her. "Shit," Madeline muttered, her breath visible in the frigid air. She hugged herself, shivering violently. Great plan, Madeline. Run out into the middle of nowhere in the dead of night. She fumbled for her phone with trembling fingers, scrolling through her pathetically short contact list. Stephen's name glowed on the screen, a lifeline in the darkness. Come on, she whispered as the phone rang. Madeline? Stephen's voice crackled through the speaker. What's wrong? I need help, she said, her voice breaking. I'm outside Monsail, and I have no idea where I am or how to get back to civilization. Jesus, Madeline, Stephen swore. What happened? Long story, she replied, starting to walk along what she hoped was a road. Can you come get me? Of course. Just stay where you are, okay? I'll track your phone. Madeline looked around at the pitch-black surroundings. Yeah, not a chance. I'm walking. It's freezing out here. She could almost hear Stephen's frown. Fine, but be careful. This area can be treacherous at night. As she walked, Madeline realized the extent of her predicament. The road was little more than a glorified path, lined with looming trees that seemed to close in around her. Taxi's definitely out, she muttered, pulling up a map on her phone. The blue dot of her location blinked mockingly in a sea of green. Great. Middle of fucking nowhere. A gust of wind cut through her thin blouse, and Madeline cursed again. Damn it, my jacket, of all the things to forget. Suddenly, a familiar jingling sound reached her ears. Madeline froze, her heart racing. No, she whispered, it can't be. The jingling grew louder, accompanied by the distant sound of marching feet. Madeline's mind flashed back to the Roman soldiers on Fossway, their armor adorned with small bells. Roman soldiers, my ass, she spat, picking up her pace. This isn't happening. This isn't real. But the sounds persisted, growing closer with each passing second. Madeline broke into a run, her feet pounding against the uneven ground. Stephen, she yelled into the phone. Where are you? I'm close. He replied, his voice tense. What's going on? I don't know, Madeline panted, but something's chasing me. As if on cue, a gunshot rang out, the bullet whizzing past her head and splintering the bark of a nearby tree. Fuck, Madeline screamed, dropping to the ground and scrambling for cover. Madeline, Stephen's voice crackled through the speaker. What was that? Are you okay? They're shooting at me, she hissed, crawling through the underbrush. Stephen, hurry! Another shot rang out, and Madeline felt a searing pain in her arm. She bit back a scream, pressing her hand against the wound. I've been hit, she gasped into the phone. Shit, Stephen swore. I'm coming as fast as I can. Can you see my headlights? Madeline peered through the darkness, her heart leaping as she spotted a faint glow in the distance. Yes, I see them. Good, I'm going to blink them. Tell me if you can see it. The headlights flashed on and off 3 times. I see it, Madeline cried. Keep coming! She pushed herself to her feet, ignoring the pain in her arm as she sprinted towards the light. Behind her, she could hear the sound of pursuit growing closer. They're gaining on me, she panted into the phone. Almost there, Stephen replied. Just keep running. Madeline yelped as another bullet whistled past her ear. She zigzagged through the trees, her lungs burning with exertion. I think they're aiming for the phone light. She gasped. I have to turn it off. No, Stephen shouted. I won't be able to find you. Bluetooth is on, Madeline replied, shoving the phone into her pocket. Just keep coming. Without the light to guide them, the shots became more sporadic, but Madeline could hear her pursuers closing in. She pushed herself harder, her legs screaming in protest. Suddenly, a dark figure lunged at her from the side, tackling her to the ground. Madeline screamed as she hit the earth. Rolling down a steep embankment, Get off me! She yelled, struggling against her attacker. In the dim light, she could make out a bizarre, ape-like face snarling down at her. Madeline's hand closed around a rock, and she swung with all her might, connecting with the creature's eye. It howled in pain, loosening its grip just enough for her to wriggle free. As she scrambled to her feet, Stephen's car screeched to a halt in front of her, the headlights illuminating the nightmarish scene. Madeline! Stephen yelled, jumping out of the car. Come on! She sprinted towards him, diving into the passenger seat as more gunshots rang out behind them. Stephen floored the accelerator, the tires spinning in the mud before finding purchase. What the hell was that thing? Stephen asked, his knuckles white on the steering wheel. I don't know. Madeline gasped, clutching her bleeding arm. and I don't want to find out. Their relief was short-lived. A blinding light suddenly flooded the car, and Madeline's eyes widened in horror as she saw a massive truck bearing down on them. "Stephen, look out!" she screamed. The truck slammed into them, the impact sending their car spinning. Metal screeched against metal as the truck hit them again, crushing the hood like a tin can. "We have to get out of here!" Madeline yelled over the din. Stephen threw the car into reverse, tires squealing as he tried to put distance between them and the truck. But the narrow road offered little room for maneuver. "Hold on!" Stephen shouted as the car careened off the road, plunging down a steep embankment. For a moment, they were airborne. Then they hit the water with a tremendous splash, the creek's current immediately starting to pull them downstream. "Get out!" Stephen yelled, already reaching for Madeline's seatbelt. Madeline's world tilted sideways as the car plunged into the icy creek. Water rushed in through the shattered windows, soaking her clothes and stealing her breath. The current tugged at the vehicle, threatening to pull it under. Stephen's hands fumbled with her seatbelt, his fingers slipping on the wet metal. Panic clawed at Madeline's throat as the water rose past her chest. "It's stuck," she gasped, yanking at the stubborn buckle. Stephen swore, reaching for something in the glove compartment. The glint of a knife caught Madeline's eye. In one swift motion, he sliced through the belt, freeing her. "Go!" Stephen shouted, already kicking out his own window. Madeline took a deep breath and plunged into the frigid water. The current immediately swept her away from the sinking car. She fought against the pull, her arms and legs burning with exertion as she struggled towards the shore. A hand grabbed her collar, hauling her up onto the muddy bank. Madeline coughed and sputtered, expelling water from her lungs. Stephen collapsed beside her, his chest heaving. "You okay?" he gasped. Madeline nodded, unable to speak. Her entire body shook with cold and adrenaline. The gunshot wound in her arm throbbed, a constant reminder of the danger they'd narrowly escaped. Madeline's teeth chattered as she clung to the muddy bank, her fingers sinking into the cold earth. The icy water lapped at her legs, threatening to pull her back into its deadly embrace. She tried to push herself up, but her arms trembled and gave way. "Stephen," she gasped, her voice barely above a whisper. "We need to move." But Stephen lay motionless beside her, his face pale in the moonlight. Panic surged through Madeline's veins. She reached out, shaking his shoulder. "Stephen, wake up!" A distant rumble made her freeze. Headlights cut through the darkness, illuminating the trees above them. The truck. Madeline's heart raced. They couldn't stay here. She grabbed Stephen's arm, trying to drag him further up the bank. Her muscles screamed in protest, the gunshot wound in her arm sending waves of agony through her body. "Come on," she grunted, pulling with all her might. But it wasn't enough. The mud beneath them gave way, and they slid back into the frigid water. The current caught them immediately, sweeping them downstream. Madeline flailed, trying to keep her head above water while holding on to Stephen. The creek twisted and turned, slamming them against rocks and fallen trees. Her lungs burned, crying out for air. She gasped, inhaling water instead. Coughing and sputtering, Madeline fought to stay afloat, but the cold was seeping into her bones, numbing her limbs. As she struggled against the relentless current, Madeline's thoughts turned to Ciaran. His face swam before her eyes, those piercing gray eyes filled with concern. She remembered the warmth of his embrace, the safety she felt in his arms. If only he were here now. He'd know what to do. He'd save them. But Ciaran wasn't here. She'd left him behind, pushed away by his mother's harsh words and her own fears. Darkness crept at the edges of her vision. Madeline's movements became sluggish, her grip on Stephen loosening. As the water closed over her head, she clung to the image of Ciaran's smile, the memory of his kiss. In that final moment before consciousness slipped away, Madeline felt a sense of warmth spread through her chest. It wasn't the biting cold of the water or the fear of drowning. It was something else entirely. Love. The realization hit her with startling clarity. She loved Ciaran. Despite everything, despite the danger and the complications, she loved him. And then the darkness claimed her, pulling her down into its depths.
Chapter 21. Dr. Thomas turned off the operation light, pulled his medical mask off, and smiled. Ciaran released a sigh of relief. He had the same medical knowledge as Dr. Thomas did, so the doctor didn't bother explain to Ciaran about Tad's condition. Well, I don't think he'd need to be sedated any longer. I'll give him some painkillers when he's up, the doctor said. Lucky bastard, Ciaran muttered. He pulled out his cell phone and turned it on when he saw a message from Detective Adamson flashing. He didn't check the message but called straight back. Adamson, the greeting was brusque and almost grumpy. Then Ciaran noticed the time. It was 5 in the morning. I apologize, Detective. I lost track of time. Adamson snorted. That's all right. Doctors and cops don't work by the clock. I've got good news for you. On the way back from Rufford Abbey, I got a call. Turns out Joe ran to a police station and reported the kidnapping. She put down your name as the contact person. Very smart girl. Because of the case at Mortlake, your name is in my file in high priority, so the station tagged me. Is she all right? Where is she now? She's fine and at the station. I'll call you back later to confirm the status. Is that okay? That's perfect. Thank you very much, Detective. I'll give Madeline the good news. Ciaran hung up the phone and walked a couple of steps when it hit him. Tidal waves of pain in his brain. He grunted, doubled over, and grabbed his head. Dr. Thomas darted over. Ciaran couldn't hear anything except a robotic voice from a hollow distance. It's time, Ciaran. The enemies are coming. The pain was excruciating, and blood trickled from his nose. All the monitors in the room flashed, and text came across all of them. It's time, Ciaran. The enemies are coming. Dr. Thomas helped Ciaran to stand. Ciaran stood to his full height, towering over the doctor, then slumped to the floor and blacked out. He awoke, lying on the floor, with Dr. Thomas crouched next to him. How long was I out? He asked. About 30 seconds. How often does this happen, Ciaran? Ciaran sat up. It was 33 seconds that I blacked out, wasn't it? Dr. Thomas glanced at his watch. Perhaps. What does that mean, Ciaran? Ciaran stood up, leaning on a bench for a moment to regain his balance. A long time ago, when I was developing a computer program, I came across a crossover point between alchemy, astrology, and string theory. String theory, as in the context of parallel universes? Ciaran nodded. Dr. Thomas chuckled. It's a very strange logic to combine these areas together, like marrying a horse to a kitten. Ciaran winced. Well, it would definitely require creativity when it comes to their physical incompatibility. But anyway, my strange combination of theories suggested that a major galactic event would occur every 33 years, where exchanges would be made between universes. What sort of exchanges? Energy. Power. Before Father died, he told me that a man has to live up to his duty. But if I ever decided against my duty, he would understand. Then he told me to pay attention to 33. I didn't know what he meant. But in the last 2 weeks, with all the migraines and strange static occurrences on computers, I think it has something to do with the theory. Ciaran shrugged. 33 has some theological meaning. But 33 what? Months? Days? Seconds? Dr. Thomas approached Ciaran and looked straight into his eyes. It's 33 years, Ciaran. It has been exactly that many years since you blew up the head of the goddess of kindness. It was only a statue. Yes, but it was the first time your trait of violence surfaced, Ciaran. Your father consulted me on that. I told him it was a violent trait, but he believed otherwise. He called it demon. Ciaran shook his head. It's diamond, not demon, Dr. Thomas. The first is philosophical, and the second is theological. Philosophy of what? A virtuous life. Ciaran headed toward the door. Please don't tell my mother anything until I figure this out. A blast of cold air greeted Ciaran when he walked out of the operation room. Jennifer rushed over from a corner. Tag is fine, Mother. He has some internal bleeding, but he's fine now. He'll be up and running around in no time, he said, and saw some relief on his mother's face. He knew he had worried her, and he regretted that. He wanted to embrace her, but then he thought better of it and let the thought pass. Tag would have dived right in, hugging and kissing his mother without any hesitance, not giving a flying thought to who might be watching him. His brother had a warm personality that Ciaran liked, but he would never admit it. That was his problem. He'd never admitted his emotions. Ciaran could count exactly the handful of occasions in his life when he'd embraced his mother. Then he glanced around. It wasn't the cold breeze that had blasted him, it was the emptiness of the space. "Where's Madeline?" he asked. Jennifer stopped on the way into the operation room. "She left." She turned to proceed into the operating room, but Ciaran darted forward, blocking her way. "What did you say to her?" His voice was so low that it was hardly audible, but he knew his mother had heard him well enough. "Nothing. She just left." "You don't know how many times I pushed her away, but she didn't leave. She even stayed with me during my rage, Mother. What did you say to make her leave me?" "I reminded her that she brought you a bullet and Tata a bomb. I just asked her what she would bring us next." Ciaran withdrew a step because he wasn't sure of the consequences if he didn't. "Don't look at me like that, Ciaran." He turned around and strode down the hall. He heard his mother asking from behind, which part of what I said to her wasn't true. Ciaran galloped up the stairs to his office and stormed into the control room. He activated the control panel with one hand, and with the other hand he flipped the telecom on and called his security. On the control panel, a large round circle appeared. He coded in and activated the chip in Madeline's cell phone. His hands shook a bit as he finished. He stared at the screen. Within seconds, a small green blinking dot appeared. The round circle on the screen spun like a compass, and the location of the green dot appeared on the screen. Ciaran transferred the data to a portable device and hurried down the stairs to the front, where his men had the helicopter ready for him. The first light of dawn painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, a stark contrast to the churning darkness of the creek below. Ciaran leaned forward in the helicopter, his eyes scanning the turbulent waters with desperate intensity. The roar of the rotors seemed to fade into the background, overwhelmed by the pounding of his own heart. "There!" he shouted. His finger jabbed towards two small figures clinging to a rock in the midst of the raging current. Madeline and Stephen. Madeline's dark hair was barely visible, plastered to her head by the relentless water. The pilot expertly maneuvered the helicopter into position as the rescue team prepared to descend. Ciaran's fingers dug into his palms, every fiber of his being screaming to jump in himself. But he knew better. He had to trust his team. "Status report," Ciaran barked into his headset. A crackled voice responded. "Sir, we've reached them. Detective Stephen is responsive. Madeline's condition, it's unclear. The current's too strong for an accurate assessment." Ciaran's jaw clenched. "Get them out of there, now." Suddenly, the air shimmered, a scent of magic cutting through the metallic tang of the helicopter. The fairy godmother materialized beside him, her ageless eyes holding a mixture of concern and urgency. "Ciaran," her melodious voice somehow carried over the cacophony, "Madeline's fate hangs in the balance. Dark forces from another realm seek her demise." Ciaran's head snapped up, his gray eyes blazing. "Why tell me this? There must be something I can do. Name your price." The fairy godmother's expression turned grave. "The cost is steep, Ciaran, and her survival isn't guaranteed even with your intervention." "I understand the gamble," Ciaran growled. "I need to decide before knowing the outcome. That's the thrill, isn't it?" She nodded solemnly. "Indeed, she might survive without your sacrifice." "Or she might not," Ciaran finished. "What's the price?" "The 6-pence coin for Cinderella. Relinquish it, and you could tip the scales in Madeline's favor." Ciaran didn't hesitate. "Take it. Consider the consequences," the fairy godmother warned. "This will incur Juliet's wrath." Ciaran's gaze drifted to the turbulent waters below, where his team struggled with Madeline's limp form. "I don't care. I'll give you the coin." "You're willing to face Juliet's fury, and that of her allies?" "Yes, damn it!" Ciaran snapped, fishing the coin from his pocket. "Here, take it." As the fairy godmother's fingers brushed the coin, it began to glow. The light intensified until Ciaran had to look away. When he blinked back, the coin had vanished in a shower of silver sparks. "It's done," the fairy godmother said softly. "You've made the right choice, Ciaran. You've saved her." Ciaran's breath caught. "You mean she wouldn't have survived otherwise?" The fairy godmother's smile was gentle but enigmatic. "Love conquers all, Ciaran. Remember that." And with that, she vanished. Ciaran's calm crackled to life. "Sir, Madeline's condition has stabilized. We're bringing her up now." Ciaran exhaled shakily, his eyes never leaving the spot where Madeline was being lifted from the water. "Hold on," he whispered. "Just hold on." Ciaran's heart thundered in his chest as the rescue team loaded Madeline and Stephen into the helicopter. His eyes never left Madeline's pale face, searching for any sign of improvement. As they lifted off, heading back to Monsiel, he noticed color slowly returning to her cheeks. Her breathing evened out, no longer the shallow gasps from moments ago. He allowed himself to relax, if only slightly. The tension in his shoulders eased a fraction as he watched her chest rise and fall steadily. Love. The word echoed in his mind, taunting him. The fairy godmother's words haunted him. He couldn't love. He wouldn't. Not again. The very thought sent a chill down his spine, colder than the creek water that clung to Madeline's clothes. The helicopter touched down at Monsiel, and Ciaran sprang into action. He barked orders at the medical team waiting on the helipad, his voice sharp with urgency. Dr. Thomas rushed forward as they entered, his eyes widening at the sight of Madeline on the stretcher. "What happened?" he demanded, already checking her vitals. Ciaran's jaw clenched. "Creek accident. How is she?" The doctor's hands moved swiftly, professional. "Vitals are stabilizing. She needs rest, but she'll be fine. Let's get her to a room." As they wheeled Madeline away, one of the rescue team members approached Ciaran with a tablet. "Sir, the biological scan results from the creek." Ciaran snatched the tablet, his eyes scanning the data rapidly. His breath caught as he spotted a particular detail. "This can't be right," he muttered. The team member shifted nervously. "Sir?" Ciaran's eyes snapped up. "It says she's 33 years old." "Yes, sir. Our technology is quite accurate." "I know how accurate our tech is," Ciaran snapped. His mind raced, recalling Dr. Thomas's earlier words about the 33-year mark. The public system listed her as 30. The implications sent his world spinning. He strode after the medical team, catching up to Dr. Thomas as they settled Madeline into a room. "Doctor?" Ciaran's voice was low, urgent. "The scan shows she's 33. Exactly 33. Thomas's eyes widened. He glanced at Madeline, then back to Ciaran. "That's significant, given what we discussed earlier about your own condition." Ciaran ran a hand through his hair, frustration and confusion warring within him. "What does it mean?" "I can't say for certain," Thomas admitted, "but the coincidence is striking. Her age, your accelerated problems with the energy, there might be a connection we don't yet understand." Ciaran's gaze fell on Madeline's sleeping form. She looked peaceful now, a stark contrast to the turmoil in his own mind. "Run more tests," he ordered. "I want to know everything, every detail, no matter how small." Thomas nodded. "Of course, but Ciaran—" "Yes, doctor." The doctor's expression was grave. "Your mother might have some answers." Ciaran's jaw tightened. "I'm aware." As Thomas left to arrange the tests, Ciaran sank into a chair beside Madeline's bed. He stared at her, his mind a whirlwind of questions and possibilities. Love, connection, fate. Words he'd long since banished from his vocabulary now clamored for attention. He reached out, hesitating for a moment before gently taking Madeline's hand in his own. The warmth of her skin against his palm sent a jolt through him, a reminder of how close he'd come to losing her. "What are you?" he whispered. "And what are you doing to me?"
Chapter 23. The great reception room was used for family gatherings. Jennifer remembered vividly Conan sitting in the chair in front of the fireplace. Her husband had loved to watch her teach baby Tata to walk. He fell so many times trying to run. Conan had gotten a thrill out of a young Ciaran presenting him with new chemical formulas that he had mixed from his mother's cooking recipes. Ciaran had been only 4 turning 5, but he'd been able to heal many injured wild animals he found in their yard by using things he found in the kitchen and the garden. That pleased Conan tremendously, inasmuch as he was devastated when Ciaran mixed his first explosive compound and blew up the head of the goddess of kindness statue. Conan had then put the statue in the middle of the yard to remind Ciaran of the consequences of violence. But Jennifer knew that wouldn't work for Ciaran. She knew her son. And she would do whatever it took to keep him safe and to keep this family together under the roof of Monsiel. They couldn't afford mistakes this year. She couldn't allow strangers in the house this year. She knew what was behind the number 33, but she would take the secret to her grave. Revealing it to Ciaran would undo his life. She would rather rot in hell than doing that. So for now, she had to eliminate the immediate threat, those strangers in their home, and she had to live with Ciaran's resultant wrath. Ciaran and Madeline walked in, followed by Tad. Jennifer sat on a chair at the top of a long dining table. I'm sorry about what happened to you last night, Madeline, she spoke gently. They couldn't get to me last night, whoever they were, but I'm sure they'll find another opportunity. You're a reasonable girl, Madeline. I'm sure you won't mind me arranging a late breakfast here. I feel like a morning tea myself. Then we can discuss some family business. Your house, your rules, Jennifer. That's a good sign. We're starting to understand each other a bit better now. Why don't you all sit down? Tag didn't need a second invitation. He grabbed a chair and settled in. Tag travels extensively and has experienced great foods all over the world, but he always craves Mrs. Rutherford's scones and jam. At one point, he asked me to express post them to him when he was in Africa. Jennifer smiled. Mother, that's not to be spread around. You promised me, Tad protested. You were lucky you didn't ask me to do that. Ciaran smiled slightly. That wasn't luck. I was being smart. You know, Madeline, Ciaran's father called this place Mon Ciel, as if this was his blue sky, his heaven, his world. And he wasn't talking about the palace. He meant the family that he loved with all of his heart. Am I correct, Ciaran? What are you getting at, Mother? Ciaran lowered his voice. The LeBlancs were blessed with their fortune, but they were also cursed with secrets, Madeline, Jennifer said. She doesn't need to know any of that, Ciaran growled out in protest. As you can see, like his father, my son will do whatever it takes to protect the family's secrets. Mother, Ciaran stood up, and as you can see, he was about to bully his mother out of her place. I would never. Then you will give me a fair chance to speak to Madeline. I think she cares for you, so she should hear what I have to say. Don't you agree, Madeline? Madeline nodded. I'll listen, but I'll reserve judgment. There's nothing you can do or say to influence me. Naturally. And Ciaran, I will only speak the truth, and if you think otherwise, you can have your say. Of course, that will only happen if you stay. Would you rather stay or leave the room, Ciaran? Ciaran sat down slowly, giving Jennifer a warning look. Jennifer smiled. Yes, I'd rather you stay. Madeline, Ciaran loved his father. No, more precisely, he worshipped his father. Before you object, Ciaran, let's say you loved your father very much. Is that better? No response from Ciaran. Yes or no, Ciaran? Yes, I loved father, Ciaran snarled, so much so that your world seemed to stop when he died, so much so that you would not accept his death, although he died from natural causes, so much so that you immersed yourself in natural medicines, exotic pharmaceutical compounds, and any and all computer gimmicks that helped you to fantasize about bringing your father back. No, Mother, that's not true. We're finished here, Madeline. Ciaran stood again, grabbing Madeline's hand so that she would come with him. Did you or did you not create the game character called White Knight? Jennifer spat out the question. What? Tag was astonished. Madeline stared blankly at Jennifer, and then she turned around to observe Ciaran. Jennifer continued, You think your old mother knows nothing about what you do? You think you are in charge of the family, and I am living in oblivion in Dublin? Create? So you are the White Knight? Madeline asked, shocked. White Knight is a very critical and advanced program that could change the landscape of science, Madeline, Ciaran said. Madeline stared at him. I don't question your motives for creating such a program. I am sure it will benefit humankind and more. But I am questioning your motives toward me. Did you have anything to do with Joe's kidnapping? No? Why didn't you tell me you were the White Knight when Zen asked for it? I didn't say I wasn't. You drugged me at the meadow to take over the negotiation with Zen. Tears welled in Madeline's eyes. Madeline, Ciaran approached. It's not what it looks like. So what does it look like, Ciaran? We can't start a relationship based on lies. We aren't meant to be together, are we? Tears were streaming down Madeline's face now. I would never tell a woman I worked with those programs. They're violent games. If she didn't know me, she'd think I was a serial killer. Tad chimed in and received a scolding glare from Jennifer. Madeline stood up and headed toward the door. Ciaran grabbed her arms. You said you'd give us a chance, Madeline. We need time. His voice was gentle but firm. Will you tell me everything? There can't be any secrets between us, Madeline said. Everyone has secrets they can't share, no matter what, Jennifer cut in. Mother, Ciaran growled, turning toward Jennifer. Let me help you elaborate on that, Ciaran. Can you honestly say that your wife did not die because of one of your secrets, Ciaran? Juliet didn't die because of my secrets. Ciaran's voice quieted, but Jennifer could see the anger oozing from his pores. His eyes were red, and a vein on his forehead throbbed. She remained seated, staring at Ciaran while Tag stood. Perhaps not, because she died for them. She robbed you of your heart, your life, and your secrets. She died for her greed, Jennifer continued. Why would you say that, Mother? Why do you hate me? Ciaran flew in Jennifer's direction. Tag darted after him, but he was too slow. Ciaran punched the leg of a statue, standing on a head-height column behind Jennifer. It cracked, crumbled, and collapsed to the floor. He braced his hands on the column, trying to suppress his anger. Jennifer didn't even blink. She didn't need to look behind her to see Ciaran's expression because she could read that on Madeline's face. Madeline stepped back, tears rolling down her face. She turned around and headed toward the door. Stephen entered the room just then and saw Madeline. He glanced at the scene before him and gently touched Madeline's shoulders. Madeline, what's the matter? I need to leave. Could you take me out of here, please? You were attacked last night just outside this house. We have to be careful. We haven't found Jo. We could use some help. We found her. She got away yesterday and is with Detective Adamson. Please take me out of here. We can pick her up on the way. On the way to where? The car was trashed last night. Could you calm down? Stay here for a bit and we can sort things out? Stephen spoke gently. I can arrange transportation for you right now if that's of any help. Jennifer's voice was as cold as steel. Lady LeBlanc, if you or your boys do anything to hurt Madeline, I will not let it slide, Stephen growled. Ciaran turned his gaze from the ruined statue and directed it toward Stephen. Tad inched forward. Jennifer knew the sight of her sons would intimidate the hell out of Stephen, so she remained silent. They didn't hurt me or anything, Stephen. So why the hell do you look like this? I just need to leave right now. Not until you tell me what happened. What did they do to make you cry? Stephen threw a lethal stare at Ciaran. Nothing happened. It's my problem. Let's go get Jo and head back to New York. I don't belong here. Stephen shook his head and stiffened his stance. Madeline huffed out a breath. Stephen, if you want to stay and pick a fight, feel free to do so. It seems there's enough testosterone in the room to do that, but I will leave here by myself. The cheery sound of Mrs. Rutherford humming a country song as she pushed her tea cart echoed into the room. Madeline, please stay a bit longer. The people who attacked you last night might still be out there waiting. If anything happens, I don't think I'm in any shape to help you. Mrs. Rutherford entered the room. The aroma of her famous scones with jam and freshly brewed jasmine tea filled the room. She stood at the door and noticed the tension in the room right away, saw Madeline's tears. Morning tea, everyone. Her voice trembled a bit and sank into an awkward silence. Madeline, Ciaran approached. Stay the fuck right there, Ciaran, Stephen yelled and stopped Ciaran in his tracks. Madeline continued to head toward the door and had to step around the tea cart. You too. I said stay, Madeline, Stephen growled. Madeline took one more step and Stephen ran to her. He grabbed her shoulders violently and threw her back into the room. Madeline fell, rolling on the floor. Ciaran rushed to her and Jennifer stood up from her chair. Stephen grabbed Mrs. Rutherford, pulled out his gun, and pointed it at her head. Stay still, he commanded the room. Everyone froze. Lady LeBlanc, may I ask for your permission to stay 30 minutes longer at your palace? Stephen asked, a sarcastic smirk on his face. Ciaran inched closer to Madeline. I said, stay still, Ciaran, or I'll put a bullet in her head. Stephen pressed the gun against Mrs. Rutherford's head. Stephen, what's going on? Madeline asked. I wouldn't have had to do this if you'd behaved and done what I said, but you preferred to go about it the hard way. Let her go, Stephen. If I did anything to offend you, then take it out on me, Madeline pleaded. I would never hurt you, Madeline. I know you wouldn't, so let Mrs. Rutherford go. I'll do whatever you say. If you want me to stay here, I will. You will? Yes. Liar, Stephen screamed. She's a stranger. She's nothing to you. I'm your friend, Madeline. Have you ever thought of me? Would you do anything for me? Stephen's eyes sparked with insanity. You never asked for anything. If you'd asked, I'd have done anything for you. She tried to approach him. Stay right there. Stephen raised his gun, aiming at Madeline now. Tag and Ciaran rushed Stephen at the same time. 2 gunshots discharged from the silencer on the gun muzzle, and both Ciaran and Tad slumped to the floor. Chapter 24. The sound of the 2 bullets tore at her heart. Madeline turned around slowly. She knew Ciaran couldn't be dead, but she had to see with her own eyes. Ciaran and Tad pulled themselves up from the floor. A bullet had hit Ciaran's left shoulder and Tad's right leg. Madeline looked again at Stephen. He shrugged. "I warned them to stay still." Stephen smirked. "I didn't mean to scare you, Madeline. Whatever it is that you want, we can talk about it." "Let the women go," Ciaran said. An insane peal of laughter came from Stephen. "Let the women go? What a gentleman you are! So why didn't you give Juliet that chance?" "Who the fuck are you?" Tad asked. Stephen released Mrs. Rutherford but still held on to her hair. "You don't even know your brother-in-law, Stefan? What kind of husband are you?" "Juliet never mentioned your name. She must have been embarrassed by your very existence," Ciaran said with scorn. "She told me enough." "How do you think I knew about your screening technology in this place and was able to get my weapon past it?" Ciaran smiled. "It's obvious she didn't tell you enough. There is nothing here. You wasted your time and effort to get in." "You think my sister married you for love?" Stefan laughed. "What Juliet and I had, a scumbag like you could never understand. If she had married me for our family secrets, you wouldn't be here, threatening women to get what you want." "You're pathetic," Ciaran taunted. Stefan angrily thrust the gun in Ciaran's direction. Madeline could see he was provoked enough to pull the trigger at any time. Despite the look of insanity on his face now, his eyes were still the same. They were still the eyes of the Stephen who fumbled his words whenever she smiled at him. "What about me? What about us? Did you ever have any real feelings for me? I have nothing. I don't have any secrets you could profit from." Madeline stepped toward Stefan. Stefan's eyes softened a bit. "Of course I have feelings for you, Madeline. It took me years of digging around to find the last line of the Kellys." "Me? I'm a Kelly?" Madeline frantically searched in her head for a Kelly in her life. No, it rang no bell. "Oh yeah, you're powerful when it comes to that. Don't you have any idea where your psychic ability comes from? If you planned this whole thing, then tell me what you want from me." "You got me inside Monsiel. That's all I needed." "If that's all you needed, why bother with the kidnapping?" Stefan laughed. "That was Zen's stupid idea. I paid him to design the kidnap and create a scare big enough so that you would call for my help. But then he got fancy. He wanted the stupid hologame program and White Knight and all of that crap. He got tips from the wrong people and did everything except getting me what I'd paid him for. Then I had to pay someone else to get Joe off him so that he got nothing to give you at Rufford Abbey. So the LeBlanc's boy will kill him. A day of my handiwork. The artifact Juliet worked for is mine and is here. Not in any stupid grave as Zen was led to believe." Madeline cut in. "You wanted me to call you for help. I did. Now you are here, so do you want me to help you find the artifact?" "Oh no, sweetie, you stay right there. You're falling too deeply for that guy." He pointed toward Ciaran with the gun. "Just like Juliet, my feelings for you pretty much guarantee that I won't shoot you. Unless you provoke me. Now let's go and get the artifact. You, come here." Stefan pointed the gun at Jennifer, waving her over. "Oh, no, don't do that to the lady," Mrs. Rutherford cried out. "Take me." "Don't provoke him, Mrs. Rutherford." Jennifer walked toward Stefan. "No, Mother." Ciaran and Tad walked toward Jennifer to stop her. "Don't make me prove myself again," Stefan yelled out. "Please don't hurt the lady." Mrs. Rutherford charged toward Stefan. Madeline tried to grab her. Stefan waved the gun. Step back, you two." A voice on the intercom announced, "Dr. Thomas has just arrived at the gate. He is on his way in." Stefan was distracted momentarily, and Mrs. Rutherford charged toward the intercom corner and hit the panic button. Madeline tried to pull her back, but it was too late. Stefan fired his gun. The single bullet pierced Mrs. Rutherford's chest. She fell back into Madeline's arms, dead. Alarm bells rang all over the building, and Madeline deduced that it would alert the central security system and all related parties in the LeBlanc's security network. Stefan laughed. He pointed the gun at Jennifer. Ciaran and Tad stood up to protect their mother. But they stood at a distance, and Stefan could take them down one by one. Ciaran stepped forward. He looked as if he could grind Stefan into dust with his bare hands. Stefan pointed the gun at Ciaran. Don't be foolish. Suddenly, it felt as if a whole army of security guards was charging toward the great reception. Madeline could feel the motion of many approaching people. She was sure Stefan knew it too. Jennifer cried out and slumped down, gasping for air. She was as white as a sheet. Ciaran ran over and held his mother. She has asthma. She needs her medicine. I'll get it. Tag stood up. No one goes anywhere. Stefan waved his gun. The faster you give me what I want, the faster she'll get her meds. Now come here. She can hardly stand, Stefan, Madeline scolded. Then you ought to help her. Madeline went toward Jennifer. Can you hold up a little longer? Jennifer was gasping but nodded. Madeline helped her up. Now what? Madeline asked. All right, the artifact was in one of the statues. Given that you have so many in this house, where do you want to start? Be strategic, as Lady LeBlanc here doesn't look as if she can last long, Stefan said. Right here, then, Ciaran responded. The great reception was at the far end of the old section of the house. Madeline knew the old statues were marble or stone, and it would be really hard to hide anything in there. It would more likely be in the new extension of the house. Ciaran said it had been built around 10 years ago. That must have been when he had married Juliet. So Ciaran was hoping to bide some time, Madeline thought. She took Jennifer to the chair. Well then, Stefan signaled a go-ahead. Lead the way. What do you want me to do? Hammer the statues, asked Ciaran. That won't be necessary. My little sister was a smart cookie. She would have tagged it with electronic chips. Do a scan, and do it carefully. He put his portable scanner on the floor and kicked it toward Ciaran. Stefan was standing very close to Jennifer and Madeline, his back against the wall. That way he had a full view of the entire room, the door, and the security team in the hallway. The team apparently didn't know what to do, Madeline thought. She doubted Ciaran had had any time to replace Robert, and now with both Ciaran and Tattoo in this room, security clearly didn't have any leadership. The warm and friendly voice of Dr. Thomas came across the room from the door. Stephen, this is Dr. Thomas. I examined you this morning. Yes, I remember you, and it's Stefan. What do you want? Could I please bring some water and medicine in for Jennifer and check the bleeding on the boy's gunshot wounds? Water and meds for the woman is okay. Nothing for the boys. Don't try anything silly, Dr. Thomas. See for yourself. Stefan nodded toward Mrs. Rutherford's dead body. Madeline could see the doctor's eyes waver with pity and sorrow for a fraction of a second. Then he was calm again. Yes, Stefan. I can see clearly. May I come in now? Stefan waved his gun to signal Dr. Thomas to come in. By the time they had finished scanning all the statues in the old quarter, the sun had begun setting, and the lights in the building had illuminated. They moved on toward the new quarter. As soon as they entered the long corridor where the 12 statues stood, including the one with the missing toe, Madeline knew that what Stefan wanted was there. She shifted and felt the broken toe still in her jacket pocket. She swore to herself that if there was truly the spirit of a god in that statue, and if he helped her solve this disaster, not only she would put his toe back, but she would also name her first son after him. The first statue Ciaran scanned resulted in a positive beeping signal. Stefan's face brightened. Ciaran slid his fingers along the edge of the marble base where the signal was the strongest. It was one solid piece of marble. No handle, button, or compartment of any kind. Then he stopped at a small copper plaque. That had to be it. Stefan grabbed Jennifer and pulled her with him. Using a hunting knife, he gave the edge of the plaque a nudge. Nothing. He stabbed hard into the niche around the plaque until the copper piece gave way and dropped to the floor. Inside was a computer disk, neatly tucked away in plastic. Stefan grabbed the disk and mumbled to himself. What the fuck? Do you want to read the disk? Ciaran asked. You think I'm stupid? You want me to use your computer so you can copy it? Ciaran shrugged. I'm curious, of course. Stefan swung a hard kick at Ciaran's abdomen. Ciaran slumped to the floor, heaving in pain. His shoulder bled. Jennifer cried out, What else do you want? The artifact apparently isn't here. I know, Stefan screamed, giving Jennifer a hard push so that she fell into Madeline's arm. Stefan pulled Ciaran up from the floor. As Ciaran was much taller than Stefan, he made a nice human shield. I need to go now, and your master will escort me to safety. Stefan addressed the hopeless security team. One wrong move from you, and he will eat my bullets. Now get out of my way." The security backed off. Madeline could see that they have absolutely no idea how to handle the situation. Stefan pulled Ciaran with him, backing out the door. Madeline followed. "Stefan, you're a smart man, and you know better than anyone that your sister would have coded the disk and that Ciaran might be the only person who can decode it for you." Stefan laughed. "You've definitely fallen head over heels for this guy. You just don't want me to kill him, do you?" They were married, Stefan. You might not want to hear this, but their marriage was far more important to her than your brother-sister relationship. Otherwise, she would have given you the information. If she coded something in that disk, who do you think she would let read it? You can barely turn a computer on. You'd better stop talking and stay right there. "That's enough. You want to go? Let's go," Ciaran cut in. "I hate to repeat myself, but don't move. You won't like the consequences." Stefan threw out his last threat, addressing everyone, and pulled Ciaran away into a waiting car. At the entrance of the house, Madeline watched as the car zoomed into the darkness. She heard a rumbling, chaotic movement behind her. Then there was a click and a humming sound, and a blue wave of light flashed outside and blanketed the entire Monsiel estate. Then the light disappeared, and Monsiel returned to its normal magnificence. Jennifer cried out and slumped to the floor. Tad held his mother. Madeline could see his body shaking with emotion, but he tried to remain calm, perhaps to hang on to a thread of hope. There was nothing in Jennifer's eyes but devastation. Madeline approached and crouched next to Jennifer. In front of her was a desperate mother. "What was that blue light?" she asked, knowing that whatever the answer was, it wouldn't be good news. Ciaran put Monsiel in lockdown mode. Tears streamed down Jennifer's face. Madeline frowned and looked at Tad. "That means all weapons and machinery will be neutralized at the contact point outside the protective shield. No one can attack us from the outside," Tad explained. "Can we take weapons out from the inside?" Madeline asked. Tad shook his head. "You can't even drive a car out." "Can you unlock it?" Tad shook his head again. "Ciaran coded the lock. No one has access." "Does that mean none of us can go out and help him if we need to?" Madeline asked. "The shield doesn't stop human passing," Tad said. They saw a flash flare up in the distant darkness and the sound of an explosion, which was muffled by the thick, foggy air. Jennifer was pale and numb with pain. "I'm going after Ciaran," Madeline said and stood up. "I'll go with you," Tad said. "Not with that leg," Madeline snarled and strode to the kitchen. She grabbed a couple of knives and tucked them into her belt. When she returned to the hall, Tag had already patched up his wound. He had a combat knife tucked at his waist. Seeing Madeline enter, Tada said, "If you can go out there in the dark on foot with those kitchen knives, I can do it with one good leg. Dr. Thomas patched up this stupid wound, and Ciaran's kick-ass painkillers will come in handy." Madeline nodded. When she walked past, Jennifer grabbed her arm. "I'm in debt to you for this," she said. The tears had dried on her face, but the worry and exhaustion haunted her eyes. "Ciaran went out to Fosse Way for me. This is the least I can do for him." She turned on her heel. Tad finished giving instructions to the troops staying behind. And then he followed Madeline out the door.
Chapter 25. Ciaran's knuckles turned white as he clung to the steering wheel, his eyes fixed on the dark, winding road ahead. The car's headlights cut through the inky blackness, illuminating the asphalt in ghostly pale light. He could drive this road with his eyes closed, but at the moment, the more Stefan thought he was struggling, the better it was for him. "Having trouble staying on the road, LeBlanc?" Stefan sneered from the passenger seat. His gun trained on Ciaran's temple. Ciaran's jaw clenched. "Just enjoying the scenic route," he replied dryly, fighting to keep his voice steady. As they rounded a bend, Ciaran's fingers discreetly brushed against a hidden panel on the dashboard. A soft beep, inaudible to Stefan, confirmed that he had activated Monsiel's protective shield. Those he loved would be safe inside the impenetrable barrier. Stefan wouldn't be working alone, and Ciaran wasn't sure how many he had left behind to attack his home. The familiar sound of rushing water reached Ciaran's ears as they approached the bridge over the creek where he had picked Madeline up that morning. The memory of her face, etched with worry and determination, flashed through his mind. "Remember this place, LeBlanc?" Stefan taunted, gesturing towards the bridge with his gun. Quite the romantic spot for a morning rendezvous. Ciaran's grip on the wheel tightened. The creek's fast-running water hit the rocks below, creating a cacophony of sounds that would normally be calming and therapeutic. But not now. The bullet wound in his left shoulder throbbed, a constant reminder of the danger he was in. "What's the matter?" Stefan pressed. "Cat got your tongue?" In that moment, Ciaran made a split-second decision. With a grunt of effort, he swung the steering wheel hard, aiming to lift the car over the rail. The tires screeched in protest as the vehicle lurched violently. "What the fuck are you doing?" Stefan yelled, his composure finally cracking. Instead of going over, the car smashed into the cement rail with a deafening crunch of metal. The airbag exploded from the steering wheel, assaulting Ciaran's face with a force that nearly knocked him unconscious. The acrid smell of gunpowder and burnt rubber filled the air as the car ground to a halt. For a moment, silence reigned. Then, Ciaran heard the click of Stefan's seatbelt being released. Fighting through the pain and disorientation, he fumbled with his own buckle, knowing he had mere seconds to act. As Ciaran stumbled out of the wreckage, the night air cool against his sweat-slicked skin, a pair of blinding headlights suddenly illuminated the scene. He raised a hand to shield his eyes, heart pounding as he made out the silhouettes of armed men emerging from a truck. "Freeze!" a gruff voice commanded as multiple guns were trained on him. From the passenger side of the car, Stefan emerged, rubbing his head. His eyes narrowed as he spotted the newcomers. "Where the fuck have you been?" he snarled. "I messaged you from the house." A man from the group stepped forward, his face half hidden in shadow. "We didn't have a signal," he explained, his tone apologetic. Stefan pulled out a portable device, its screen casting an eerie blue glow on his face. "The gun works, but this piece of shit sure doesn't," he muttered, tapping the device in frustration. The man's gaze shifted to Ciaran, who was swaying on his feet, blood seeping from his wounded shoulder. "Did you get what you need?" he asked Stefan. "Not quite," Stefan replied, his voice laced with irritation. "So you still need him?" The man pointed his gun toward Ciaran, who fought to remain upright despite the pain and blood loss. Stefan shrugged, a cruel smile playing on his lips. "Yes, take him. Let's go." He started walking toward the truck, but glanced back when he heard Ciaran slump to the ground. "Take him with us. I need him." As one of the men approached Ciaran with a burst of adrenaline, Ciaran sprang into action. In one fluid motion, he leapt to his feet, disarmed the surprised man, and used him as a human shield. Stefan turned back, cocking an eyebrow. "Only I use tricks like that, Ciaran," he said, his voice dangerously calm. "You think that will work on me?" Before Ciaran could respond, Stefan fired. The gunshot echoed through the night, followed by a sickening splatter as the man's blood and brain matter sprayed across Ciaran's face. Ciaran's heart pounded as he felt a presence looming behind him. In front of him, the men by the truck raised their weapons, the metallic clicks of safeties being switched off echoing in the night air. "Down!" a gruff voice shouted from behind. Without hesitation, Ciaran dropped to the ground. The bridge erupted into chaos as gunfire exploded from both sides. The air filled with the acrid smell of gunpowder and the deafening staccato of automatic weapons. "Stay low!" the same voice commanded as a figure shielded Ciaran's body with his own. Bullets whizzed overhead, their high-pitched whines mixing with the thunderous reports of gunfire. Ciaran watched in horror as men on both sides crumpled to the ground, their bodies hitting the pavement with sickening thuds. Suddenly, the man protecting Ciaran jerked violently. Ciaran felt warm liquid splatter across his face as bullets tore through his protector's body. The man collapsed, his full weight crushing Ciaran against the cold, hard ground. "What the hell?" Ciaran gasped, struggling to breathe under the dead weight. As quickly as it had begun, the gunfire ceased. The abrupt silence was broken only by the squeal of tires as vehicles peeled away from the scene. With a grunt, Ciaran pushed the lifeless body off him. Steam rose from the bullet holes, curling into the night air. As Ciaran examined the corpse, his blood ran cold. Where he expected to see flesh and bone, he found wires and circuitry. "Jesus Christ," he muttered, scrambling to his feet. "They're not human." Ciaran's eyes darted around, taking in the scene. About a dozen humanoid figures stood motionless, their blank eyes fixed on him. Panic surged through his veins as realization dawned. "The 33-year cycle," he whispered, his father's warnings echoing in his mind. Without a second thought, Ciaran sprinted towards the bridge's railing. "Sorry, Dad," he grunted as he vaulted over the edge, plunging into the icy rapids below. The shock of the freezing water knocked the breath from his lungs. As he was swept downstream, memories flashed before his eyes. His family, Madeline, the life he might be leaving behind. He spotted a mass of gnarled branches ahead, their sharp ends reaching out like claws. With a desperate surge of energy, Ciaran twisted his body, narrowly avoiding impalement. The impact sent shock waves through his skull, momentarily stunning him. Shaking off the daze, he clawed his way along the branches towards the shore. As he dragged himself onto the bank, shivering and gasping for air, he heard footsteps approaching. Ciaran looked up to find himself surrounded by the same robotic beings from the bridge. One stepped forward, its voice unnervingly human-like. "We're here to help you and mark your entry." Ciaran's eyes narrowed. "Entry to what?" he demanded, his voice hoarse. "Entry to the realm of righteousness and fulfilling your duty." "Cut the crap," Ciaran spat. "Who sent you? What do they want?" The robot's eyes flickered, processing. "We are here to help you and mark your entry." It repeated mechanically. Ciaran let out a bitter laugh. "Hardwired responses, huh? Fine. I reject your help. Tell your commander to contact me directly." The robot's eyes flashed again. "We are here to help you and mark your entry." "Shit," Ciaran muttered, realizing the futility of his words. He scrambled to his feet, ready to run, but the robots closed in swiftly. A sharp pain pierced the back of his neck. "No," he gasped, his vision blurring. As darkness engulfed him, his last thought was of Madeline, and the explanation he might never get to give.
Chapter 26. Madeline's heart thundered in her chest as she raced through the darkness, her feet pounding against the damp earth. Tag's ragged breathing matched her own as they sprinted towards the bridge, the air thick with the acrid stench of gunpowder and burning rubber. "Ciaran!" she screamed, her voice raw with desperation. They skidded to a halt at the edge of the bridge, the scene before them a nightmare of twisted metal and broken bodies. Smoke curled lazily from the wreckage of several vehicles, their frames warped beyond recognition. "Jesus!" Tad muttered, his face ashen in the flickering light of a nearby fire. Madeline's eyes darted frantically from one lifeless form to another, searching for any sign of Ciaran. Her stomach churned as she took in the carnage, but there was no trace of him among the fallen. "He's not here," she choked out, panic clawing at her throat. "Ta! Where is he?" She closed her eyes, reaching out with her mind, desperate for even the faintest whisper of Ciaran's thoughts. But there was nothing, no comforting blue bubbles, no flicker of his consciousness. "Shit!" she hissed, her eyes snapping open. "I can't sense him." Tad grabbed her arm, his grip tight. "What do you mean?" "No time." Madeline cut him off, her mind racing. "We're outside Monsiel. My powers, I might be able to use them here." She turned to face Tag, her eyes blazing with determination. "I need you to trust me and not freak out. Can you do that?" He nodded, bewildered but resolute. "I can summon a magical mirror," she explained quickly. "It might let me reach Ciaran. Just watch." Madeline took a deep breath, centering herself. She stretched out her hands, focusing all her energy on the space before her. The air shimmered, rippling like heat waves off hot asphalt. She focused her thoughts on Ciaran, reaching out for his mind, any thread of consciousness, any connections to his soul that she could obtain. "Mirror, mirror in the air, show me Ciaran," she growled through gritted teeth. A flash of silver caught the firelight, expanding rapidly into a shimmering oval surface. The mirror hung suspended in midair, its edges flickering like a mirage. Tad stumbled back, his eyes wide. "Holy shit!" "Ciaran!" Madeline shouted at the mirror. "Ciaran, where are you?" The surface rippled, images flashing across it too quickly to comprehend. Suddenly it settled on a scene of churning water, dark and violent. "He's in the river," Madeline gasped. "Tad, he's in the goddamn river!" Without hesitation, she plunged her arm into the mirror. The surface gave way like water, cool and viscous against her skin. She groped blindly, her fingers searching desperately for any sign of Ciaran. "I can't reach him," she cried, frustration and fear threatening to overwhelm her. Madeline's heart sank as Tada's words cut through her desperate hope. The river's massive. Even if we find him, he'd be dead in this freezing English winter. She shook her head, refusing to accept defeat. No. We need a precise location. Mirror, show me Ciaran again. The surface rippled, revealing Ciaran's motionless form on the riverbank. Madeline's breath caught in her throat. He's not conscious. I need to wake him. She plunged her arm deeper into the mirror, fingers straining to reach him. Can't you go through it? Tad asked, his voice tight with worry. If I do, I'd have to bring him back through the portal. If we're attacked inside, she swallowed hard. In his condition, he wouldn't make it. I just need to wake him, talk to him. The smaller the portal, the less risk. Madeline stretched further, her muscles burning with the effort. Suddenly, a dark figure materialized in the mirror. Before she could react, strong hands clamped around her wrist, yanking her forward. Shit! She snarled, digging her heels into the ground. The shadowy man pulled harder, trying to drag her into the portal. Madeline twisted, fighting against his iron grip. She could feel the mirror's edge pressing against her shoulder, cold and unyielding. Madeline? Tag shouted, lunging forward. No! She screamed. Don't touch it! She reached into her pocket with her free hand, fingers closing around the kitchen knife. The blade glinted in the firelight as she whipped it out. The man's grip tightened, his strength inhuman. Madeline's arm burned, muscles straining as she was pulled further into the portal. The knife trembled in her hand. Let me go! She growled through clenched teeth. With a desperate cry, Madeline plunged the knife forward. She felt it sink into flesh, warm blood spilling over her hand. The man's grip loosened, a strangled gasp escaping him. You have blood on your hands across the realms now, he choked out. Madeline yanked her arm back, stumbling away from the mirror. The knife clattered to the ground, stained crimson. She stared at her trembling hands, spattered with blood that shimmered with an otherworldly light. Madeline's heart raced as she stared at the blood on her hands. The shadowy man's words echoed in her mind, but she shook them off. There was no time for doubt. Ciaran needed her. She turned back to the mirror, steeling herself. I'm going in again. Tad grabbed her arm. Are you insane after what just happened? I have to. She met his gaze, her eyes blazing with determination. He'll die if we don't find him. Before Tad could protest further, Madeline plunged her arm back into the mirror. The surface rippled around her, cold and viscous. She gritted her teeth, pushing deeper until her shoulder pressed against the edge. Her fingers brushed against something solid. Fabric, Ciaran. Got him! She cried, relief flooding through her. Madeline grasped Ciaran's shirt, shaking him roughly. Ciaran, wake up, damn it! A groan echoed through the mirror. Ciaran's eyes fluttered open, unfocused and confused. Madeline? His voice was weak, barely audible over the rush of water. Where are you? She demanded, her voice cracking with desperation. We need to know exactly where you are, Ciaran coughed, water spilling from his lips. Bridge. I jumped. Left side. How long were you in the water? Madeline pressed, her grip on his shirt tightening. 10, maybe 15 minutes, he mumbled. Right bank now. Tad's voice cut through Madeline's focus. I can do the math. We can find him. Madeline nodded, turning back to Ciaran. Stay awake, you hear me? We're coming for you. Madeline, Ciaran whispered, his hand reaching for hers. The mirror's surface rippled violently, cutting off his words. Madeline felt herself being pulled forward, the portal's edge digging into her shoulder. No, she snarled, wrenching her arm back. With a final surge of effort, she tore free of the mirror. The portal collapsed, leaving nothing but empty air where it had hung. Madeline stumbled backward, gasping for breath. We have to go. Now. Tag was already moving, his long strides eating up the ground. This way. If my calculations are right, he should be about a mile downstream. They ran through the darkness, branches whipping at their faces. Madeline's lungs burned, but she pushed on, fear and adrenaline driving her forward. What if we're too late? She panted, voicing the fear that clawed at her heart. Tad glanced back, his face set in grim determination. We won't be. Ciaran's too stubborn to die like this. They burst through a line of trees, the river stretching before them, dark and menacing. Madeline's eyes scanned the bank frantically, searching for any sign of Ciaran. There! Tag shouted, pointing to a shadowy form lying motionless on the muddy shore. Madeline's heart leapt into her throat as they sprinted towards the figure. As they drew closer, she could make out Ciaran's features, pale and still in the moonlight. She dropped to her knees beside him, hands shaking as she pressed her fingers to his neck. For a moment, there was nothing. Then, faint but steady, she felt a pulse. "He's alive," she choked out, tears of relief stinging her eyes. Tag was already on his phone, barking orders for medical assistance. Madeline cradled Ciaran's head in her lap, brushing wet hair from his face. Madeline's heart raced as Ciaran stirred in her arms, his eyelids fluttering open. Relief flooded through her, but it was quickly tempered by the anger and frustration that had been building since this nightmare began. "Don't you dare die on me, LeBlanc," she hissed, her voice trembling. "You've got a hell of a lot of explaining to do." Ciaran's lips curved into a weak smile. "Wouldn't dream of it." Tad crouched beside them, his face etched with worry. "Bloody hell, Ciaran, you've done a bang-up job locking down Monsieur. Can't get a chopper or even a car out here for you." Ciaran coughed, water spilling from his lips. "I can walk." He attempted to sit up, but his body betrayed him. With a groan, he flopped back down, his eyes rolling back as he slipped into unconsciousness once more. "Shit!" Tag cursed, running a hand through his hair. Madeline felt panic clawing at her throat. "We need to get him help, now!" The sudden whir of helicopter blades cut through the night air, a blinding searchlight sweeping across the riverbank. Madeline squinted against the glare, her heart leaping with hope and confusion. "What the bloody hell?" Tad shouted over the noise. "What's Mum done to unlock Monsieur?" Madeline cradled Ciaran's head, shielding his face from the debris kicked up by the approaching helicopter. Her mind raced, trying to make sense of this unexpected turn of events. "I don't care how it happened," she yelled back, "as long as it gets Ciaran help." The helicopter touched down nearby, its rotors whipping the air into a frenzy. Medical personnel spilled out, rushing towards them with a stretcher. As they lifted Ciaran onto the stretcher, Madeline felt a surge of emotions threatening to overwhelm her. Fear, relief, anger, and something deeper, something she wasn't ready to name, all warred within her. "Ciaran," she called out, grasping his hand. "You better wake up soon, you hear me? We're not done talking about this." His fingers twitched in response, a ghost of a smile playing across his lips before he was whisked away into the helicopter. Chapter 27. Madeline smiled and panted a kiss on Ciaran's cheek as soon as he opened his smoky gray eyes. He smiled at her. "How long was I out?" "Long enough. You're not in pain now, are you?" Ciaran shook his head. "No, we make top-of-the-line painkillers." He lifted his blanket and looked at his body. He was wearing nothing but bandages. Then he chuckled when he saw the smug look on Madeline's face. "Sorry, I couldn't help it. You did this to me before, Ciaran." "I was being very professional. Dr. Thomas approved," Madeline chuckled. "I was being very professional, too. And I also have Dr. Thomas's approval to remove any unnecessary clothing items from you." "Seriously, Ciaran, you have cracked and bruised ribs, 3 gashes on your legs, 1 on your right arm, and 1 on your back. I highly suggest that you limit the number of bullets you take in your left shoulder. Next time, switch to the other side." "Thanks for the suggestion," Ciaran replied dryly. "Now, you might want to tell me how you seem to have left a war zone behind you on the bridge. How many men did you have to fight off to sustain the amount of injuries you've got? And among those you fought, was Stefan included?" Ciaran winced, as if the dreaded reality had suddenly struck him. "Stefan got away," he said grimly, "and I didn't kill any men. There were 2 groups. One helped Stefan and the other helped me. They canceled each other out." "I'm guessing the friendly group was the one giving you the tattoo?" Madeline inquired. "Tattoo? Where?" Ciaran frowned, his brow furrowing in confusion. She pointed to his inner left forearm. There, etched into his skin, was a small circle the size of a lock. Within it, an intricate Celtic knot pattern swirled, its lines interweaving in an endless loop that seemed to shimmer slightly in the light. "They said they were here to help me and mark my entry," Ciaran explained, examining the symbol with a mix of curiosity and concern. "I don't know what they meant." "It's beneficial to have people in your corner," Madeline mused, her eyes still fixed on the mysterious tattoo. After a moment, she looked up at Ciaran. "On that note, Lily has returned TJ." "TJ?" Ciaran's brow furrowed in confusion. "It's for traffic jam. Isn't it how you got the puppy?" I didn't get him, Ciaran clarified. There was a traffic jam, but it has nothing to do with him. I rescued him from a fire as part of a challenge. Never mind, Madeline. We'll keep him for now. And Willow? Madeline asked. Ciaran laughed. Of course, Willow is always welcome here. His smile faded. I have a lot to explain to you, don't I? She nodded. But you have a past, and that has to be cleared up. Just so you know, if you are honest with me, I can handle it. Ciaran nodded. Juliet and I shared a passion for alchemy. After we were married, she moved in here and started to work on a lot of alchemy-based medical formulas. Mother never trusted her. She said Juliet married me for reasons other than love. You loved her. Madeline made a mental note, but didn't realize that she had spoken out loud. Ciaran nodded. He tilted Madeline's face up and looked into her eyes. Yes, I loved her and I always will. How did she die? She was working on an important formula. She was confident, and I was foolish and ambitious. She tested the formula on herself, and I didn't stop her. It didn't work. She died in my arms. His voice was hollow with the pain from the haunting past. She gingerly grazed his forehead with her fingertips before pushing him back onto his pillow. She pecked him lightly on the cheek and spoke in a soft, sultry voice. It wasn't your fault. Her words hung in the air as she looked at him, hoping her soothing voice would fill his mind and ease his pain. It's a longer story than I care to tell, Ciaran said, his voice thick with emotion. But if it wasn't for me, she wouldn't have died. The most agonizing part was that Mother had proof that Juliet had taken many confidential details from our family. I don't know where Mother obtained that information. I didn't want to ask or accept it. Ciaran tried to sit up, but Madeline held him down firmly, her touch both gentle and insistent. Both are significant people in your life, she whispered, her eyes searching his. And you cherish them both. What Juliet and I had was love, Madeline. Ciaran's voice cracked. I can't lie to you about that. Madeline covered his mouth with hers, pouring all her understanding and acceptance into the kiss. She loved a man who knew how to love. If there wasn't any more room for love in his heart, then the current companionship they shared would be enough for her. That last thought stopped her kiss and pulled a tear from her eye. It fell onto Ciaran's lips. He swapped their positions so that she was beneath him. He gazed into her eyes, his own filled with a mixture of pain and tenderness, and rubbed his thumb at the dimple on her left cheek. What I found in you, he said, his voice low and intense, is more important than the passionate love people have in their 20s. I don't know what you expect or look for in a relationship, but if the love that I had for Juliet is what you want, then I don't have that left in me. Madeline tried to sit up, but Ciaran held her down firmly. He wiped a tear that escaped from her eye, his touch feather-light against her skin. I can't speak for you, Madeline, he continued. His voice was thick with raw emotion. But let me be very selfish by telling you this. What I found in you is a missing part of me that I never thought I would find again. A part of me that I didn't even know I had lost. When I lost it, I simply didn't exist anymore. But now that part makes me whole. You make me whole. She pulled him down to the bed so they lay face to face, their breaths mingling. She traced along his jawline, feeling the strength and vulnerability beneath her touch. Madeline, Ciaran breathed, his voice laden with yearning. His words seeped into her core, the sound coming from deep in his throat. The tone and meaning flowed deliciously into her ears and soul as he whispered them. Yes, Ciaran. Her breath quivered against his muscled chest. His rock-hard embrace left her trembling in anticipation and longing. A spark of pleasure ignited within her, slowly coursing through her veins like lava. The intensity of the moment felt almost too much to bear, yet she never wanted it to end. I want more of you, he said. I want all of you. Will you let me in? She looked up into his smoldering eyes and smiled throatily. I'm yours. He gently kissed along her jawline, igniting a warm flutter in her stomach. His hands moved down to the button of her pants, his thumbs softly grazing her skin as he unfastened it. Slipping them off, she gasped and grabbed onto the bedsheet for leverage. His passionate lips trailed across hers, savoring every moment of their contact. His tongue left a warm trail down her throat before exploring the crevice of her collarbone. His hands slowly moved up and down her body, lingering in all the right places. He teased her sensitive skin with his tongue as his fingertips lightly traced her curves, awakening a burning desire within her. His mouth traveled further down, igniting a fire in her belly. She had never felt this way before, being loved wholly and deeply, and needed by someone this much. She felt him. Every inch of his body was like marble, tensed and quivering for her. His 6'3" frame, perfectly sculpted body was poised in readiness. All of this was for her. He was willing to take her wherever she desired. "Ciaran, yes," he uttered obediently. "I have a request." "Anything," he replied without hesitation. "I want us to drive to a place where we can be truly soulmates, but you must relinquish your control." The anticipation and excitement of the unknown caused him to tremble. The air between them was electric, anticipation swirling through her veins. "Being in control defines you, Ciaran. But for us to be together, you need to trust. You have to be able to let go and feel vulnerable with me, as I will be with you." "Take the wheel, Madeline," he said breathlessly. A fire of desire ignited within her chest and took flame into her very core. She flipped him over swiftly to straddle him, intertwining their fingers tightly, their hands forming a bond that amplified all sensation between them. She positioned herself above him and slowly descended, joining their bodies. The motion rendered them both breathless from the sheer intensity of pleasure it brought upon them. They paused for a moment in reverence of this newly discovered paradise they had stumbled upon. Then she drove their joined bodies further into another realm, one in which only they existed to explore every inch of each other's secrets. They were lost in an intimate world of their own making, a place where time ceased to matter but instead was replaced by passionate exploration. Madeline nestled in Ciaran's arms, her eyes tracing the deep burgundy of the feature wall, drinking in the elegant curves of the furniture. She held her breath, not daring to move, savoring the steady rhythm of his heartbeat against her cheek, the warmth of his skin, the subtle musk of his scent. She wanted to bottle this moment, to keep it forever. How long can this last? The thought flitted through her mind, but she pushed it away. Right now, she was soaring, untouchable. The harsh buzz of Ciaran's phone shattered the silence. Madeline flinched, cursing inwardly as Ciaran stirred. "Lindsay?" Ciaran's voice was thick with sleep, but his eyes snapped open, suddenly alert. He fumbled for the remote, aiming it at the wall. The surface shimmered and dissolved, revealing a massive screen. Madeline's stomach dropped as she saw the headline, "Detective Adamson found dead in apartment." Her own phone vibrated, nearly jumping off the nightstand. She lunged for it, hope and dread warring in her chest. "Joe?" Ciaran's hand on her arm stopped her. "It's not Joe," he said, his voice low and tense. "It's Stefan." "Stefan?" Madeline's voice cracked. Did he kill Adamson? Does he have Joe?" Ciaran's fingers flew over his phone. "This is worse than kidnapping, Madeline, but we've got him now." His eyes met hers, steel and fire. "Take the call." She pressed answer with a trembling finger. Instead of Stefan's voice, a plume of inky smoke erupted from the speaker. Madeline yelped, dropping the phone as if it had burned her. Ciaran was there in an instant, shielding her with his body. The air crackled with energy, making the hairs on Madeline's arms stand on end. A shimmering, semi-transparent mirror materialized before them, hovering in the air like a portal to another world. The face that appeared was not Stefan's. Instead, coal-black eyes stared out from a face as pale as bleached bone, radiating an aura of ancient malevolence that made Madeline's soul recoil. "Very impressive, Madeline." The voice rasped and purred, its presence flooding the room. "You've mastered gateway opening between realms." His dark eyes narrowed, a cold glint hardening their depths. "Pity about my servant's death. Your little stunt?" A pause hung in the air, heavy with threat. "You've crossed into my domain uninvited. Consider this war." The mirror vanished, leaving behind a silence so profound it rang in Madeline's ears. "Madeline, what was that about?" She swallowed hard, her mouth dry. "When I was looking for you, I opened a portal. Something attacked me, and I killed it. Did I really start a war? With what? And what about Joe? Stefan?" Ciaran pulled her close, his arms solid and warm around her. She could feel his heart beating against her cheek. "Take a deep breath. We'll get through this, Madeline." She wanted to believe him, to lose herself in the safety of his embrace. But as she closed her eyes, all she could see were those coal-black eyes staring into her soul, and somewhere, in the depths of her being, something ancient and powerful stirred in response. This has been Once Upon a Secret, a novel in the Mirror and Realms series, written by D.N. Leo, narrated by Laura Keene and Liam Chandler. Please take a moment to like this video, subscribe to the channel, or leave us a comment. You can find the next book on the playlist. You can also find the entire Multiverse collection at dnleo.com. Check out all access options or drop DN Leo a line. She loves to hear from you. For now, thank you for listening, and see you in the next video.